Chapter 551. It was also clear that Harry had figured out precisely what Nick had to do with the task, if the glare he had was any indication. Nick could only smile and shrug at his friend on the field, though, as he really wasn't allowed to disclose the contents of the task ahead of time. Besides, it is far more entertaining this way. Nick thought with a chuckle. Now then, if the champions would please draw lots, we can decide the order by which they will be participating, Ludo said loudly as he went around with the straws. Crumb drew the short straw and Harry the middle one, so the order went Crumb, Harry, and finally Fleur, who got the longest straw and had a look of relief as a result. Don't go thinking that watching the others will be of much use to you here. I am not that sloppy a designer, Nick thought with a scoff seeing this. There was quite a few oohs and ahs when Crumb went into the chamber, and large projections of the inside of the chamber appeared overhead. The chamber was made in such a way that the environment was chosen the moment a hand touched the door, so no one noticed that it shifted before he entered. Crumb got the forest environment for his run of the dungeon, which Nick had to admit was easily amongst the most challenging. While the environment wasn't innately hostile, the golems in the forest were heavily based on magical creatures found in such an environment, and as a result, had a lot of ambush predators in it. Having to maintain constant vigilance and alertness of one's surroundings took a heavy toll on one's mind. So Crumb was in for a bit of a rough time. The boy's role as a seeker, however, made him acutely able to spot the slight differences that showed the golem's locations within the forest as he traveled through it. This didn't mean that he got away unscathed, however, as the camouflage of the magical beasts still caused him serious trouble. As for finding the treasures in the forest, he had mixed results, as he got some and missed others, depending on the amount of effort it took to uncover them. In a way, he was brute forcing his way through the task, with only taking the treasure gathering as a secondary objective. Not to say that this was an incorrect way to do it, merely that by the end of the TSK he would have less points than if he took his time and thoroughly searched for the treasures and actually studied the task. A fact that became apparent when Krum finally found the person he was meant to rescue, Hermione. She did not look happy as she was trussed up in a web in a shadowy area that obscured the golems guarding her. Let's see how you deal with XXXX grade dangerous creatures that specialize in ambush attacks. Nick thought, watching with interest. For the forest environment, Nick had programmed the guardian golem based on a very dangerous creature that he had bullied a lot in recent times with Nazgul, Acromantulas. For the average wizard meeting, one of these things in their natural environment was a single wrong step away from being a death sentence. Acromantulas were masters of stealth and were viciously intelligent hunters that could even learn how to speak, despite lacking any sort of vocal cords. Unfortunately, their dark nature left them with ravenous hungers for flesh that had them destroy their habitat as they consumed everything within. Krum was clearly not well versed in the creatures, since he carelessly rushed towards Hermione, who was being used as bait to lure him in. She knew it too, as she yelled into the webbing covering her mouth in an attempt to warn him. But unfortunately, Krum mistook that to mean she was happy to see him rescue her. His mistake was capitalized on by the golem that launched a web out of the shadows that bound his feet, causing him to trip. Krum's eyes widened in fear as the golem scurried out of the shadows at him, and more than a few people in the audience paled in fright or revulsion at the sight of the person-sized spider. Krum seemed to forget that his life wasn't really in danger and panicked at the attack and launched a Bonebreaker curse at the golem. Nick shook his head at this. That is definitely points off for using dark magic. He thought, disappointed to see it. It wasn't even the most optimal use of the spell either, as the giant spider's crazy reflexes allowed it to sense and avoid the magic. Chapter 552. Krum finally recovered from his panic, though, and cast a wide-range attacking spell that the golem couldn't dodge. One needed to keep in mind, however, that these golems weren't the ones that almost perfectly imitated the real thing, but were instead heavily nerfed representations. Otherwise, Krum wouldn't have even made it this far, as the real creatures would have long since killed him for his carelessness and reckless use of energy. Still, the guy managed to defeat the golem eventually and rescue Hermione, who wasted no time at all, scolding him and telling him what he could have done better. Krum looked a bit like a child that had been scolded by their parents under her admonishment, and everyone found it rather funny. Even Karkaroff had a wry smile at the scene, since he was aware that her strong-willed nature was the reason Crumb was so interested in her to begin with. Some men just liked women like that, after all. So who was he to judge? The task came to an end shortly after that, as the chamber kicked them out after counting out the number of treasures collected and golems defeated. Honestly speaking, Crumb didn't do all that bad, as he collected 12 of the 50 treasures and defeated 28 of the 40 golems in that environment. The judges then started to grade his performance based on other factors that served additionally as pointers on how to improve. He got a 7 across the board, which Nick admitted was fair, all things considered. Unlike in the canon, Karkaroff didn't show blatant favoritism this time and truly judged it fairly. There was a brief break, after which it was time for the next champion to enter the chamber. Nick smirked when he noticed the look of disbelief on Fleur's face when it was revealed that Harry was not in the forest, like Crumb was, but rather was in a desert. Looks like he got one of the easy environments. Lucky him, Nick thought, as he watched his friend look around in confusion. Like any real desert, there was not really a bunch of places one could hide stuff besides under stuff or in the sand. As a result, the golems for this particular environment had been bumped up in terms of difficulty to compensate for the ease that would come from finding treasure. Speaking of golems, here comes the first set now. Nick thought, seeing the shifting sand heading in Harry's direction. Harry also noticed it and sent a quick reducto at the golems, forcing them out from under the sand with the blast. The creatures that they were based off of were known as Scorpiux, and were basically giant black scorpions about a meter in length. Unlike Acromantulas, they were naturally creatures, and not dark in nature, so they were hyper-intelligent, but highly territorial. They also hunted in groups of 3 by burrowing under the sand to catch their prey off guard. Harry immediately figured out their weakness, however, and hit them with a glacius spell that froze them solid. As insects, the creatures had no way to thermoregulate, so by dropping the temperature around them so drastically, Harry effectively killed them in an instant. He quickly made his way to the large rocky structure in the distance, while fighting the various golems that showed up as he collected treasures left and right. Unlike Crumb, however, Harry took his time, so he not only got more treasures, but he also got far less injuries. Finally reaching the rocky structure, Harry carefully checked the surroundings before trying to sneak in and grab his hostage in the form of Ron, who looked quite calm given that he was being guarded by a Mirage Viper nest. Mirage Vipers were considered XXX, graded dangerous creatures by themselves. But the trick was that they very rarely were by themselves. They were a rainbow-scaled type of serpent that had illusion-based magical abilities, which was where they got their name from, and usually lived in a nest of a breeding pair and 3 offspring. They were also highly venomous, and not the biggest fan of intruders in their nests. Ron knew that this was a part of the trial, and remained silent as Harry got attacked from 5 different directions the moment he stepped foot in the area. The boy barely managed to create a shield around himself that stopped the snakes before they faded away and repositioned themselves for another attack. Harry attempted to use Parseltongue to get out of fighting the serpents, but unfortunately, they were golems, and not actual snakes. So the ability fell flat even if the attempt earned points in Nick's opinion. Avoiding unnecessary fights is always a good choice. So it was a good idea on Harry's part, even if it didn't pan out. Chapter 553. Once Harry realized the issue, he moved to more aggressive solutions. Immediately as he started to use the immobilization charm to one by one keep the golems still before knocking them out. Harry and Ron got kicked out of the chamber once the number of treasures and defeated enemies were finished being counted. Harry collected 40 of the 50 treasures and defeated 42 of the 50 golems of that environment. The judges made it clear that they were impressed with his performance, and Harry took the lead in points for this task with 20 10s and 29s from the judges. Obviously, the headmasters of the other 2 schools were the 9s in this situation, as they nitpicked a few small details so they didn't have to give him a perfect score. It was petty but to be expected, so no one made a fuss about it. Once again, there was a small break before it was finally time for the final champion to enter the chamber. Fleur got really unlucky, however, as she got the urban environment for her task. Madame Maxime also grimaced when she saw this, as Nick had given each of the judges a rough list of which environments were the most difficult for this task. This was so they could make fair judgments, and the urban one was the single hardest environment to deal with. Unlike the others that had magical creatures that were not overly intelligent, the urban environment was stocked with golems that imitated wizards, and as such were each not so easy to deal with. As a result, that didn't even consider the sheer amount of hiding places that treasures could be placed both vertically and horizontally. Perhaps she may surprise us all and do better than expected, Nick thought calmly, while he didn't like her attitude and way of trying to fix the problem she had with his avian dominion. He didn't hate her or anything like that. If anything, she barely even registered in his mind as anything more than background scenery. It may seem like arrogance, but in canon, her peak was this tournament, as she basically just became a housewife within 2 years after it. She was talented for sure, but she simply never put that talent to good use, and so Nick couldn't be bothered to elevate her status beyond being a mere background character. Fleur barely entered the chamber, however, when she ran into her first snag in the form of vertical obstruction. Cities were rarely straightforward things, and the chamber's environment reflected that, as without getting to the top of a building, it was impossible to scope out the area effectively. Fleur also seemed to realize this, and chose to risk it by entering the crumbling apartment building in front of her. The magical image followed her as she carefully picked up treasures that she could see while cautiously checking the building for golems. There weren't any there, however, as that was one of the things Nick had programmed into this environment to give the challengers a fighting chance. The first 3 buildings were the golems' no-fly zones, so that the challengers could adjust a bit before the golems increased the difficulty considerably. It needs to be understood that since the golems imitated people, any battle that breaks out will draw more of them to check it out. This meant, unlike with the magical creature golems that roughly stayed in a certain area, the wizard golems can, in fact, join up in large groups. Even ants can kill an elephant, if there are enough of them, and these golems are no ants compared to Fleur, but merely weaker wizards. There was strength in numbers, so Fleur needed to play this very carefully if she wanted any chance of completing her task. Much like in canon, Fleur's hostage was none other than her sister, who was totally just chilling at the far end of the environment, confident that her sister was coming to get her. This was reflected in the magical images projected to the audience. But those who understood the difficulty of this task could only shake their heads at her confidence. Finally, Fleur got to the top of the building with a few issues with the structural integrity of the building, but otherwise, smoothly. She did something unexpected, however, and cast a spell on herself that Nick figured out thanks to being able to see Gabriel's reaction to it on one of the magical projections. A bloodline tracking spell? A good move considering the situation. He, though, with a nod. Thanks to that spell, Fleur knew exactly where in the environment her sister was, and surprised everyone with her next action. Chapter 554. Fleur actually created a huge commotion in one of the buildings after seeing the golems wandering the ruined streets. Bright lights, loud sounds, the whole thing. And when the golems went to investigate in large numbers, she directly shattered the supports of the building, collapsing it on top of them, killing 15 at once. Even Nick was left speechless at the flat-out terroristic tactic that he'd never even thought of someone using in this way. Even more, Fleur merely moved the rubble in order to collect the treasures that had been hidden within the building. That tactic only worked once, however, as the golems now knew better than to go into a building en masse. How clever! She also realized that numbers were going to be her biggest obstacle, and thus made it so that the golems wouldn't group up so easily again. Nick thought, approving her plan, since it was a good way to make the task easier. Not trivial, however, as Fleur soon learned when she got into a fierce fight with 4 golems at once, when she tried to pick off one that was alone only to find out it was a trap. The golems were semi-sentient in nature, so they could plan and make strategies as well. Nick didn't create truly artificial people, however, as that was a whole moral issue that he didn't want to deal with. The golems were more along the lines adaptive. AI with a hard limit encoded into them to keep them from truly blurring the line of what was and was not a person. He could make artificial people if he wanted to, but Nick knew that was a whole thing best avoided if possible. If he really wanted, Nick could probably create actual people in his realm, but that also came with it his own set of issues. Anyways, Fleur was actually doing pretty good so far as she had adapted to a far more cautious approach to the environment. Her current strategy involved disillusioning herself and sneakily casting knockout spells on the golems after checking to make sure they were truly alone. In a way, she was acting the role of an assassin, which more than a few people also noticed and mentioned. Her treasure collecting was far behind even Crumb's, but everyone agreed that was to be expected given the environment. It was simply far too time-consuming to search out anything but the most obvious treasures, and demolishing every building in the simulated environment would be a very bad idea since it would effectively place one on flat ground, in sight of every golem in the chamber. It was clear that Fleur was aiming to get a full sweep of the golems instead, in order to offset her lack of treasures, which Nick was willing to admit was a perfectly valid option. Her environment favored combat over seeking treasure after all, so the plan had solid viability so long as she was careful, which she was. The longer she behaved like an assassin, the more she started to improve in it to an almost scary degree. She went from clumsily sneaking around to almost predatorily snuffing out each golem silently. By the time she got near the building Gabriel was held in, Madame Maxim had a very concerned look watching this, as it did not paint a good image of Fleur. Most of the crowd watching the task were starting to think she was actually an assassin. Thankfully, the task was almost over as she finally entered the building cautiously. But all the English wizards stiffened when they saw the guardian golem, a Death Eater. Unlike all the other golems that were weak, dumb minions, this one was borderline human in how it functioned. As a result, it rolled out of the way when Fleur tried to catch it off guard like the other golems. What followed was a perfect example of magical combat, as both Fleur and the golem traded spells and shields, devastating every spot nearby, as they took the fight outside to keep it away from Gabriel. Once outside, things got even more heated as wide-range destructive spells were used. Those who had seen actual combat watched on sternly at the uncomfortably accurate showing of the horror of the previous 2 wizarding wars. All of the judges gave Nick a hard look at this, but he remained unfazed watching the projection. Eventually, however, Fleur managed to take advantage of a small opening to finish the golem off. Nick clapped at this much to everyone else's confusion until he explained that she had successfully defeated every golem in the task which deserved applause. Chapter 5, 55. It wasn't standing ovation impressive, but it certainly deserved recognition. That was what Fleur and Gabriel exited the chamber to, much to their confusion. The applause died down as the judges scored the results, along with the results showed by the chamber. 50 out of 50 golems defeated, and 20 out of 50 treasures collected. In terms of score, Fleur actually beat Harry as she got 3 10s and a 9. This set her in second place total for the tournament so far, with Harry just ahead of her. Crumb was last, but he didn't seem bothered by this, and even congratulated the other 2 for their great performances. The final task was announced for June 24th, and after the media got all the information they wanted, Nick moved the chamber to the empty room adjacent to the data classroom, and a door from the classroom to it was made. The leftover treasures in the chamber were removed by Nick and replaced for things that students would be less inclined to steal before it started seeing regular use. But that was it. All of his friends were steamed after Harry revealed that Nick was the one behind that task. I did say you would understand when the moment was right, Nick defended with a shrug. You could have at least helped me prepare better. I spent the last month thinking the task was underwater, Harry said in mock anger. He wasn't actually angry at Nick since he knew about the NDA. But that didn't mean he was going to pass up the opportunity to give Nick a hard time. There was nothing to prepare for in your case. The treasure hunting was covered by your seeker training, and the rest was entirely randomized to prevent you 3 from truly preparing so everyone could see your actual skills. Nick explained honestly. What was up with that whole hostage situation thing anyways? Ron asked curiously. Well, I needed to create an end goal to light a fire under the champions, so to speak. None of you were in actual danger thanks to that badge you were wearing, but the champions obviously couldn't know that, or they would have gone out of their ways to collect points rather than rescuing you. No point in a competition that no one gives their best for after all, Nick said honestly. Why did only I have to get tied up, though? Hermione complained. That was entirely the golem's choice, not mine. I just made the thing act like a normal acromantula, so that is not my fault, Nick said with a shrug. I think I am glad Harry got the desert rather than the forest. I bloody hate spiders, Ron said with a shiver at the mere thought. Well, it was a 1 in 10 chance for each of the environments, so it was anyone's bet who got what, Nick said honestly. Which was the hardest? Daphne asked curiously. The urban one, hands down. Between the wizard golems and the huge amount of strange places treasure could be hidden, it was in a league all at his own. Nick said seriously. Now that you mention it, those golems did act like actual people kinda, especially that last one, Tracy said with a thoughtful look. What was that place based off of anyway? Harry asked curiously. What the world likely would look like if muggles and wizards were to break out into war at this exact moment, Nick said seriously. What? We wouldn't destroy a city like that, Ron said offended. Nick shook his head. First, you are heavily underestimating the amount of power a wizard has at any given moment, and second, most of the damage would be from the muggles, not us, he said honestly. All of his friends were in disbelief, but they could tell that he wasn't joking at all and meant what he said. Since when were muggles so scary? Ron muttered in confusion. Since about 50 years ago, when they came up with a weapon that matched the greatest power wizards have to this day, the nuclear bomb. It takes a wizard on mine or Dumbledore's level most of our power to destroy an entire city. The Muggle have hundreds or thousands of bombs capable of the same. Nick answered honestly. Hermione tried to argue that that would be a last resort kind of thing, but Nick had to explain just how terrifying wizards were for the average Muggle. A single above-average wizard could brainwash the entire Muggle government with ease, and that sort of power was a scary thing. It would thus not come as a surprise to see Muggles go straight for the deep end if a war broke out between them and wizards. Chapter 5, 56. This was admittedly a pessimistic way of looking at it, since besides testing those weapons had only been used offensively twice. Soon enough, though, this argument will become pointless as Grindelwald's ritual drew to completion, rendering the vast majority of Muggle weaponry ineffective. Nick was fairly certain of the date of the ritual, as well as there was only one that would serve this purpose perfectly, Beltane. At that time, the Earth's mana skyrockets for a brief few hours before settling down again. Grindelwald's ritual will either increase the duration of this spike until it becomes the new normal, or use the many sacrifices he made to flood the Earth with mana. It was hard to say exactly which it was, however, as both had the exact same preparatory steps in this case. Nick, as a result, redoubled his efforts, clearing the room of hidden things and copying the library over the next 2 months. He had also started the process for early graduation, which caused some commotion as the ministry tried to avert the growing sense of unease that everyone had as the date of the ritual's completion neared. It was an instinctual sort of feeling that wizards' connection to magic told them about, but few truly knew where the source of this discomfort came from. The stronger one was the worse it was, as both Nick and Dumbledore had become twitchy and irritable. The more the gate drew closer, Dumbledore had enough self-control to maintain decorum, but Nick was forced to isolate himself to prevent any incidents as he got uncomfortably close to blasting someone apart for walking near him in the library. Being Daedric proved highly detrimental in this regard, as his actions went from 0 to 1,000 in an instant if he wasn't constantly careful. Still, by dropping the Room of Hidden Things task temporarily, Nick finally finished the library and seemed to vanish from the public eye entirely. He didn't eat in the Great Hall with the others, and no one had seen him in weeks. It started several rumors that he was doing something amazing again, but the subject of these rumors was rapidly sorting and breaking down the things in the Room of Hidden Things. When he was needed for something involving his early graduation, Dumbledore sent a house elf to get him. While the canon didn't expressly state it, Dumbledore was definitely aware of the Room of Requirement. Since Nick hadn't asked the room to make it private, the servants could still come into the room. The exams for the early graduation, and in general, were also starting up towards the end of March, so the school was in a rush to do well on them. Nick's exams were especially difficult compared to, say, the final year students, but were easy for him since he had long since surpassed that level of knowledge and skill. Finally, though, Nick completed cleaning out the Room of Hidden Things right on April 18th. The realm size had grown by about 10% from before he started cleaning out the room, and the mana density was suffocating within it at the moment, which led to the golden apple tree thriving. It also caused a strange discord between his original body and the one he used to copy the books in the library in terms of power. The secondary body originally was at the same level of power as the original, but after being exposed to higher concentrations of ambient mana for a long time, it had surpassed the original body's power and was at the peak of Tier 4 and needed but a small push to reach Tier 5. That wasn't to say that Nick's original body wasn't also growing rapidly in power as it was about halfway through Tier 4, by its own passive growth. This led to a sense of altitude sickness in Nick, as it was as if his body was in a lowered oxygen environment and struggling to adapt. How does Flammel handle this feeling all the time? Nick complained mentally as he was never truly comfortable anymore after reaching Tier 4. On the evening of the final day of April, Nick went to the headmaster's office since it was the last few hours before the ritual was completed. "The time draws near Dumbledore," he said seriously, and the tired old man nodded as he stood up from his desk. "The dawning of a new era is upon us, and I only hope we have prepared for its arrival correctly." Dumbledore spoke softly, but Nick heard him clearly. "Within 2 years a great enemy shall appear, and I will be forced to face them in battle, and will likely fall at that time," Nick said, catching the old man off guard. "Chapter 557? What do you mean?" The old goat asked, confused but worried. "I received a prophecy of sorts a few years ago that spoke of Grindelwald's plan, and what will come of it. In that foretelling, 3 ancient and powerful beings will be revived as a result of the ritual. One of them will more likely than not be my enemy, and thus seek my life. I am unsure if I will have the strength to survive the battle with this body. But even after this body dies, I will not, so I ask that you not judge me harshly when I return." Nick spoke softly, and Dumbledore listened silently. "Why have you not spoken of this sooner?" the old goat asked sternly. "Because before now I lacked the power to stand on my own against you. I could not risk it to reveal this before my safety was ensured. Selfish, I know," Nick said with more than a little shame. He knew that sharing this knowledge would likely allow others to prepare better for Zeus's return. But at the same time, he was afraid of Dumbledore attacking him in hopes of staving off the future. The old man had done bad things in the name of prophecy before, so it was a valid concern. "I understand. While I may wish that your fears lacked substance, I know better. I must ask, however, would removing you have changed anything at all?" the old man asked gently. Nick shook his head. "No. By the time I learned of this prophecy, Grindelwald was already enacting his plan. All removing me would have accomplished was to leave the world defenseless against the being I will clash with." He said, honestly, it was a harsh but fair assessment as far as Nick could tell of the situation. "Then, there is nothing for me to be concerned about. I have made many mistakes, so I dare not say I wouldn't make another should you have revealed this sooner. You did what you believed best, and no one can fault you for that, given the situation. Did you know that? For the longest time I wondered what it was that drove you to seek power so fervently. I couldn't understand it. You were already well on your way to my level, yet you never slowed down." Dumbledore spoke calmly. The old wizard spoke of what he saw and felt when watching Nick's progress until they both felt the mana levels start to rise. Moments later, the world lit up like a light bulb as Grindelwald began his ritual. Nick immediately identified the route he took as the mana levels started to grow denser, and denser with no sign of stopping, even after the time of the Beltane surge came to an end. With that in mind, Nick started calculating exactly how long Grindelwald's ritual could extend the surging of mana. The answer he got was just short of a single year. 3 days short, in fact, which meant that the mana levels around the world would soon stabilize at a certain point. It did too as the light faded, and Nick felt the mana stop growing, even if it was chaotic at the moment. "Sweet Merlin, it is almost 10 times denser than my island before the ritual." Nick thought in shock. Call an emergency meeting with the school, bring the other schools as well. Everyone is probably panicking right now, and you are respected enough to calm them down, he said seriously, and Dumbledore nodded in agreement. "What of yourself?" he asked seriously. "I am going to go strengthen the barrier, keeping the stuff in the forest away from the school. It might be calm at the moment, but after everything grows more powerful, from this amount of mana things will get dicey as they try to leave the forest," Nick said seriously, and the old man nodded before grabbing a metal badge from his desk. "This is a key to those wards. It will allow you easy access to the core of the barrier," he said as he handed it to Nick. "I am off then," Nick said before, transforming into his animagus form and teleporting to the Forbidden Forest's edge. After turning back, the badge hummed a bit and had a sort of pull towards a certain spot that Nick found was the keystone to the barrier. Immediately, He used his access to start strengthening the repulsion aspect of the barrier to the point it started to become visible from the energy it was consuming to empower itself. It was like a heat distortion in the air, but otherwise still transparent like normal, that should hold against anything Tier 4 and bellow. He thought seriously, hoping that was good enough for now. Chapter 558. Like Nick expected, there was mass panic in the school as all the students could feel the dense mana in the air. Dumbledore called an emergency meeting in the Great Hall, which everyone attended because they were all awake despite the time. There he revealed that this was the doing of Grindelwald, which seemed to remind everyone that the man had been sacrificing towns for quite some time now. Dumbledore also made it clear that there were dark times ahead for them, all as the entire Muggle world was now undoubtedly going to learn of magic's existence and may retaliate against wizarding kind. Then, in typical Dumbledore fashion, the man spewed some inspirational bullshit that made everyone feel better. The next month after that was rough for the world, as animals and magical beasts evolved or underwent atavism before causing even more chaos in the Muggle world. The ministries globally tried their best to suppress the rising tide of magical sightings. But even without the usual technology to communicate, there was always gaps in the net that some fish got through. So, by the end of May, the majority of the world was somewhat aware of the existence of magic. At that point, the ministries went full 360 and began openly acting as a peacekeeping organization by campaigning to the Muggle populace. The governments, however, were less than pleased at the state of things, and the ugliness of humans reared its head as civil war broke out on an almost global scale as ambitious people took advantage of the situation to form war bands, to raid supplies and take territories. In but a single month, the world had been set back to the Middle Ages in nearly all regards. Medicine from before the ritual that was cheap was now worth it, is weight in gold, as the technology to mass produce it no longer worked in most cases, and the war bands were hoarding it fiercely. While many would like to assume that wizards were better off than the Muggles, that simply was not true. Without the statute of secrecy being enforced, a great deal of wizards, dissatisfied with the laws of the ministry, started to do whatever they wanted. Some joined the war bands to be treated like royalty by the Muggles who sought protection from the many new magical creatures that roamed the world. The vast majority of wizarding kind was still under the ministries, but those with power and ambition had left for the most part. The cities had also become devastated places as the many new or transformed magical beasts attacked them, causing much destruction that couldn't be repaired as the machines that Muggles relied on no longer worked. The death toll went up every day from murder, magical beast attacks, natural disasters that came more frequently, and disease. Hogwarts and Hogsmeade had become prime real estate as many flocked to Dumbledore for protection. Even though he never accepted it, the old man was effectively made king by the people around him, with Hogwarts being turned into the symbol of his power. The Triwizard Tournament was unanimously ended with the person with the most points being declared the winner, which was Harry in this case, after which the other schools rushed back to their own homelands to try and control the situation. Nick had been especially busy as he was early graduated, and went to work with his army of Atronachs, putting out fires all over the English Isles. The ministry turned a blind eye to the fact that he clearly had this army before the world went nuts, since he was helping massively. The Atronachs repelled the magical beasts due to their almost all-inclusive elemental typings and high Tier 3 power. Even the dragons that had broken free of wizarding control after evolving or undergoing atavism were repelled if enough Atronachs were present. Beyond military applications, however, the Atronachs worked as laborers since they never tired and were able to take orders. Nick himself had moved out of Hogwarts and was operating out of his island that was now roughly pinpointed by the populace, since he sent Atronachs out regularly. There was even a whole group of Muggles that had moved to that area to settle in hopes that he would protect them. Besides, using his Atronachs, Nick also worked out a way to communicate over long distances. After finding a star whose material turned out to have dimensional affinities that he was able to mix with a modified protean charm to create a budding magical communication system that had signal towers connected to M. Aurora-like bracelets that could send and receive information in small amounts. The trick was that each bracelet was tied to one's magical frequency, so it worked like a phone number in that you had to connect to that frequency to communicate with that person. Chapter 559. There was still a problem with this method of communication. in that the range of the signal towers was not that great and that the towers themselves were targets of magical beasts, and the warbands that knew once communications were back up, it would only be a matter of time before others would start being able to move against them. The biggest advantage they had at the moment was that it took too long for someone to report seeing them, and as a result, they were nearly impossible to wipe out since they were rarely still in the same place the report said they were. Once a near instantaneous method of communication, like with those bracelets, was implemented, though that would change. One needs to remember that the majority of those in the warbands were muggles, so while the wizards could probably escape easily, the others would not be so lucky. With that understood, the bands worked to impede the expansion of the method beyond Nick's current region. Nick himself was helpless about this, as he simply didn't have enough Atronachs to protect every tower without letting the magical beasts run rampant. By the end of June, there was a total of 5 towers in the English Isles, with 4 of them being in his territory, and the final being at Hogwarts to help Dumbledore with managing the situation over there. There had been other factors that had popped up as well during the time after the ritual changed the world in the Isles. Production-type wizarding families, or wizards in general, were raking in money by the fistful. The reason for this was for a single simple reason: food. Without the vast tracts of farmland that was only doable by huge amounts of people or machines, food was now a very big problem. Many isolated farms had been ravaged by the magical beasts and warbands, so the production of food had been dropped so low that mass starvation was a very real issue. That was where the production-type wizards came in, as they grew crops many times larger than normal that they sold to the communities willing to pay for it. Dumbledore didn't have this issue, thanks to Professor Sprout and Hagrid already having established gardens that merely got expanded. Nick, though, had to come up with a way to feed the people under him efficiently, as fishing was simply not sustainable for the increasingly large population he had flocking to under his banner. He wasn't really surprised to see that most of those wizards who sought him out were craftsmen that assumed he would favor them as a craftsman himself. As for production-type wizards that could grow food, he had a total of 2, and they were heavily guarded by his most powerful Atronachs, and at least 2 decently powerful vampires, since the vampire community in the Isles had all moved to his settlement under the orders of the royal clan. There was a bit of backlash about this at first, but Nick took care of that with a simple public statement: if you don't want to deal with them, leave. It was blunt and more than a little rude, but Nick had no patience for petty squabbles about the nature of the vampires. No one even needed to worry about them anyways, since he had created fountains of blood using Daedric runes that kept them perfectly civil so long as they wanted to be. Any troublemakers were made examples of not by Nick but by the vampires themselves, which helped their public image immensely. Thanks to the golems and Atronachs that he created, Nick's area on the map was already starting to take the shape of a city with high enchanted walls and architecture that was a mix of Dwemer and Elvish by his own design. The buildings were a strange mix of soft-looking curves and sturdy stone and metal construction. If one imagined all of this with the way nature appeared before the ritual, then they would be sorely mistaken. Plant life had also evolved after the mana density had increased, so all of the deforested areas and damaged environments globally had rapidly filled with new tall, powerful trees and plants. The world had really been reset to a degree, which was admittedly a good thing, as the problems caused by pollution were rapidly being cleared up by magic. The biggest problem, however, was the creatures that spawned from magic, adapting them to their toxic environments. Fish with poisonous flesh, birds that dripped oil as they flew that was highly flammable, and then there was the Trents that were starting to pop up. Trees given intelligence by the mana they took in that remembered the things people did and made their displeasure known to any unlucky enough to cross their path. Chapter 560. These malicious beings were a very big problem due to an innate ability they all had: nature magic. The Treants had the innate ability to command the plant life around them via magic, which meant that should they leave their forests and find themselves on farmland, they effectively turned it into a honey trap that in truth only promises death. This unfortunately resulted in every tree within a certain distance of a city or farm being forcefully removed. Nick wasn't the one who had this problem due to his area being near the sea and thus nearly barren of trees to begin with. Dumbledore, however, was having serious problems with it, thanks to the Forbidden Forest and other trees near Hogwarts and Hogsmeade. The biggest problem that Nick had, however, was the sea beasts that already lived near his island, having transformed into more powerful and aggressive beings that made the sea unsafe. Speaking of the island, Nick's mana gathering array, with the new normal level of mana in the world, had created a pocket of near toxically dense mana within the island. For him and Dottie, it wasn't a problem, but the creatures living on the island were having trouble adapting to it. Due to this, Nick had little choice but to shrink the array to around the manor, since he wasn't intending to cause undue suffering to the residents of the island. The situation in the English Isles was also unfortunately amongst the best in the world, as beyond France, that had Flamel there, was only a handful of powerhouses that people could rely on, which devolved most of the rest of the world into savage kill or be killed states. Most of the ministries had barely managed to set up their own small refuges, but the situation was bleak for them as they lost more and more lives to beasts and warbands that were interested in their resources. Amongst these chaotic times, powerful hidden organizations or individuals popped up to seize power for themselves. One such organization was none other than the Order of the Golden Sands, led by the one known only as the Elder, who was a powerful being that easily suppressed the beasts in their territory. Unfortunately, the organization was wizard supremacy-based, and as a result, any muggles that thought shelter under them were enslaved to provide for the wizards. Without the weapons that made them a force to be feared, muggles were unfortunately vastly outmatched at this point, and the wizards knew it. As a result, on a global scale, the muggle population dropped even lower than the ministries had estimated, as barely 3 billion humans were left on the planet. By June, the situation had reached a sort of balance globally, but the death toll was still growing, as it was a tenuous one at best. "My lord, I assure you this one can handle the situation whilst you are away," Dottie said, when Nick showed a desire to leave to go check on the god he found previously. "I am not doubting your competency, but I am reluctant to step away in the chance that something requiring my attention should appear," Nick said with a sigh as he went over the paperwork he had for his settlement. Economic reports, battle reports, technological reports, and resource statistics, to name a few things he had to deal with. Nick had even established an adventurers guild in his territory, whose members were tasked with exploring the strange new world around them and handling beast populations, as well as reporting on any new species of plants or animals they spot. It came as little surprise that it was mostly the younger generation that joined this guild and were being trained by golems Nick prepared for this job. "In the last month, there has been no new changes in the situation, my lord, so I find your concerns unfounded," Dottie argued sternly. Nick sighed. "I know that, but I am still worried," he said honestly. "You will only be gone a mere day or two at most. If we cannot handle that amount of time without your presence, then this settlement was doomed from the start," Dottie said with finality, and Nick couldn't really argue with that logic. "I suppose I'll be going then," he said before turning into his animagus form and vanishing in a crackle of electricity. The Dwemer ruin was just as he had left it, with no easily noticeable differences. Despite there being more mana than last time, the molten metal lake, however, was an entirely different matter, as the whole thing swirled around the crystal in its center like a whirlpool, while shrinking, and the moment he stepped foot in that chamber, Nick stiffened as he felt a gaze upon him. Chapter 5, 61. The seal was still present in the crystal, but Nick knew that the god within was awake now. There was no hostility from the gaze, though, but rather a sort of curiosity and confusion. "What are you?" A deep rumble echoed throughout the chamber in an unusual manner that Nick had trouble understanding. It was as if the god had spoken through the very fabric of the world itself, rather than with a true verbal method. "I am what you see, and yet more as well." Nick spoke in reply nervously. "So, you do not know then?" The being replied with a clear amount of amusement. "Are you Hephaestus?" Nick decided to ask bluntly, since the answer determined his next actions. If this was Zeus, instead of the forge god like he thought, then he was going to leave immediately and begin setting traps all over this place. "How do you know that name?" The question sounded calm, but Nick could feel the caution in it as well. "That is but a single of the names that was remembered by humanity belonging to the gods. That name in particular fit the properties of the energy you have released over the years." Nick said truthfully. The god remained silent for a few moments after Nick spoke, and he could feel the gaze on him intensify as if searching for any sign of deception. "I am indeed Hephaestus. What do the humans remember of us?" the god asked, with perceivable hope. Nick also noticed that the name was spoken in a clear manner which showed the god's familiarity with it. Thanks to this, he was fairly certain that this truly was the Forge god, and he chose to tell the truth. "Few of you gods are remembered in a positive light, and most records of you all state you as arrogant, cruel, and powerful in all but a handful of cases. You specifically are one such case, as you have few recorded cases of cruelty or arrogance." Nick said, honestly. There was silence for an entire minute at this before the god spoke again. That is not an inaccurate record of those events. They said with what Nick could only assume was shame. It was an odd thing for him to witness, as of all the traits that the gods were shown to exhibit, shame was not a common one at all. "Not to be rude or anything, but might you be able to tell me when you will free yourself from your seal?" "I need a rough timeline to prepare for the others' return as well," Nick said seriously. "Others?" "Ah," the god questioned in surprise and worry. Nick nodded. "Zeus and Hestia are also alive, and within seals as well," he explained calmly. "Yes. How? How?" The god lost control of their emotions clearly as the chamber shook from their speech, and Nick had trouble remaining standing from the pressure placed on him. "I don't know how Zeus did it, only that it happened," he said honestly. "This is grave news. I will need to remove the seal early," the god said, catching Nick totally off guard as the crystal started to tremble and crack while the molten metal was getting absorbed into it in vast amounts. Nick could only watch in shock as the molten lake slowly vanished into the crystal that broke apart as well over the course of the next day. Within the crystal was a bright light that he couldn't see through, but that faded away the moment the last drop of the molten lake sank into it. Floating in midair was a female figure with bronze-colored skin stretched over a live-toned body that had short red hair and a bad scar on the left side of the face. "A woman!" Nick thought in shock as the figure floated down and softly landed on the two bare feet with wobbly balance. "Here," Nick said as he tossed some clothes to the figure from the realm that were likely to cover them equally while looking away. "You speak, Aesis." The figure spoke in a soft voice that made him shiver, not from it being sensual or anything, but because of the sheer power of each word. "I speak all languages," Nick answered honestly. A very practical ability, strange one. The figure said while Nick heard the sound of clothes getting put on. "Nicholas, or Nick if you prefer," Nick said, and the figure looked confused. "What do you mean?" she asked calmly. "My name, Nicholas or Nick for short," he explained, and the woman seemed to understand. "I see. I require lodging and access to records from when I sealed myself, strange Nick," she said calmly, making Nick's face twitch a little. Chapter 562. First, it just Nick. Second, no one has records from when you were sealed away. Best we have is about 3,000 or 4,000 years ago. As for lodging, I have a place that should work just fine so long as you don't go messing with stuff," Nick said, and the goddess frowned. "Less than optimal, but it will have to suffice. Lead the way, strange Nick," she said with a small smile at the end. Nick could only sigh before changing to his animagus form and teleporting to his island. This was actually a small test on his part to see if she could follow him through space itself, since if not, then it would be a viable escape method from Zeus. "I do not recognize this creature you have taken the form of." "What is it?" the goddess asked curiously from right next to him in midair. "I think I may have underestimated what a god was capable of." Nick thought, more than a little bothered by how easy she followed him. Keying her into the ward, Nick descended from the sky towards the manor, with the goddess casually following behind him. After landing, Nick turned back to normal before addressing the question he was asked. "That is a celestial bird, the natural offspring of a phoenix and a thunderbird. It can also be considered another true form of mine," he explained honestly. "It surprises me to learn that those two prideful creatures would have an offspring. Hestia and Zeus's favored beasts usually avoided each other in my time," the goddess said, giving Nick a piece of information that he didn't previously have. He assumed that thunderbirds had some sort of tie to Zeus, given the massive overlap between the two, but the fact that Hestia was tied to phoenixes was new. Not too surprising, though, considering Hestia was considered the keeper of the eternal flame of Olympus, so the tie was easy enough to see. This residence is also rather humble, is it not? In my time, a great mage would live in grand palaces of marble and gold, the goddess said, looking the manor with clear surprise. I don't need so much space for living since I am a craftsman before all else, Nick said honestly, and he noticed the goddess's eyes lit up in excitement when he said that. You have a forge then? She asked enthusiastically. I have a forge and enchantment room for whatever I happen to be working on at any given moment, Nick said honestly. I would like access to these places, she said with big pleading eyes that worked uncomfortably well at making him want to say yes immediately. You should acquaint yourself with the history of the world in your absence first. We can speak more on the matter after that, Nick said, while trying to maintain a straight face. He wasn't sure why exactly, but he felt strange looking at her, and it bothered him greatly. I understand, she said with a bit of a pout which Nick tried to ignore as he gave her a tour of the manor. The library had of course been updated and organized with the copies he made of the Hogwarts books, as well as the things he got from the Room of Hidden Things. The room had an expanded space to accommodate it all, but was a sight to see. The goddess paused when Nick showed her the crafting rooms, and seemed especially surprised to see the astral tools that he had neatly organized in the room he converted to his metalworking area. She didn't linger there for too long, however, and continued with the tour of the manor, which actually led to an encounter between her and Dottie. What sort of creature are you? She asked bluntly. This one is Dottie, first of the Hildra and servant to my lord Nicholas Ravenclaw, the servant said with a polite bow. Hildra, is that what he is? The goddess asked while looking at Nick. Perish the thought. This one's master is of a higher existence than I, Dottie said seriously. Is that so? The goddess muttered with a thoughtful look. My race does not technically have a name, but the general categorization of Dotties in my races is Daedra. Dottie gained their own race due to the magical bond we share, in fact, as a sort of bleed over from my own race, Nick explained honestly. I see. So your race truly must be of a higher order to cause such a change in those connected to you, the goddess said in understanding. I suppose you could consider that to be the case. Enough on that, though. There is still more to show you, Nick said before continuing the tour. Chapter 563. Eventually, Nick finished the tour of the manor with the guest room that he was going to let her use for as long as she wished. It will serve my purposes well enough, she said blandly after looking over the room. That reminds me, but can I ask why your form is female? The records I have all allude to you being male in nature, Nick said, finally unable to resist the urge to know what was going on. She actually looked sad at this question, which told him this next bit would be unpleasant. I was born with the crafting and metal domains, which were until then believed to be male-oriented domains. Admittedly, they do indeed suit males better in general due to the innate advantages in body structure. My progenitor, Zeus, was enraged at this, as he believed it a slight against him by fate. He thus burnt my visage and decreed that I would only be described as and treated as though I was male, she explained before looking at Nick for his reaction, only to be surprised to see a look of anger on his face. It would seem the records don't do Zeus justice, as he is even worse than depicted. And, as you'll no doubt come to realize, that is a very bad image already. Honestly, what sort of monster would treat their own child in such a way for no good reason? A beautiful daughter, no less. Nick fumed, and the goddess looked at him in a new way. Zeus is not a being to be mocked or disobeyed lightly. She warned seriously, why should I be afraid when I am already likely to clash with him upon his return? Nick said with a scoff. Her eyes widened. Why would you clash with him? You draw close to the limits of mortality, but are not yet a god, so he shouldn't concern himself with you upon his return, she said, confused. This should serve as reason enough to believe otherwise, Nick said while taking out the book that Kronos had written to show her. This is an ancient text older than even I am, she said seriously before opening it to read. It is contents. A written prophecy by Zeus's progenitor. I knew that he was a grand seer, but nothing ever this far flung about the future, she breathed out in shock. Yes, and from what I gather, he saw far more than a single timeline into the future as well. I can't even imagine the sort of strain such a thing might place on one. Nick said honestly, this was true as well as even in the cases of Grindelwald and Trelawney, Merely seeing a single timeline a few years in the future left them in a wretched state afterwards. Compared to what Kronos did by seeing tens of thousands of years into the future, on multiple timelines, that backlash was probably next to nothing. Indeed, it was why Apollo bound his own gift of foresight to a human. This allowed him to not suffer the backlash whenever it created a prophecy. The goddess said seriously, "I am not surprised to learn of Hades' survival to this date using a different method than we did. He was always a mysterious individual that rarely interacted with the world beyond his realm," she added after finishing the book and returning it to Nick. "This information changes things considerably. If Zeus's progenitor believed you capable of vying for hegemony with Zeus, then I shall place my trust in your potential," she added while making eye contact. "For now, though, you should focus on catching up, since I imagine Zeus will only return in a year or so. After all, I doubt that he has a vast reservoir of mana attuned to himself to absorb, unlike you," Nick said, pointing out the trick she used to shake off the weakness that should have come from being unsealed early. It was quite clever, actually, as she gambled that the mana levels would return to normal before she died, and placed a tiny gap in the seal to allow the molten metal to be created and accumulate over time around her seal. The metal being created by mana attuned to her thus allowed her to reabsorb to metal as pure energy that removed her weakness in an instant. To put it simply, she made it so that she could unseal herself whenever she wanted after the mana returned to comfortable levels. If she did so early, then she shook off the weakness that came with that. But if she undid the seal slowly like she would have normally, she would gain a boost of extra power beyond her peak by absorbing the metal. Chapter 5, 64. After that, Hephaestus practically lived within the library and regularly received sweets from Dottie, since she apparently had a huge sweet tooth. Nick would have thought it funny if the woman didn't have an appetite way bigger than her live-toned frame would make you think. She was by no means a big woman, as she only stood at about 5'7" and had a deceptively narrow body. Despite this, she ate nearly her body weight in food without any issue at all before going back to the books in the library. Nick had other things to worry about, however, as the same day he brought her back to the manor, he received news that a few warbands were starting to test the edges of his defenses for weaknesses. "If I went and made an example out of them, how badly do you think everyone would take it?" Nick asked Sirius, who was working as the head of the Adventurers Guild and people's representative to Nick at the moment. The man saw the way that London was going under the ministry that could now act more tyrannical, and moved his family homeland and all to Nick's area since it was a better option. Nick had been putting him to work since then, and was at the moment in a meeting with him about these warbands trying his patience. "It wouldn't go over well if we made the first move. A lot of people are still stuck in the way things used to be and aren't willing to accept such a violent approach, even if I personally think it a good one," Sirius said honestly. "I thought so. I don't want to wait for an attack to justify retaliation, though. Any suggestions?" Nick asked with a sigh. Got anything flashy, but mostly harmless that would serve as a warning?" Sirius asked, and Nick thought about it for a moment. "Well, I could send a huge murder of crow beasts to pester them," he offered, and Sirius immediately shook his head. "It might look like a biological attack if you did that, since the crows tend to carry diseases with them," he said, and Nick cursed himself for not taking that into account. "I could always create a storm to soak them away," Nick suggested. "So long as you keep any lightning out of it, that should do the trick. We would need someone to keep an eye on them to make sure they don't try to pull a fast one for that whole time, though," Sirius said after some thought on it. "Send the twins. They've been badgering me about trying out some new prank items since they got here after they graduated," Nick said with a smirk. The twins saw how bad it was in Diagon Alley when they went to set up a shop and decided to try their luck at Nick's new settlement, which had panned out really well for them so far. Their shop was a local favorite, as they sold magical props to the muggles living here as well as the wizards. So they got regular high-volume business, as the muggles kept coming back for more. They even had a few muggles working in their shop happily, which admittedly helped considerably, as most wizards were rather standoffish with muggles still, so things were tense. The twins' shop helps break down this tension a lot, which Nick was all for. Sirius grinned and ended the meeting there since he needed to let everyone know the plan. The next day, Nick donned his armor and flew out of the island and purposefully over the settlement as the twins flew up to meet him. The three warbands were smart and made sure they were in 3 separate locations a few miles away from the edge of his area. Nick made sure that they saw him above them as he flared his magic and summoned a downpour on them. A few wizards tried to take him down while he was there, but they got harsh lessons as he turned them into donkeys. Really made an ass of themselves, huh? Fred joked at this, and the 3 of them laughed at the joke. All right, you two. If they try to leave the storms without actually going away, let me know so I can have the rain chase them, Nick said, and the twins saluted in an exaggerated manner. With that done, Nick went back to the island to get back to his paperwork, while his second body worked on another project of his, the Lexicon. Chapter 5, 65. As both bodies were Nick's, he could in fact multitask using them. And as it turned out, the Dwemer was more cautious than expected. Rather than stuffing all the knowledge within it into the head of whoever tried to read it, the small cube only took out a single tome's worth of information at a time before it needed to be activated again. In a way, Nick had to admit that it made sense, as the Dwemer wanted to protect his knowledge from being lost. So obviously it wouldn't do if the method used caused the person reading it to go brain dead. Nick was more than happy about this, as it meant he could slowly assimilate the knowledge within the lexicon without worrying about the mind of his body getting fried. Daedric brains were durable, but if you suddenly shoved hundreds if not thousands of years worth of knowledge into it, and that durability was bound to be overwhelmed. Nick wasn't worried about his own mind getting damaged, as it was connected to his essence, which was not entirely present in the bodies he piloted. If one of them get overloaded like that, he would get a bit of backlash, but would otherwise be unbothered by it. There was one rule that sort of limited his ability to multitask, however, in that he can only control one body in one realm, so both of his bodies have to be in a different realm if he wants to control them both at the same time. Still, that rule was not a problem at all, since any sort of multitasking was better than none at all. As for the knowledge that the Dwemer put into the lexicon, it would be better to ask what wasn't there. Daedric anatomy, crafting techniques, geology, herbology, high-end mathematics. You think of any subject and the lexicon held at least something on it. The part that got Nick excited, though, was when a chunk of knowledge regarding tonal magic popped up. Tonal magic was a fascinating subject that very few on Nirn ever learned even a little of, as the Dwemer were highly protective of it. The idea was basically that all things had a sort of tone to them, and if you could recreate that tone, you could in theory recreate that thing in its entirety. There was more to it than that, obviously, but that was the basic premise of the magic. The Dwemer were especially prodigious at this form of magic, as it was even the way by which Kagrenac Zero summed the entire race, by messing with the tone of a god's heart and trying to fuse it with that of the tone of the Dwemer race. More likely than not, he was actually intending on forcefully ascending himself to divinity to fight off those attacking at the time, but ended up dragging the rest of the race in the realm alongside him to non-existence. It was an arrogant thing to try and steal a god's divinity to force oneself to that level, and Kagrenac paid the price for it. But that was an extreme example of tonal magic, when the best use of it was in another, more subtle way. Resonance. By creating a tonal resonance, one could make nearly any piece of magic or enchantment dozens of times more powerful. It was a bit like turning up the volume on a speaker to make music louder. The music itself doesn't really change, but it carries further and can be heard more clearly like it had changed. Nick wanted tonal magic specifically for the uses in crafting that it would have, that would let him take another step forward on that path. His crafting domain was going in an entirely different direction than any other craftsman before him, so it likely felt totally different than Hephaestus's own. Magical beings with similar domains felt it after a certain level of power, and yet Hephaestus was entirely caught off guard by the reveal that he was a craftsman. Nick couldn't blame her, since he couldn't feel her crafting domain, as they were nothing alike. Nick's domain was made of each of his styles and his experiences with them, as well as what he has created on his own or learned from others. As a result, it was full of concepts and things that weren't from this world, or even the same world as each other, so there was no one in the world with a similar crafting domain. What he did share with Hephaestus, however, was a fire domain, as they both walked a similar path in that regard, though, with her obviously being much further ahead of him in it. Chapter 566. 3 days after Nick created the rainstorms over the warbands, to shoo them away, Hephaestus eagerly approached him. I have completed all of the tomes within your archive. I would like to use the crafting rooms now, she said eagerly. Nick froze mid-quill stroke when he heard this. I am sorry. I think I misheard you. Did you say you completed everything in my library? He asked in disbelief. Indeed. I would like access to the crafting rooms now, she said eagerly. Nick frankly didn't believe her, but after asking a few questions, he couldn't deny that she actually read through the whole collection of information he had in the library. Fine, you may use the crafting rooms, but try not to destroy anything in the process. Some of that equipment was hard to get after all. Nick said with a sigh, and the goddess practically skipped out of his office in joy. I hope she doesn't go too crazy in there, he thought worriedly. He had a lot of valuable materials stocked up and really didn't want them to get destroyed, because the goddess decided to craft a weapon to split the sea, or some such other needlessly overpowered item. No more than an hour later, the red-haired goddess came back to the office with a confused expression. Is something the matter? Nick asked, concerned, seeing this. I cannot understand the purpose of many of the tools you have in the forging room. I require assistance, she said, honestly. Give me a moment to finish up here and I'll try to explain them all, Nick said calmly, before turning his attention back to the paperwork that he had to do. Running a settlement took a lot of work after all. About 10 minutes later, Nick finished his work and got up to head over to the forge room. Hephaestus followed him closely, and to his surprise looped her arm under his own to hold his hand. What are you doing? He exclaimed while distancing himself from her in shock. She looked confused. Are you not hosting me in the attempt to mate with me? She asked casually, and Nick shook his head. What on earth gave you that idea? He asked, fearing there may have been some sort of misunderstanding. I fail to understand why else you would be willing to inconvenience yourself like this otherwise, she said honestly. Nick finally understood where the problem was when she said this and sighed. I should have considered that the way the world worked in your time was different than it currently does. While I will freely admit to feeling attracted to you, that has nothing to do with why I am allowing you to stay here. The truth is simply because it made the most sense to do so. At this moment, there is probably only a handful of beings that can even understand you on this planet, and out of all of them, I trust a single one not to try and use you for their own agendas, Nick explained seriously. She frowned at this. I fail to understand. She admitted honestly, perhaps you are unaware of it. But at this exact moment, there is not a single being on the entire planet that could stop you if you wanted to do something. While I am not entirely sure which tier you as a god are at, I do know that the highest being alive other than you at the moment is merely a low tier 5. Rather than allow you to be used for others' gain, I figure it would be best to keep you here out of the world's attention and unburdened by expectations that you don't deserve, Nick said honestly. In other words, I want nothing from you at all in exchange for you staying as a guest, he added to clarify. But you do find me attractive then. Despite this, she said while motioning to her scarred face. Out of everything I just said, you focused on that? Yes, you are attractive. Annoyingly so, considering I don't have the time to entertain such a thing, Nick said with a huff. I have not been desired before. It is pleasant, she said with a smile. Whatever floats your boat, I guess, Nick said before leading the way to the crafting room with her hanging off his arm, pleased with herself. After getting there, he spent the next few hours explaining the equipment to her, which she understood after a single example of it in use was given. She then proceeded to make him feel bad by pointing out how horrible the high-end equipment was compared to the forge she used to have. Chapter 5, 67. Nick knew that the goddess would have likely had an incredible setup for her own workshop, but it was frankly nuts how exaggerated it was. The only thing she was genuinely impressed with were the astral equipment and the stuff that Nick used for his otherworldly crafting styles. The rest of it was too humble, in her opinion. In a way, it was infuriating to hear for Nick, but he understood that she wasn't being malicious in her criticism. Much of what you are referring to has been lost to time after your fall. This was our best recreations of them so far, Nick explained after hearing enough. What do you mean? She asked, confused. Magical beings, as it turned out, aren't very fond of writing down or sharing their knowledge with the rest of the world. This meant that all we have had to work with after your fall was the leftover equipment and the scant few records of them that existed. Unfortunately, much of this too was lost for various reasons as history marched on and magical beings slowly advanced magical understanding again. Nick explained honestly. I see. That explains why there was a confounding lack of higher knowledge within your library. Much within it was even incomplete or false in certain circumstances, Hephaestus said with an understanding look. Nick wasn't surprised to hear this since he himself had spotted a few inconsistencies or falsities in the various sources of information he had gone through. The problem, however, was the difficulty in proving which, if either was the correct direction for the information. Nick frankly didn't have the time required to perform the hundreds or thousands of experiments needed to prove or disprove all of them. Now, however, he didn't need to if he could get Hephaestus to share her own knowledge. He briefly considered playing the emotional angle, as the woman was clearly starved for positive encounters regarding her gender, and thus was uniquely vulnerable from that angle. But he chose to discard that idea immediately. He was many things, but needlessly cruel couldn't be considered one of them, and that was precisely what that course of action was. If she was an enemy and it gave him an advantage, then he wouldn't have hesitated. But she was not an enemy, and might even be considered an ally. In the end, Nick chose to approach the matter in a straightforward manner as he deemed that the best in this case. Could you teach me what you know? He asked calmly. I will share what I can, but please do know that magic is not my domain, so I will likely make an inadequate teacher. It is unfortunate that Hecate did not survive our fall, as she would no doubt prove best at repairing the loss of knowledge that has occurred. The goddess said without any hesitation. Nick noted that if anything, she seemed more relaxed after he had asked her to teach him. Let us start from the beginning then. What is magic and where does it come from? She then went on to give a long lecture on magic as she understood it that lasted nearly 2 whole weeks. Nick was forced to allow her into his realm so that she could have his focus while he could still take care of the things that his settlement needed. Once she was within his realm, however, she quickly discovered his true nature. She was totally fine with it as well. And if anything, it made her eager to get closer to him as she was much more energetic after learning it. Nick asked about this, and was surprised to learn that his state as a realm lord was actually very similar to the natural state of the gods, in that they were both comprised of pure energy. That was the secret behind their supposed immortality. Their bodies were comprised of pure energy, so any mortal wounds inflicted only discorporated them instead of doing actual harm. The downside, however, was that they were also uniquely vulnerable to soul-based attacks once their bodies were killed, unlike Nick, who was actually strongest without a body. Hephaestus freely shared this information because, according to her, it would prove highly valuable when Zeus returned and came to attack Nick. Hephaestus also revealed the tier that gods like her and Zeus stood at, as well as the 2 tiers before godhood. Tier 7 was the starting point for godhood, and ironically the highest any god obtained, due to them not seeking greater power after the Titans were defeated. Yes, defeated. Many of the old Titans had not been killed, unlike Kronos, but rather reduced to soul forms and imprisoned within the depths of the realm of the dead that Hades ruled. Chapter 568. Not only had she finished teaching Nick the parts he was missing and then correcting those he had wrong, but also let him advance his plans against Zeus. On the final day of this time, though, there was a bit of a commotion as Nazgul returned from wherever she had been this whole time. She had simply left shortly after Grindelwald completed his ritual, and Nick hadn't bothered to try and figure out where she went since he could feel that she was fine through their bond. That said, he also wasn't aware that she was coming back, and thus couldn't warn those living in his settlement. Nazgul might be a beautiful creature, but she was also the size of a large dragon and extremely powerful. So when the scouts reported her approach, the alarms went off, and it was all hands on deck as they prepared to confront the powerful beast that had shown up. Nick had donned his armor and was floating in the air outside his settlement's walls to wait for this unknown creature. When he saw her, however, he laughed and told everyone to stand down, which confused many until Nazgul crashed into him and chirped affectionately as she rubbed her head against his chest. You must have been eating well, girl. You've grown, Nick said with a wide smile as he gave her attention, much to the dumbfounded looks of many of his settlement's residents. Ah, sir, can you explain your relation with this creature? One of the Muggle guardsmen asked respectfully, but also with more than a little fear towards Nazgul. Ah, right. I totally forgot to make that public, what with the way the world has been recently. Anyways, this beautiful creature here is my familiar, Nazgul. She was born from an experiment I made while I was trying to give ghosts corporeal forms. and is an absolute sweetheart, so no need to be afraid of her at all," Nick said without looking away from Nazgul. As if to prove his point, Sirius walked out of the crowd and scratched her under her horns without any hesitation. Sad as it was, Nick was less believed than Sirius was in the settlement, due to how unapproachable he was, as he rarely made public appearances beyond shows of power. Sirius, on the other hand, was an active participant in the community that was formed in the settlement and well known by everyone. With the man confirming what Nick said with his actions, everyone relaxed, and a few of the braver folk even tried to pet Nazgul as well, if rather nervously. She just flopped down with a heavy thud, with a content expression at the attention. Seeing as he wasn't needed anymore, Nick went back to the island, and Nazgul shrunk down and followed after. Once she was satisfied with the attention she received. At the same time, Hephaestus was finishing up her lesson and was ready to go back to the normal world. Nick thought nothing of it and let her out. But the moment he did so, the goddess noticed Nazgul and stiffened as a look of terror appeared on her face. She immediately hid behind Nick like he was able to protect her from anything that could legitimately threaten her. "What is that thing?" she asked in panic, while Nazgul just tilted her head at the goddess in confusion. Nick was equally confused about why the goddess was so afraid of Nazgul, until he remembered what she said about the true nature of gods, and how they were uniquely vulnerable to soul-based attacks after their bodies were killed. Nazgul was a perfect counter to gods, as she was able to bypass one's body and attack a soul directly, even to the extent of truly destroying it. In other words, Nazgul was the natural predator to the gods that had never known what that was like. One would think that meant she was a genuine threat to them at this moment, but that was not actually the case, as despite being a perfect counter, she was still only Tier 4, much like Nick himself. Compared to a Tier 7, she may as well be a bug with how easy any god could kill her at the moment, a fact the goddess seemed to not notice at the moment. "This is Nazgul, my familiar. She is quite friendly, I promise," Nick said reassuringly. The red-haired goddess relaxed minutely, but was still highly vigilant against Nazgul, who got bored of the interaction and yawned before curling up to go to sleep. It was rather amusing to see the goddess be left speechless at the sheer lack of care given by the hyper-dangerous soul-devouring beast in front of her. Chapter 569. It ended up taking a few days, but Hephaestus eventually got comfortable with Nazgul's presence. Nick had a sneaking suspicion that most of that time was merely a ploy at trying to get closer to him. The goddess was not subtle at all in what she wanted, even though she seemed to think he didn't notice. Nick chose to play dumb, however, like he was Ron levels of romantically dense, since he absolutely did not want to deal with the matter. He had far too much on his plate to even entertain the thought of romance with even a human, much less a literal goddess. Still, she was at least being vague enough that he could play it off easy enough. Honestly, speaking, Nick could understand why she was trying to partner up with him, as on an existential level he was damn near perfectly attuned to her. Their personalities and domains just sort of clicked with each other, and to top it off, he was just as immortal as she was. In her own words, he was a god waiting to happen, as he was existentially on the same level, but was merely 3 tiers of power lower, though that was soon to be only 2. Yes, with the world's mana levels now capable of supporting higher-tiered beings, Nick had stopped restraining his mana's growth and was firmly pressing against the edge of Tier 5, needing but a small push to advance. Hephaestus was a font of helpful information about this process, as she had the experience of witnessing a mortal become a god in the form of Asclepius. Tier 5 was the first step on this path, so it was obvious that only those truly talented or willing to sacrifice could succeed at becoming divine. Tier 5 was different than the first 4 tiers that were all about mana accumulation, as it was a qualitative leap forward, if a minor one. According to Hephaestus, one reached Tier 5 by firmly grasping the domains associated with them and infusing one's mana with them to cause a transition to begin. That was the essence of Tier 5, a transition period from mortal to divine. This infusion of domains was the reason why a god's energy, when not controlled, turned into whatever their domains were. For Hephaestus, it became a metal that was in a malleable form for crafting. For Zeus, it was a thunderous storm that crackled with lightning. Nick unfortunately had this distinct problem of possessing too many domains that needed to be infused equally into the tiniest part of his mana. Grasping ones domains was not an easy matter at all, as it was a bit like closing one's eyes to pinpoint the location of a sound. It took practice or a serious amount of luck just to grasp a single domain, but to get 8, and it was multiple times more difficult. Hephaestus even suggested that he discard a few of his domains to ease the difficulty. But the mere thought of relinquishing them at this step enraged him greatly. Relinquishing a domain was not as simple as merely choosing to keep it out of this process, but rather dropping all talent, accomplishments, and abilities related to it entirely. This meant for Nick that he had to give up a part of what made him, well, him. For those willing to give anything to reach divinity, it was a small price, but for Nick, it would be catastrophic. Each of his domains were tied to each of the others in a delicate balance, that if he dropped even a single one, his entire path up to now would be voided out almost entirely. He had worked far too hard and paid in blood, sweat, and tears to get where he is and refused to be set back for a faster and smoother advancement. For someone born divine like Hephaestus, she couldn't understand what about it enraged him so much as grasping domains to be used was as easy as breathing for her. Nick explained it as a difference in starting points to her, where she began life far ahead of people like him, and thus simply couldn't understand what it truly cost to get there from rock bottom. But for wizards like him, it was a thing they were intimately familiar with and almost always proud of. To be told to discard all of one's effort and struggles to get to the next step was like insulting everything they had done to get there. Nick, as a result, stopped reading the lexicon with his second body, and instead used the entirety of it his attention to the task of grasping his domains, with very little to say for it after 2 weeks of time. Chapter 570. While his second body was working on that, Nick's main body was working with Hephaestus to upgrade the forging room to her standards, or at least as close as they could get, as she quickly learned a vast majority of the resources that the gods had plentiful amounts of were in rare or non-existent supply at this point in time. She had even gone to check places that they had previously used for storing things only to find out they had been raided, or the things within had been ravaged by time and a lack of care in maintaining them. This didn't mean she came back totally empty-handed, however, as there were a few spots that she kept secret from even the other gods, or were inherently hard to find without prior knowledge of the location. One such place was her personal armory, where she stored the things that she felt were too good for others, or that she simply didn't want to hand over. She had been clever in her hiding place for the armory, and placed it between moments in time at a very specific location. Specifically, the split second between night and day at the heart of Mount Everest. She didn't intend to keep these weapons and powerful artifacts, though, and used a spell that Nick wanted very badly because of how useful it would be. She simply called it Dismantle, which was a fitting name considering that it turned fully complete creations back into their base components without any loss at all. With this spell, Nick could finally upgrade his wand to be able to match him with all the ways to improve it, his original design that he had discovered until now. Daedric runes, organic smithing, starlight empowerment, and soul fueling. Hephaestus was more than happy to dismantle his wand, as well as she was quite curious to see him craft something, as this entire time she had not yet done so. Nick, of course, saved the feather within the wand before she dismantled the wand, as he didn't want to reset the progress the wand had made already. Instead, what he was doing was more akin to placing a core in a new housing than anything else. And the best part was that there was no margin of incompatibility between the old housing and the new one, as they were actually the same thing. All the runes and enchantments placed on the wand by Ollivander's ancestor vanished from the wood, and the wand itself was returned to being a branch of wood like it was before it had been carved into a wand. Nick was surprised to find that it was actually a very large and sturdy-looking branch that as is could be used as a focus for magic. I see. It was a staff blank originally, but the ancestor wasted most of it to create a wand instead. Nick thought in understanding after seeing this. "Where did you get this?" Hephaestus asked seriously as she stared at the branch intensely. "It was found in the tomb of an ancient wizard alongside a note that said, 'Man's first mistake.' Why? Do you recognize it?" Nick asked curiously, as he had always been curious as to this piece of wood's true origin. How could I ever mistake the wood of that tree for anything else? Long ago, when Zeus and the rest of the gods broke free from their progenitor, and slew or imprisoned the rest of the Titans they came together to create a single tree so that the world might be populated with lower species for them to rule over. The tree did not bear a name, as it is creators never bothered to give it one, and it was from the tree that the first humans were born to resemble us gods. They, however, did not possess the gift of magic, and could not, making them flawed things which displeased Zeus greatly, as what was the point of ruling over a race that couldn't possibly understand the gap between them and himself? In his rage, Zeus commanded the first humans to destroy that which birthed them, and they obeyed. The tree had great power, however, and upon being felled unleashed a vicious power upon humanity to spite Zeus a final time, potential for divinity, in a select few that was hidden due to needing a key ingredient to manifest. It needed a spark of divinity to be placed within the humans before it could appear. At the time, no one knew of this, and when the gods led by Zeus began to mate with the humans, the offspring born were what you now know of as the first wizards. Humans born with the potential of the gods, but flawed innately just as their progenitors. She spoke seriously. Chapter 571, And what became of the wood that the tree was made of? Nick asked curiously. Zeus had the tree's wood burned in the flames of the realm of the dead so that it would draw the souls of the humans that died to that place. It is why I am surprised to see that a branch of it has survived to this time. Likely hidden by those first humans from Zeus, no doubt, she said honestly. So the first mistake of man was to be born flawed? Nick asked with a frown, as that was an odd way to think, to say the least. Perhaps it refers to the act of hiding the wood from Zeus instead. He is not one to take disobedience well. Hephaestus offered, and Nick felt that fit much better, but he couldn't say for sure what the true meaning was, as it was simply too vague. Still, the fact that the entire branch could be used as a focus near perfectly threw a wrench in Nick's plans, as he was just going to remake his wand originally. But that was rather wasteful compared to a staff like he could make now. The first step, though, is to strip off the unneeded parts like the bark and any hindering parts for magical flow, Nick said as he went to work. Hephaestus didn't say anything but watched intently as he carefully carved the blank into the correct form. The final shape was a 5-foot-long piece of wood that was mostly straight with a hollow space at the top, like an eye socket. Nick then began to slowly infuse the wood itself with starlight material and the various improvers that he had. Then he split the staff open and began to carefully carve the Daedric runes into the wood that he found were perfect for wand making previously. He went even further than usual with this step as he had more room to work with, and so could add even more runes to the wood to improve it further. He hesitated to place the feather within the staff, however, as he felt it was not enough for it. In an epiphany moment, he realized what it was he needed to add as well, a part of himself. From his head, he plucked a single strand of his own hair and carefully entwined it around the feather before placing it within the staff and closing it up. Immediately the staff began to hum and glow as the core synced up with the wood, and Nick had a smile that grew wider and wider as he sensed the power of the staff before him. The final touch came as he infused the staff with a powerful soul that he had prepared beforehand by feeding a single fragment of his own soul that was barely more than a grain of sand compared to the entirety of his soul, many weaker souls, to strengthen it. He, of course, fed that grain of his own soul pure soul energy, rather than the actual souls, since he wanted it to remain in its proper shape. With this, the bond with his wand Fanau staff was restored to it his full might, and even made much stronger as the focus could now be considered a true part of his being. Nick had an idea after seeing the eye socket-like hole at the top of the staff, and quickly moved to grab the Omni Crystal he had never found a use for until now, and carefully slotted it into the hole. To his amazement, the wood of the hole actually grew around and enclosed the crystal, as the crystal itself seemed to stop glowing and turn into a pure clear diamond atop the staff. Nick knew that it wasn't so simple, however, as he could quite literally feel the power rippling off the staff as it seemed to distort the free ambient mana in the air around it from it, his mere presence. Reaching out, the staff levitated off the workbench of it, his own accord, and settled in his hand like a perfectly normal piece of wood without a hint of power leaking out of it. Staff, primordial wood, celestial bird feather, Daedra hair grade, divine abilities, avian dominion, unrivaled transfiguration, fire affinity, lightning affinity, water affinity, air affinity. Soul Affinity, Creation Affinity, Bound Nicholas Ravenclaw, Lordly Proof, Endless Growth Mythical Ability. Daedric Might summons a dreadful attack on the souls that dare try and steal this artifact. Legendary Ability, Lord's Decree. Once a day, the wielder of this artifact may decree something, and at the cost of their own mana make it so. Divine Ability, Sagacity, passively empowers all magic cast through this artifact at no extra cost to it, his wielder. Chapter 572, A Divine Weapon. I hadn't even thought a Tier 4 capable of creating such a thing yet. There it is. Hephaestus said with clear awe as she examined the staff in Nick's hands closely. He also agreed with her as well, since he was fairly certain that many of the concepts that had been brought together to create this staff were beyond the reach that any Tier 4 should possess normally. Even the ballad enchantments that he could use were not able to create a divine item at Tier 4, as any normal one simply lacked the mastery and pure power required to do so. With the staff in hand, Nick could even feel his own domains much more clearly, and so he turned his hand and sent the staff to his realm so that his other body could accelerate the process of his transition to Tier 5. After that, the two of them began to dismantle the artifacts that she brought with her for raw materials to upgrade the forge room to her standard. She was not the one who enchanted and created the equipment she previously used, but after having spent centuries working with the stuff she had long since memorized the enchantments and material composition of the equipment. The furnace, for example, got entirely dismantled while preserving the flames he had for it as a new one was created that was considerably more powerful and useful. The new one not only allowed the use of all those flames and more, but also allowed for the mixture of flames to empower one's craftsmanship even further. The engravers, molds, and various other pieces of equipment got the same treatment as they overhauled the entire workshop. The final result barely even resembled the room's previous design, which was a little off-putting for Nick, but he knew he would adapt quick enough. Good. Now I can begin crafting again, the goddess said, pleased with the state of the area. Nick merely nodded, and finally went back to work on the issues regarding the settlement he had been ignoring for a while to focus on the stuff with her and upgrading his crafting equipment. It was mostly mundane stuff, like civil disputes or loopholes found in his rules that people have found. Making rules that applied equally to muggles and wizards alike was more challenging than one would assume, as many things that would stop a muggle won't work on a wizard, and the reverse is also true in some cases. Still, as it was tedious but simple stuff like that, Nick caught up fairly quickly and was finally able to start working on the really important stuff, like expanding his magical communication network, as well as claiming and fortifying more land around his area for farming and possible future city expansion. Sad as it was, most of the small towns and villages all over the world had been destroyed by this point in time, so there was a lot of room for expansion and reclamation. The first group of adventurers from the guild he created were also finally finished training and were ready to be sent out into the wilds to record and explore. So far, they had only been doing the job of beast culling, so the new freedom to get out there and do new and interesting things was very tempting. These new adventurers were given a special card that Nick created that had a few functions. First was proof of identity, as each of them was bound to the soul of their owner, and thus the guild always knew when a person claiming to be an adventurer was who they said they were. The second was that the cards were connected to a matching one in the guild, so when the adventurer lost their lives, the guild knew about it immediately. The final use of the cards, however, was a point of contention, as they also served as trackers, so the guild could investigate the locations that the adventurers report on or die in. Some people liked the tracking feature, and others abhorred it, so it had mixed reviews. But it was still accepted for the most part due to the fact that it was only ever used by guild personnel who were under contract not to share the information with others outside the circumstances that it was necessary. This meant using the tracking feature to get revenge or to stalk an adventurer simply couldn't happen. Nick made sure that not even legilimency could be used to accomplish such a thing, so anyone with that idea was in for a rude awakening. Chapter 573. About 3 days after the adventurers started to head out to explore and categorize the surrounding flora and fauna, Nick got a report that made him quite angry. The warbands that he had chased off previously had come back in even greater numbers, Not only that, but they had finally made it clear what it was that they wanted by capturing or killing most of the adventurers that had left the settlement's walls. They put forth demands of surrender and even asked for Nick's head in exchange for the hostages back. There was not a riot because of stupid people in the settlement, because anyone who thought that was a good idea was quickly convinced by the smart people living there that it was not in fact a good idea. Nick's anger caused his presence to crash down on his surrounds, which drew Hephaestus out of the workshop to check on him. I am sorry that my outburst disturbed you. I am merely angered by the audacity of these people, despite my generosity. They made pests of themselves out of greed or ambition, and I mercifully chased them away without any injury at all. Now they have come back in greater numbers, and not only killed or captured my subjects, but even dared ask for my life to free those they took. Nick said angrily he had tried to give these people a chance to turn themselves around, or at the very least become someone else's problem. But instead, they escalated the situation. You have done your duty as a good ruler and tried to limit the loss of life, but now it is time to take it instead. The goddess said coldly. Unlike Nick, she was a bit better at controlling her power. So despite her own anger at the audacity of these people, she did not affect her surrounds. Nick knew that her anger came from a place of closeness, as she had clearly grown attached to him, so the idea of someone wanting him dead upset her. I know. They will be dead by the end of the day? Nick spoke firmly as he stood up and his staff appeared in his hand while his armor assembled itself on his body. For a first-time warning such as this, a quick death will suffice, Celebrimbor said from the mindscape from experience. The Elf Lord was once a ruler himself, so he knew what to do in matters such as this. I will be killing them quickly anyways, but first I need to rescue the hostages. Nick thought, and the Elf Lord gave an approving nod. Flying out of the barrier around his island, Nick went straight to the settlement to find a few people for the next step. The hostages are likely being guarded heavily, so simply sneaking into the place they are being held was going to work. As a result, Nick planned to draw out all the people guarding the hostages as a distraction, while the team he was getting now grabbed the hostages and retreated. The team was going to consist of Sirius, the twins, and 3 muggles that had proven themselves excellent in combat. Sad as it was, those born with the talent to be warriors before the ritual reset, everything simply couldn't excel at anything else and struggled in the world. Now, however, they could fully unleash their talents so long as they had the opportunity. Nick was more than happy to give them exactly that, with magical weapons and armors made to close the gap between the magical and mundane in terms of combat. Hunters. They had been dubbed by those in the settlement who saw them training or fending off the occasional magical beast that got too close to the settlement. There were roughly 4 sorts of hunters from what Nick could see. Not because that was all that could be, but by their own design. The first sort were the assassins that used short but fast weapons and stealth to try and finish their prey off quickly. The second were the juggernauts that focused their entire skill set on pure defense, and as a result were slow and used heavy, massive weapons for more damage if they hit, but were also less likely to actually land a blow. The third sort was the rangers that focused their entire skill set on long-range attacks via either magical guns, or in a few rare cases, bows. These ones were arguably the most dangerous, as if you weren't aware of them, they could kill you without you ever seeing a single sign of them. The final sort were the death dealers, people that took parts from the other 3, and fused them into a combat style that could perform in every circumstance, but were not as good at each part as those fully specialized in it. Underscore, 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 underscore. Underscore author here. I apologize for the delay, but my internet was out for the last 2 days, and I didn't have much choice in the matter. Chapter 5, 74. The 3 muggles that Nick was going to get along with the wizards were hunters that stood head and shoulders above the others in performance. Eustace Cormac, an assassin, who used twin short swords with armor-piercing enchantments and chameleon enchanted light armor. Michael Smith, a juggernaut, who wielded a massive hammer with a tremoring enchantment and wore a full set of thick plate armor with a gravity manipulation enchantment, Finally, there was the odd one out of the hunters. Mary Ernest, who wielded an extremely narrow dagger and specialized in poisons that caused others to avoid her as much as possible. Nick kicked up a bit of dust when he landed in the area of the settlement that the hunters used to spar and train. He then called out the names of all 3 of these people and waited for them to come to him. The first to appear was Michael Smith, who, despite looking like a walking tank and had a hammer whose head was as big as his torso on his back, didn't sink into the ground at all, like he weighed nothing at all. Next was Eustace Cormac, that tried to sneak up on Nick, but was looked at casually by him, which made the man smile. Final came Mary Ernest, who walked out of the shadows nearby, wearing a dark green set of robes that clinked ever so subtly from the many vials of poison strapped to the inside of it. "I have a mission for you. 3 in regards to the hostage situation we have," Nick said calmly without trying to hide his intentions here at all. "Taking the 2 of us I can sort of understand, but why take him as well? No offense, Mike," Eustace questioned while referring to himself and Mary as those chosen for the mission. "None taken," Michael said, not bothered at all at the doubt since he clearly shared it as well. "It is because if things go bad, he is able to escape while covering everyone else. Perhaps you haven't realized it, but thanks to the way he is using that gravity enchantment, he can move freely and even probably swing that hammer as fast as your short sword. What do you think would happen if he were to switch his gravity to, say, 5 times more than normal mid-swing?" Nick asked, and both Mary and Eustace got the point if the shudder that ran through them was any indication. "Suppose I shouldn't be surprised you figured that out given what we know of you," Michael said with a shrug without denying it at all. Nick knew for a fact that that hammer under normal gravity was close to 500 pounds, precisely so multiply that by say 5, and you had a bit over a ton moving very fast. Needless to say, anything in that hammer's way was in for a very unpleasant time. Nick was quite happy with the idea as it held an incredible amount of potential and was the last thing you would want to face in close quarters. Moving on the mission is fairly simple. You 3, along with 3 wizards, are going to sneak into the area that the hostages are being held while I distract everyone else there. The guards will be distracted, so if you can silently kill them, do it, as it'll make it easier to extract the hostages. If you are uncomfortable killing humans, you can also knock them out or paralyze them. Once you free the hostages, send up a signal and I'll open up an escape route for you," Nick explained seriously. "Why is the plan so simple?" Michael asked, confused. "Because complex plans almost never work out in the end. If there are no more questions, we still need to go get the 3 wizards that will be coming with you," Nick said, and after confirming that the 3 of them understood the mission, he turned and started heading to the Adventurers Guild to grab Sirius. The twins' shop was on the way, so he got them before they got to the guild. There were a few people at the guild, asking about what was being done for the situation, but when Nick appeared with his group, there was silence. "We are mounting a rescue and retaliation mission to rescue those taken, so please God about your days and wait for the news of our return," Nick said simply but confidently. It didn't tell them much, but it was enough to soothe their nerves that something was being done to fix the issue. Once Sirius was added to the team, Nick went over the plan again and explained how they would be sneaking in, as well as where the hostages were, thanks to him scrying them as well. Chapter 575. The trick that the team would be using to sneak into the area that held the hostages was by broom under invisibility. It was disturbing how rarely people actually check above them for things so flying silently over the camps. And straight to the hostages was a genuinely good idea. The team, of course, brought extra brooms so that hostages could fly away as well, and waited high up when Nick took the lead to fly towards the warband's camps openly. An alarm went off when he was spotted, and it didn't take long for most of the people to gather up with 3 people clearly leading them. "So you came to give yourself up then? Why don't you come down here and let us take those wonderful things you have on you nice and easy? Unless you don't care about the hostages, that is," one of the leaders said. It was a grizzled-looking old wizard that Nick looked at in disgust with how filthy his soul was. Obviously, it was a dark wizard that decided to live out his ambitions for conquest. "You are mistaken about something. I am not here to surrender, but to stomp out a pest that doesn't appreciate the mercy I gave them last time," Nick said coldly. He then raised his staff, and the space around the area was locked down, preventing any form of escape. "Attack. Kill him quickly," the leaders commanded, and hundreds of spells and arrows shot into the sky at Nick, including many killing curses. He sneered at these attacks and pushed his staff forward. "Give me your souls," he spoke coldly as he used one of the abilities of his staff. Immediately, the very air shook as a wave of magical force erupted from the front of his staff towards the spot that many people were including the leaders. The wave passed through all of them, despite their shields and transfigurations to try and stop it, yet did not seem to do any damage. The people looked confused at first, but began to laugh and mock him for failing to do any damage at all. Their own attacks were easily dodged by Nick as he coldly landed on the ground and held out a hand palm facing up. Silence came, however, as bright lights started to seep out of everyone who had been hit by his decree. As the lights fully left the people's bodies, they dropped to the ground instantly, dead. Panic over, came the masses as they tried everything they could to stop their souls from being ripped out of their bodies. Whether that was counter curses or even trying to attack Nick. None of it would do them any good, though, as once the price had been paid by Nick in mana, his decree was made law, and there was nothing save a power on the same level that could stop it. The price to forcefully claim the souls of over 1,000 people was massive. Nick was pretty much a spent force after doing so. He played it off well, though, as he sucked in copious amounts of mana with each breath to try and restore that which was lost. But it was slow going. As more and more people lost their souls, it grew progressively quieter until there was only the sound of the wind blowing and the horror of all those spared that fate having witnessed it. Some fell to their knees to beg forgiveness, and others tried to flee. But the same result was achieved: death. Nick coldly used the least amount of magic he could to end the lives of each and every person present, regardless of if they surrendered or not. The team rescued the hostages during this chaos, and they all watched as Nick single-handedly passed judgment on the lives of those in the warbands. It was a shocking scene to watch, as though death personified had come to claim it as due as Nick strolled forward in a calm, even pace with each step, meaning the end of one or more lives. Even worse was they could see the bright lights exiting the bodies as Nick extracted the souls casually as he went. "This isn't a battle, it is a massacre," Sirius muttered, and none of those flying next to him could bring themselves to disagree. Not even death saves them from him. What a monster. Someone said, and they all remained quiet, not able to deny it. By the end of the next hour, all that was left of the warbands that came here was a collection of dead bodies, empty tents, and ownerless equipment. Chapter 576. Nick didn't spare the empty camps another glance and slowly flew up into the air before returning back to his island after seeing that the hostages were fine. He saw the looks that he was getting from the entire group and sighed in disappointment. They clearly didn't understand the purpose behind what he did and only saw it as an act of cruelty. The truth of the matter was that Nick took no pleasure from the act at all and only did what he believed to be necessary. Mercy is all well and good when those who get it appreciate what they were given. But people like those warbands needed to be cut down as soon as possible. Nick wasn't going to explain this to the group of witnesses, though, as he felt it would be a waste of time since they had already made their own judgments on the matter. Those that knew the pain a repeated enemy could inflict, like Sirius, were clear about the necessity of wiping threats clean quickly, while the others were still stuck in the way the world used to work. Nick didn't blame them for it, though, as it had only been about 4 months since the ritual. Speaking of that amount of time, the next school year of Hogwarts was coming up in the next week, and the Ministry was starting to become problematic in that regard. See, the Ministry had finally had enough about not really having a say in the way the school operated, and was now trying to force itself into the place. They did this by trying to have Dumbledore expelled as headmaster so that they could take control of the school, but they were hit with harsh rejection the moment they tried. The old wizard didn't even need to personally act on the matter, as the vast majority of the Isle's wizarding community rebelled and began to flock out of the Ministry's area of control. For a governmental institution like the Ministry, this was a devastating blow, as without subjects, no amount of new laws or procedures will accomplish anything at all. That rang the death knell of the Ministry, as once the rest of its employees realized that the organization had no future, they too began to defect. Both Nick's and Dumbledore's settlements suddenly grew massively from the influx of new people that divided themselves between both sides of the Isle. That was the funny part about the locations of both settlements on the Isles as Hogwarts, and thus Dumbledore's area was far to the north in the Scottish Highlands. Nick's Island and settlement, however, was far to the south near the bottom of the Isle, in fact, so you could split the Isle in the middle, and both sides would have an equal amount of land to work with. You might assume that gaining so many new subjects from various backgrounds helped fill in the gaps that both settlements had, but you would be mistaken. While it was true that some gaps were filled, the fact was that some problems grew even greater in size as well. For example, food and shelter was now a very serious problem for both settlements, as neither had expected to suddenly have thousands more mouths to feed and house. This didn't even include the nightmare that was the amount of deaths caused by these people braving the wilderness to migrate to the settlements. Nick was powerful and skilled, but even he had limits to the amount of work he could handle at once without trading away his own personal growth in exchange. Regrettably, Nick was forced to install an actual governmental system for his now city-state to take a huge portion of work away from him and distribute it amongst different people. Sirius, as the Adventurers Guild Master, was now in charge of the public governmental aspects of that which he complained about a lot. Percy was placed in charge of the economics as he was a stickler for order and hard work, so he wasn't one to slack off. A couple of muggles had governmental positions as well that covered the food and miscellaneous parts that popped up. Nick, of course, was the head of this government, but he didn't have absolute authority anymore, which freed up a considerable amount of his time, thanks to most problems no longer requiring him to spend time thinking about and implementing solutions for them. He was able to focus both of his body's time on grasping his domains, rather than having one constantly working on the settlement. He also vastly accelerated the speed of his communication tower's construction and implementation. At the end of September, Nick's communication bracelets had a range covering about a quarter of the entire isle, and it was still expanding. Chapter 5, 77. To be more accurate, Nick had created an almost straight line of signal towers from his territory all the way to Hogwarts so that he could finally have a fast method to communicate with Dumbledore. Sending letters was fine before, but it took too long normally, as even an emergency owl took several hours to arrive from only half the isle away, much less the whole thing. In that amount of time, whatever the issue was might have already been solved, and thus no long need to request aid. This new method, however, was considerably faster, as there was only at most a few minutes delay from the time the message was sent to when it was received from the other side of the aisle. It wasn't as fast as phones or anything like that, but it was still leagues better than using owls to send letters. There had also been a change in the realm that Nick hadn't expected so soon, but was a welcome thing in the form of a soul forming in the waters of the realm. The first true Daedra to be born into this world, and it was an interesting one. The creature was of the beastly sort of Daedra rather than the humanoid kind, but looked nothing like any Daedra he had ever read about. It had a narrow serpentine body that had feathers instead of scales and 6 stumpy but strong-looking legs to carry it. The head was that of an eagle's, but had a black jagged beak and a single spiraling horn atop it. The long tail of the Daedra was also like that of a manticore, or scorpion, and curled behind it. The entire creature was a dull red color, and definitely not pleasant to look at. Nick couldn't really complain, though, as all Daedric creatures tended to have malicious appearances, regardless of which realm they hail from. After wading out of the realm's waters, the creature absent-mindedly walked about without any real purpose at all. To be expected, I suppose, since it is the first of its kind and lacks any outside stimulus. Nick thought as he watched the creature for a while. After growing bored of watching it behave in a pointless manner, Nick introduced a variable to test the creature's reaction, in the form of a transfigured pig from the ground itself. There was an immediate response as the creature directly and viciously attacked the transfiguration, stabbing it with its tail and ripping open its belly with its beak. After the transfiguration ended, the creature got angry at the disappearance of its prey and started to attack its surroundings in a reckless manner. This thing definitely fits the Daedric way of doing things, all right. So violent and easily angered, Nick thought in amusement before having his other body appear before the creature to see how it would react. The creature froze the moment Nick arrived in front of it and even directly cowered in submission. To be expected, even for a new Daedra like yourself, Hierarchy is ingrained in your very essence. You may leave. Nick spoke calmly and dismissed the creature that hurriedly scurried away, instinctively understanding what he had said. All Daedra, even the beasts like that one, were fairly intelligent, so Nick wasn't surprised that it obeyed his command. As far as that Daedra was concerned, he was a god and should not be disobeyed. Looking over at the waters of his realm, Nick wondered when a true Dremora would be born, so he could see what to expect of most of the rest. It was a matter of chance, really, so there was honestly no way to know for sure until it happened. A bit of a misunderstanding that many in Nirn had was that the waters of Oblivion were constantly churning out new Daedra at all times. But the truth was that most of those were the same Daedra having needed to reconstitute themselves after getting killed. True new Daedra were actually very rare, and one would be lucky to witness a single such event in a decade. It could be sooner or later, depending on how often the waters had the older Daedra reconstitute themselves in it, though. For his own realm, Nick was pretty sure he could expect at least one new Daedra every few months or so. Now that his realm had crossed the threshold to be able to spawn them, with that bit of excitement over with, Nick went back to grasping his domains, while mostly leaving the little Daedra to it his own devices. It had tried to attack the golden apple tree after discovering it, but after Nick exploded the violent thing as a punishment, it avoided that spot in the realm with extreme prejudice. Chapter 578. What a fascinating crafting style! I have never even thought of something like it. Hephaestus gushed over the golden ring sitting on the anvil that Nick had just created in front of her. It had been a week since the Daedra was born, and Nick decided he should stop putting off showing the goddess his crafting styles. It had become glaringly obvious that she was probably going to be a part of his life for a long time, so his secrets would get out to her eventually anyways. Rather than deal with her bugging him all the time to figure out what he did and how Nick chose to just directly show her so that he could relax and craft in peace. This brings us back the current moment, when he was showing her the first crafting style he had, the Celebrimbor style. Technically, the style could be renamed since, according to the Elf Lord himself, Nick had already transformed it from what it once was, so it can't even be considered the same thing anymore. Nick refused to do so, however, as he firmly believed that the original name the style got stayed the name of it, regardless of what it turned into, so the original name stuck even now. Anyway, the goddess was absolutely enthralled by the style, even though there was much to it that Nick hadn't shown her yet. I am not surprised, since from what I understand, spiritual magics are heavily underutilized, and that fact held true in your era as well, he said calmly. Most of us thought that souls were too dangerous to tamper with, and thus ignored the field. Hades was the only one who thought otherwise, but many just assumed that was because it had to do with his domains. Hephaestus said honestly, that same thought process is held to this day for the most part as well. So in quite a few ways I can be considered a pioneer in the field, as even now I am still learning new things about souls. For example, the 1,000+ souls I took from that warband had a few that actually resisted my power without any clear reason why. Nick said with a smile. Truly? She asked, surprised, and he nodded. Perhaps souls do merit research for applications in crafting. She muttered with a bright look, as if she had suddenly found some form of enlightenment. The approach that was taken to create the base of this style was the innate power of and connection to magic that all souls have. By projecting one's knowledge via their spiritual energy, one can create a sort of imprint that binds and flows fully throughout an object, thus creating an enchantment that mimics the effects of the knowledge chosen, Nick explained. And Hephaestus looked thoughtful for a moment before holding up a finger that glowed a powerful red and gold color, and Nick felt the weight of her own soul pressing down on his body, making him horribly uncomfortable. She then pressed her finger onto the ring on the anvil, and Nick threw up a shield immediately to cover them as the ring exploded from conflicting energies and the overloading of them. Hephaestus frowned at this. Why did it detonate? She asked, confused since she followed what he said to the letter. I should have explained a few rules that need to be understood first. To be fair, I wasn't expecting you to figure out the basics after a simple explanation, though, Nick said with a sigh. He then explained the rules that came with the crafting style, such as finished enchantments being unable to be added to, as well as how the enchantment has to be eased into the item, rather than shoved in all at once, as it will damage the item, or outright destroy it, if it wasn't strong enough. There were a few more rules as well that he explained that had to do with the organic material enchantments, as well as the few things he has discovered about the style outside of crafting, like the soul sense. Hephaestus was a stupid, fast learner, which Nick wasn't sure was because she was a god or not, but allowed her to grasp the foundation of the style within a mere couple of hours. After that, he showed her the more advanced techniques, like the body dispersal, forging technique, and the enchantment chains that strung multiple things together into a single complex enchantment. She ended up surprising him with a sneaky peck on the cheek after he got done teaching her the parts he could. That simple action left his mind in chaos for the rest of the day, much to her amusement. Chapter 579. Nick was aware of her fondness for him, and admittedly also felt a little bit the same, even if he tried quite hard to prevent such a thing. Getting attached when a foe like Zeus lurked around the corner was ill-advised to say the least. But some things were outside of one's ability to control, ignoring the troublesome emotions he was developing. Nick had chosen to start the goddess on the Celebrimbor style, rather than the Twilight style like Lucas, because unlike his assistant, she definitely had the control needed to safely pick up the art. Lucas, instead, was admittedly quite mediocre in terms of magical and crafting talent, so if he was human, Nick wouldn't even bother teaching the man, as he would die of old age long before getting to an acceptable level. As a vampire, however, Lucas's talent could be made up for with sheer devotion over time to learning and improving as he no longer aged. This was why Lucas had been taught the basics all metal workers should know before being taught the Twilight style, so that his magical control could reach the level of learning the Celebrimbor style. Nick's system was a bit unfair in this regard, as it directly ignored the prerequisites to learning a crafting style and gave him full understanding of the styles he obtained from it based on the creator's will. Even then, every style upon acquisition could be considered complete, even if there was much room for improvement, like in the Twilight style. Nick hadn't forgotten that he still possessed a crafting style ticket that would let him gain a new crafting style if he wanted to, but when he first got it, he wanted to reach a point with the Twilight style that he ran out of ideas for improvements before he got a new style. Hephaestus was surprisingly frugal with her use of materials as she experimented with the new style she learned, as she tended to recycle the materials after she completed a work. Even if Nick found the loss of the items painful to witness, the reason for that was simply because nothing she made was ever below mythical grade, and she had even discovered that the Celebrimbor style's limit was legendary, as no matter how complex she made the enchantments, the power never went beyond Tier 5. She postulated that the growth-type enchantments using the style might be the only exceptions to this rule, however. Nick had not been surprised by this discovery, as he had assumed that something of the sort was the case, but he had been unable to verify it, as Tier 5 was his limit for power to begin with. The same was obviously not the case for Hephaestus, since she was a Tier 7 existence, and thus had a limit at, or even above that level. The person who did take the discovery harshly, however, was Celebrimbor himself, as the Elf Lord had always assumed that since he himself first learnt the basics of it from Sauron, who was a Maya, that the limit was at least at that level. Maya were basically gods, however, and also knew that the world was unable to handle such a level of power, and thus limited the amount of power to ever appear on the world. Even the evil ones like Sauron and Morgoth limited their power massively when they walked the world. Considering this, it was actually impressive enough that the style could even reach the transition point to divinity. 2 days after teaching Hephaestus, the style, however, Nick noticed something surprising. She had grown more powerful. It was a small increase, but an increase nonetheless. "You have grown stronger in such a short period," Nick stated in confusion after watching her craft a beautiful dagger with the Celebrimbor style that could directly kill even Dumbledore like he was an ant. The reason for this was because the enchantment was designed in such a way as to pierce all defensive magics below Tier 5 and only meet resistance upon encountering flesh. Basically, whoever had this dagger could stroll up to the old man and stab him in the heart without any issues at all, regardless of what passive defenses the old man had on him. Yes, after transitioning towards the divine, the method to grow one's power has less to do with one's mana quantity, but rather the quality instead. In the case of Tier 7s like myself, we improve our power by refining our domains with aspects of other domains, in this case, the soul domain, she explained with a small smile. "I see. That would explain why none of you gods ever reached Tier 8, as you rarely interacted with other domains on purpose?" Nick said, and she nodded in agreement. Chapter 580. "In that case, my next style should prove extremely beneficial for you, as it falls within 3 domains that you don't have personally," Nick added, and Hephaestus perked up with a look of interest. "Which domains?" she asked curiously. "Light, stars, and magic. The last one you definitely have aspects of in your work, but perhaps not these same aspects, Nick explained honestly. She seemed to fall in thought at this information and frowned before explaining that she couldn't think of a way to craft with those domains. You cannot be blamed for that, as it takes a very unorthodox approach to them to reach the style's foundational principles, Nick said reassuringly. He then explained how the style worked and even showed her a few examples of the light material that he had in stock. I had been wondering about this stuff as it was unlike any material I had ever seen. Thea would be gravely offended should she have been alive to witness this material that was so closely tied to her domains, and yet far from them as well, Hephaestus said with a smug look. Nick could understand as well, since according to the myths that remained from Hephaestus' era, she was basically a tool or bullied individual by nearly the entirety of the pantheon. If someone wanted something crafted, then she was all but forced to do so, and every recorded case of rebellion led to harsh punishment. As a result, it was only natural that she likely took great joy in spitting on the things those same gods held dear or were proud of. The basis of this style is that each star is a source of magic, and that if their light was condensed into physical form, one could create items with those same types of magic. I will admit, however, that I am still improving this style as I go, Nick said calmly. He then went on to show her the ropes and drawing the light, as well as all the ways he had improved the style over time, and even mentioned his ideas on how he might improve it in the future. She listened with rapt attention, and even asked questions that Nick was sometimes unable to answer as he himself didn't know. Surprisingly, she learned this style much slower than she did the Celebrimber style, and had barely gotten past the first step by the end of the day. When asked about it, she explained that, while this was indeed a crafting style, it was so loosely attached to that domain that she was way out of her comfort zone as she learned it. She continued by explaining that the style was borderline purely light, and star domain based with the tiniest smidge of crafting involved. Despite her difficulty learning it, she was very eager to thank him for teaching it to her, as according to her, it would greatly increase her power, like she had added a whole new domain to her divinity, rather than a single aspect of it. It wasn't all good times, however, as Nick now realized just how tall an order reaching Tier 5 was for him, as all 8 of his domains were tied to 2 main ones, creation and magic. As a result, his domains were ridiculously complex for his tier, and thus very hard to grasp and use to transition towards divinity with. This did not discourage Nick, however, as he knew that what was usually hard to accomplish was also usually the most rewarding as well. Over the next 2 weeks, Hephaestus got better and better at using the Twilight style, and had even began to try and implement Nick's ideas for improvement with mixed results, as she used her own knowledge for it. For example, she had successfully figured out how to fuse 2 types of light materials together, based on a rule she discovered. The rule in this case was that the color of the stars that the light came from needed to be the same, or at least very similar for the materials to have a possibility of combining. For example, the light material from 2 separate blue stars had the potential to fuse even if their properties were nothing alike. This rule's discovery was huge for Nick, as it broadened the potential of the style's enchantments drastically, as the 2 fused materials bore entirely new properties, or even both of the previous ones. Using this fact, Nick fused the materials from the sun and another yellow star to create a material that held both evil-destroying and nourishing properties that he fused into his realm star to try and bring it closer to the full power of the sun. Chapter 5, 81. Nick wanted his star to get as close to the original in the real world, so that when he eventually absorbed the Earth into his realm, no one would notice the difference between the 2. Speaking of the realm, Nick had started expanding the size of it greatly by absorbing the free-floating material around the Earth into it. Anyone familiar with the orbiting objects would be horrified to discover that they were half gone by this point. But they were a worthy sacrifices now. Nick's realm's planet was nearly 100 kilometers in diameter. That was the size of a decently sized island's worth of distance from one point to the other in a straight line. Nick's own mana capacity had broken the limit of Tier 4 as a result. But he was not there yet, which created a strange sort of unbalance in him. He wasn't in danger because of it, but he felt bloated almost. Helplessly, he could only stop absorbing things into his realm in bulk and focus on having his tier catch up to his mana level. He wasn't having the best time of it, however, as he had only vague feelings in regards to his domains at this point. It was fast as far as Hephaestus was concerned. But for Nick, it wasn't fast enough as Zeus's return drew ever closer, and Nick had hoped to be at least Tier 6 by the time it arrived. Obviously, Nick was now clear that that was an unreasonable goal, and instead set his short-term goal on reaching the peak of Tier 5 instead. This was still ambitious and unlikely, but it was far more likely to be done by the time Zeus returned. The biggest headache about Zeus, though, was the god's rapist tendencies that almost always ended in pregnancy. While this would likely inject potent talents into the world, and even potentially new gods in enough time, it also almost guaranteed that some of them will side with their father regardless of the way they came about. One only had to look at the records of Zeus's children as a whole to realize that they were generally speaking not the best of people. Insanity was a common theme for them to follow, for example. Nick was not looking forward to having to deal with these demigods in the future after they grew up at all. He couldn't even kill them early either, as until they grow up enough to understand right from wrong, they were innocent, and Nick avoided killing such things as much as possible. It was the argument about killing a baby Hitler just reskinned for a different individual. Shaking his head to remove these troublesome thoughts, Nick focused on the foggy wisps of his domain that existed within his own mana. They were like the different wavelengths of light within the mana, and he had to diffuse them in order to fully grasp them before converting a portion of his mana into them. This was a deeply personal matter, so Hephaestus could do nothing to help him besides cheer for him. She did this with random hugs and the occasional sneaky peck on the cheek when she thought she could get away with it. As much as he tried to ignore it, these acts of affection were pleasant and left him in a generally better mood than normally. The goddess knew her limits, though, and didn't press the matter further than that, or even ask him to make it official in some regard. In an interesting twist, Lupin and Helena had made their own relationship public and even jointly taught defense against the dark arts now. They were engaged and set to wed in 4 months, which came with heavily mixed views. More than a few people found it disgusting that a ghost and a mortal would get romantically involved in each other, while there were also arguments about the age factor. Nick scoffed at those, as wizards easily lived hundreds of years if they were lucky. So once they hit at least an appropriate age for sexual activities, such as 15 or 16, the rest of the time difference became irrelevant. Obviously, that was different. In the case of muggles that at most got a century to live, unless a wizard unnaturally lengthened their lives. For muggles, getting involved with someone so much younger and shorter lived than yourself was cruel to both parties. In the end, you would always be left with the pain of their passing and the knowledge that their entire life was little more than a blink of an eye to your own. That doesn't even consider how a muggle might be affected by their own body withering and decaying while you remain the same for the most part. Chapter 582. This wasn't referring to their physical state, but rather their mental one, as save for very specific cases. Most muggles would grow bitter and angry about it as time went on. The really cruel part with Helena and Lupin's situation, though, was that unless Lupin becomes a ghost himself, he too will have a similar experience. Nick wasn't sure if Helena had thought about this before shacking up with the man, but either way they would find out in time. Another interesting piece of news was that the merfolk had evolved after the ritual, without anyone knowing, and had shown themselves again in a less than pleasant manner. The ones in the Black Lake were still as peaceful as usual, but those that lived at sea had rebelled against wizarding oppression with a vengeance. As a collective, their power had skyrocketed, and after learning about it, Nick was pretty sure that it was the seal they had in their bloodline being released. He wasn't sure, though, so he took a trip to the Black Lake to confirm his suspicions. What he found was that not only was he correct, but he had also greatly underestimated how badly the seal was suppressing their power. Tier 2 was where they were forcefully stuck at before, but as a collective, they had all advanced 2 tiers straight to 4 without any exceptions at all by this point. Thankfully, they only knew water manipulation magic, so they weren't as dangerous as a Tier 4 wizard unless a group of them attacked you. With that out of the way, Nick went back to running his settlement while pushing for Tier 5 when a visitor came to see him. If his senses didn't say otherwise, Nick could have almost swore that he didn't know the person sitting across from him. "Is this what you actually look like, or a disguise?" Nick asked the tall, lean man with long brown hair and a calm, gentle smile. "The stone extends my wife and I's life via pure life force. So when not suffering mana deficiency, we are naturally at our peaks in appearance, Flammel said casually. I see. I take it that the situation is relatively stable on your side of the pond if you have the time to come see me then. Nick asked after accepting the alchemist's answer. We still have a few problems, but for the most part things have calmed down. That is one of the reasons I am here, in fact. Unlike your own ministry, the French ministry did not implode with this new world order. And so I have been sent as an ambassador to the two sovereigns of the Isles, which of course refers to you and Albus, Flammel said with a chuckle. Nick shrugged. Dumbledore was already posed to take charge once the ritual was completed, but it was quite a surprise when people flocked to me for shelter instead. He said honestly, this was true as even before the world got reset, Nick pretty much minded his own business and never reached for more political power in an active manner. Even his dealings with the vampires wasn't for political power, but rather because both sides had something the other wanted, and so decided to ally. The political power that came with that was entirely just a side effect of this alliance, and was promptly forgotten by Nick. In no way did he ever say that he was seeking to rule over the masses or anything like that, yet people sought him out for shelter, nonetheless, so he stepped up to the challenge. I know, but I must say you have done remarkable well for not wanting the position. In fact, in my own country, many consider both you and Albus the kings of this land now. Speaking of, I was instructed to ask about the marvelous communication network you have set up, and if you intend to share it with the rest of the world, Flammel said with an approving look. I don't mind sharing it, but as it stands right now there is not much point as the range of each tower is frankly abysmal. It might help a bit to have, but it is not strictly speaking necessary since the owl system still functions well enough, Nick said honestly. That is true, but it is actually the Muggle side of things that want it the most. They seem to hope that they can go back to the way things used to be before the ritual, but we both know that to be a foolish idea, Flammel said with a scoff. Nick nodded. I can't even begin to tell you how many of the Muggles here in the Isles alone have sent me requests to create a magical variant of a car. The only known example of such a thing I have ever seen failed shortly after the mana surge to it is current levels, Nick said with clear irritation. Chapter 583. Ah yes, the Weasley car. Fascinating thing really, but was horribly misenchanted, Flammel said, with a nod. What would you expect from someone's casual pet project that they tried to stuff as many enchantments as possible in? Arthur Weasley never intended to make a functioning magical car to begin with, but rather sought to satisfy his own curiosity with the thing. Nick said with chuckle. The core mechanics of the car was no different from any other, but had enchantments layered on it is frame and body, which meant that after the mana surged, most of the mechanical parts simply stopped working. The car became decoration for the most part, as it simply couldn't function anymore. While it is true that I could make a form of magical transportation similar to a car, why would I? What would be the point of me doing such a thing? Any beast could peel it apart like a clam to get the tasty snacks within which in turn wastes the materials and time needed to make the thing to begin with. The fact is Muggles can thrive just fine without all the things that made their lives easier from before the ritual, Nick said seriously. Flammel nodded in agreement. You'll get no argument from me. I have seen them thrive without the stuff personally after all, though helping replace the medical equipment they lost would be for the best to keep them healthy in the long run, he said, helpfully. He had a good point, and Nick could somewhat agree that the hit to the medical advancement of the Muggles was going to drastically lower their lifespans. If it wasn't fixed to a degree, some things weren't needed since the wizarding world had long since figured out how to treat and cure most forms of illness. But other things, like cheap painkillers and a few choice illnesses, were still troublesome. Dragonpox, for example, had a cure, but still hadn't been eradicated quite yet, and was especially dangerous for Muggles. There were a few others, but the main thing to consider was all the super-boosted viruses and magical afflictions that will be popping up that wouldn't have a cure. I will have to consider looking into that. But for now, I am focusing on trying to reach Tier 5 to prepare for what is to come, Nick said honestly. Albus did mention that you said an enemy of great power would be coming eventually, but he was unaware of the nature of this foe. I had assumed that you have solved that problem already after sensing the being you are housing upon my arrival. It appears I was mistaken, however, Flammel said seriously. that Nick said, motioning to where Hephaestus was eavesdropping from. Is Hephaestus, and yes, I do in fact mean that Hephaestus, the enemy coming is none other than Zeus himself, so as you may understand, we are not ready for him at all. You and your wife are likely to be the most in danger upon his arrival, as he will no doubt try and bring the most powerful on the planet under him, with perhaps the exception of myself, who he will almost definitely try and kill. Nick said honestly. Flamel looked reluctant to believe him, which was totally fair given the nature of the information itself. You will forgive me if I find it hard to accept that not only were the gods real, but even that one of them is living with you. This being certainly feels powerful, but not divine by any means. The old alchemist said seriously. That is because she is suppressing her presence in order to not disturb the work here within this manner. I can ask her to stop if you would prefer. Nick offered and Flamel slowly nodded. You can stop eavesdropping on a conversation that you can't understand and come in, you know. Nick spoke to the goddess who entered the room moments later with an embarrassed look. I was under the impression that Hephaestus was a male deity, Flamel said questioningly. That was Zeus's doing, actually. Something about feeling like fate was cheating him since the metal and creation domains were considered male in nature, yet obviously she is not. Nick said with a shrug. Turning to the goddess, Nick spoke again. My friend here didn't believe me when I told him who you were. Could you be a dear and let him experience your full power? A short moment ought to do. Nick requested, and she nodded before a vast and oppressive feeling fell over the entire island, and beyond for an instant before vanishing just as quickly. That should serve as sufficient proof of my claims, no? Nick asked with a smirk, as Flamel looked horrified at Hephaestus. Chapter 5, 84. Flamel took a few moments to calm down, and even then, he looked at Hephaestus warily. To be fair, she really did seem harmless most of the time, so it could be quite the shock to feel that the exact opposite was the case. While I am not entirely certain as to the difference in power between them, I imagine Zeus is even more powerful than she is, though that may change in time. Nick said, getting back on topic. How exactly do you intend to face such a foe? Because from my perspective, even I would be helpless in the face of such power, Flamel asked with a concerned look. I will be stalling for time, of course. Unless I am so unlucky as to be the first person that Zeus comes to after restoring his previous power, I will be warned and have time to hide myself away so I can accumulate power. It is admittedly a pathetic plan. But in this regard, I am helpless as the gap in our power is simply too vast at the moment. You and your wife should also attempt to reach Tier 6 during this time, as I imagine you have converted most of your mana to your domains, correct? Nick asked after explaining his plan. We have indeed done so after the world became as it is now. For us, I imagine it was easier than normal as we have had centuries to accumulate knowledge and mastery over our domains, which sped up the conversion greatly. Flamel admitted freely. Nick nodded in understanding as it made sense, considering how the process worked. In a manner of speaking, the Flamels were overqualified to be Tier 5 so naturally, when the mana levels reached a point capable of sustaining them their growth towards Tier 6, could be considered meteorically fast. Nick wasn't quite sure what the difference between Tiers 5 and 6 were, as Hephaestus said, that he would naturally come to know that when he reached Tier 6, in a vague manner, he wasn't sure if she was messing with him or legitimately couldn't explain it for some reason, but he didn't press the matter as he still wasn't even Tier 5 yet. If you do get to Tier 6 before Zeus returns, you should be able to escape from him at that point, though I am not entirely certain on that. Nick said seriously. That is reassuring to hear, though. I am curious as to how exactly you came to house a goddess to begin with. The old alchemist said curiously. Nick told him about the Slytherin library and the strange metal golems that the founder encountered and then sealed off in Iceland. He also told him about the ancient ruin and the seal that Hephaestus was in that had a Tier 5 dragon guarding it. Nick, of course, made sure to leave out the fact that the ruin didn't belong to a human, or that the dragon was actually a Dwemer who miscalculated something when fusing their essence with an unborn dragon's and got consumed by it rather than being the one consuming. Speaking of that, Dragon Nick had moved it to the lava area that the rest of its kind had been relocated to shortly before the ritual was completed. This had resulted in the creature being uncomfortable for a few days due to the lack of mana, but otherwise nearly unaffected. The reason for this was simply because Nick was afraid that the dragon would be killed by the god in the seal after they woke up, after actually coming to know Hephaestus, though he had to admit that this was pretty far from the truth, as she would likely feel bad about taking the energy back after she woke up since the dragon had clearly evolved to live in that molten metal. Not bad enough to refuse to do so, but at least bad enough that she would spare the thing even if it attacked her. This language is strange. Hephaestus interrupted the explanation to say in the French that Nick was speaking, "Did you just reverse engineer a language by listening to our conversation?" Flamel asked, flabbergasted. She probably did, considering she went through my entire library in a few days, despite almost none of it being in her language. Nick said, not surprised at all. It was annoying to break down each word and recognize the root of it before moving forward from there. The goddess said honestly in response to the old alchemist's question, "I am humbled by your speed, as it takes me many months and even years to accomplish a similar feat." Flamel said honestly. Chapter 5, 85. Your mind will grow much more efficient after reaching Tier 6, so what I did is not considered impressive by most standards. The goddess said with a shake of her head to disagree with the alchemist's praise. Ah, I see. At least I now have something to look forward to when I reach that point. Flamel said, showcasing his adaptability to a rapidly changing scenario. The man went on to ask Hephaestus a great many questions to sate his curiosity before finally leaving. She humored him as she could tell that Nick held a great deal of respect for him, but otherwise didn't really care for the interaction. Time passed after that, and soon 2 months came and went with a few things happening in between them. The first was that Harry and Ginny officially started dating, which everyone who knew them thought it was about time. After the ball last year, those two had been awkwardly dancing about the topic, unwilling to be the first to make a move on the other. Another thing that happened was that a civil war had broken out between the Muggles and Wizards of America after the tension between both sides was finally ignited after the Muggle hate group, known as the Ku Klux Klan, killed a group of Medowitches that came to a town to render aid. This resulted in fierce retaliation from the Wizards against those responsible, and eventually, this matter spilled out, with the truth being ignored, as the people in the country took a them or us mentality. The ugliness of humanity showed its fangs in this matter, as even without guns and bombs, things got brutal, with the Muggles going as far as killing innocent children via the old methods that the witch hunters used long ago. The population of Obscurials, which had been almost entirely abolished thanks to the isolationist actions of the American ministry, exploded. This only made things worse. Unfortunately, as now, there was Muggle propaganda using the destruction that the unleashed Obscuruses caused as evidence of Wizards' evil natures. Nick and Dumbledore both sent aid to the American Wizards, but it proved to only barely improve the situation. Another thing that had occurred during this time was that Dumbledore finally took the step into the Animagus ritual to become a phoenix. Then he immediately underwent nirvana, as his new form was that of an old bird. Thankfully, the old wizard had survived the process and been reborn from his own ashes, and was now back to the prime of his life, but hadn't lost any of his previous skill or power at all. Few noticed it, but his mind was not as sharp as it was when he was younger. But after his rebirth, his mind was crystal clear, and the difference was night and day. Ironically, Dumbledore had also been stopped from entering Tier 5 himself because of his rebirth adding a new domain to him. Life. The man didn't complain about it, though, as he actually considered it a blessing, instead, as life and death magics were horribly difficult to grasp, without an affinity for them which he now had. One might consider life magic to be the same as medical magic, but that was quite far from the truth. While healing was a property of life magic, it was only a small part of it, much like living itself. Healing, aging, growth, wisdom, and experience were all concepts held within the domain of life, making it a deep and broad topic. Nick himself likely would have gained the domain had he not cast off his mortality before undergoing the Animagus ritual. Still, Dumbledore, returning to his prime, was a widely celebrated subject in the Isles amongst the wizards there, and even the Muggles who needed to be filled in on why it was such a big deal got in on it. There was a slight problem in the form of the magical beast version of the ritual, now being made public knowledge, as Dumbledore needed to explain how he suddenly got decades younger. The man, of course, asked Nick for permission first, as per the deal they made so long ago. Finally, at the end of November, Nick managed to cross over into Tier 5 himself. It had taken him quite the effort, but he had finally transformed the tiniest grain of his mana into his domain's energy and stepped forward into Tier 5. The process became mostly automated after that, as more and more of his mana got corrupted by the part that had been converted. The single grain became 2, and that 2 became 4, and so on, at a steady rate, as more and more of his mana began to get transformed. Chapter 586. Nick found it odd how mundane the difference between Tier 4 and 5 was after reaching the later. He had expected some massive change in ability or something like that, but it simply didn't happen. He no longer felt imbalanced from having too much mana, but otherwise felt the same as before he started the transition. Hephaestus laughed at him when he asked her about it and explained that it was called a transition period for a reason. The changes didn't just immediately pop up like a video game character leveling up, but rather slowing began to manifest the further the process went. Nick understood, but was still left feeling a little ripped off as he had been expecting instant gains like when he reached Tier 4. Well, at least I can get back to memorizing the knowledge held in the lexicon finally, he thought as he retrieved the staff from his other body in the realm. His main body would see more use out of it anyways, now that he didn't need to focus on grasping his domains anymore. In a manner of speaking, the staff was an extension of his very being, and as such, could be considered a separate body of his, even if that wasn't actually true. While his body in the realm focused on the lexicon, Nick's main body went back to collecting the orbiting materials around the Earth again, and feeding them into his realm, which in turn grew his power further. After another month of this status quo, a major change came to the world as Hestia showed herself in America, as she forcefully put a stop to the war there and took over the whole area. Apparently, she had sealed herself there alongside her eternal flame in what became known as Yellowstone National Park. There had been a battle between the Muggles and wizards there right as she awoke due to some resource they both wanted or something like that, and so she captured both sides and used them to learn English before getting a rough history lesson from both sides. She was pissed after learning about how the war got started, and directly exerted her unstoppable power to bring both sides to heel under her. Oh yeah, she is definitely Zeus's sister, all right, Nick thought after hearing how she took over all of North America by force. While from a mythology standpoint, Hestia's role was to tend the hearth of Olympus on Zeus's orders, Hephaestus told a different tale. Hestia was the oldest of the gods, and one of the strongest, in fact, as her domains were sacrifice, fire and home or hearth. Hestia was the only god who willingly gave up on nearly all worldly pleasures as a sacrifice to her domains. This sacrifice was so grand that even before the fall of the world because of the other gods' actions, she was 1 foot into Tier 8, but had refused to take that step for some reason. Due to this, she was respected, and to some degree feared by all the gods, including Zeus, and thus never dragged into any mess they made. According to Hephaestus, the goddess of the home was amongst the only one who treated her kindly, and didn't obey Zeus's command to treat her as though she were a man. As a result, it came as little surprise that Hephaestus left the island immediately after learning of the other goddess's return. She was so eager to see her favorite aunt that she even ruined a piece she was working on in her hurry to leave. Nick did not go with her, however, as he was hesitant to deal with Hestia after finding no mention of the goddess rendering aid against Zeus. In fact, Nick had a sneaking suspicion that the goddess couldn't lend aid in this regard due to her sacrificing that ability to her domains. She could act in the war between both sides before likely, because the war was devastating many homes in the process. But the conflict between Zeus and Nick was bound to be a more private sort of conflict. Still, with her return, Nick turned up his vigilance level to 11, as this meant that it likely wouldn't be long before Zeus also showed up. Strangely, though, the one who set all of this in motion was nowhere to be found, as he had not taken charge of any people, nor made so much as a peep. It was as though Grindelwald had entirely left the world after completing his plan. It had more than just Nick confused, as many of those in charge wondered what the Dark Lord had planned. Chapter 587. Pove Grindelwald. I admit that it pained me to witness the sheer amount of life lost because of my actions after I completed the first part of my plan. The world transformed, and with it came a great deal of growing pains, as the people on it needed to adapt and come to terms with their new reality. As I predicted, there were a few who took charge, and helped their part of the world in this regard with the English Isle, getting particularly lucky due to the presence of 2 archmages there. I did not get off scot-free from the dark acts that fueled my ritual, as I had been branded by the resentment of thousands of souls the moment of its completion. My magic wasn't gone, but under such a heavy amount of suppression from this self-imposed curse that I may as well be Muggle. It was ironic that despite my distaste for them, I now had to live like one. My followers were in the process of searching for a cure for my condition, but I knew that it was impossible for them, as I had long since known about this result. There were only 2 beings on this planet capable of lifting this curse from me, and neither would do so. The first, because they, like myself, would understand that this was my just deserts and that I deserved it. The second, however, was a being I once thought that gathering 3 artifacts would allow me to be the master of how Navai used to be. Hades, or Death as he introduced himself throughout history, was a god, and those 3 artifacts were nothing more than items that the Peverells crafted from the knowledge they received from him. The 3 brothers had somehow contacted him and asked for knowledge from the god, who agreed for some inexplicable reason. Antioch learned of Veritology, and using that knowledge created the Supreme Wand that grew more powerful with each user, and thus made it his user more powerful than any other. Ignatius learned how to summon a soul back from the afterlife, and crafted a stone that held that power. Lastly, Hadrian learned how to hide from even a god's gaze, and imbued this into a cloak that hid him from even death. All 3 brothers bound their artifacts to the Peverell bloodline, along with a curse that drew death's gaze to those who used it, but were not of that bloodline. Antioch, much like that tale, bragged about his creation, and was killed in his sleep by someone who wanted the wand for their own. Ignatius's story was sadder than the tale, told as he did indeed summon the soul of his wife and watched her suffer as she was rejected by the world itself. What wasn't mentioned in the tale was that eventually the strain of the magic holding her in the world, as well as the world's rejection, reached a critical point and shattered her soul. Overcome with horror and guilt, Ignatius killed himself to repent, and even rejected becoming a ghost, so that he might be punished for what he did in the underworld. The stone then passed to his children, who eventually forgot its purpose and only considered the ring it was attached to an heirloom. Hadrian was the only one of the brothers to meet a good end, as he lived freely, had a family, and when he grew tired of living, handed his cloak to his son before passing quietly in his sleep. You may be wondering why I knew all this now and yet not before, when it would have been helpful. The answer was because Hades, who had been obscuring the history of the objects from my ability as a seer this whole time, had allowed me to see it after I was powerless to do anything about it. I didn't hear it personally from the god's mouth, but I knew that he did this to cause me mental anguish as additional punishment for my actions. It worked, too, as it forced me to see the horror of the actions I took after searching so desperately for the artifacts, and finally obtaining one of them in the form of the wand. I thought that with the wand, I could lead the world into a new age of magical glory with the wizards at the helm. It was arrogance, pure and simple, and I learned it when Albus defeated and bound me to that oath. Then 50 years later, the Ravenclaw boy suddenly came into the picture, and the future shuddered and split into 4 brand new timelines in my sight. It was incredible, and after looking at each one, I could understand why the boy caused it. He grew exponentially and rapidly dragged the fates of those around him alongside his own from his sheer momentum and mass. Chapter 5, 88. Normal POVs. Nick immediately started to move things away from his island, in secret after Hestia appeared in America. The place he moved it to was a bit cheeky on his part, as he directly had Hephaestus teleport him to the moon, where he dug deep into the celestial object and created a huge set of caves that he reinforced and isolated from the vacuum space outside of it. He then started introducing an atmosphere like that of Earth into the cave system, alongside plants and magical fans to keep the air breathable and circulating. Beyond that, Nick had Hephaestus help him cover every inch of the place with wards to prevent even a god from finding the place without exact coordinates. She was especially skilled at this, as she had spent a large amount of time keeping her work away from the other gods, who were either curious about what she did, or were Zeus making sure she wasn't planning to rebel again and ruin another god's plans. More than a few times, Hera learned of his indiscretions, because Hephaestus told her mother, knowing it would get him in trouble. Needless to say, the relationship between father and daughter was very love-hate, as the father loved the skill of the daughter, but hated her as an individual. This secret moon base was going to be Nick's escape. Place should Zeus come looking for him once Nick set up a teleportation method back to the island. The method he chose was something he had to buy from the system for a good 200,000 points. Portal gates. Portal gates were basically a set of doorways that connected 2 points in space so that you could walk through one gate and walk out the other, regardless of how far away the other gate was. In a manner of speaking, this was actually just an advanced usage of spatial magic that had been set in the form of an enchantment that needed a password to use. Creating the gates themselves was the only part Hephaestus was interested in, as she didn't care about the spatial magics at all. Still, the gates needed to be made in a specific manner that interested her, and so the work on them was split between her and Nick. The final product was a set of 2 circular archways with 12 symbols on their faces and a slider that moved to select the symbols that made up the password. Once selected, the archways would glow for a moment, as a silver mirror-looking plane of energy covered the entire inside of them before showing what was on the other side of the opposite archway. Satisfied with this, Nick placed one of these gates in his moon base and started moving his stuff there while leaving the stuff he was willing to lose behind. It made no difference to Hephaestus whether she was on the island or on the moon crafting stuff, so Nick basically cleaned out the whole manor, minus some decoy equipment of far lesser quality than his real stuff. Dottie and Lucas were confused about this, but didn't raise a fuss about it since it didn't really affect them very much. Sirius and the other governmental people were the same as they noticed it, and after getting assurances that Nick wasn't about to abandon everyone at the city, chose to ignore it. Nick made sure to step up the defenses and preparations of the city as far as he could in the meanwhile, which everyone was completely okay with as it made them feel safer. It also lightened the load on the patrols so that they could relax as the defenses would hold against even the strongest beast. For a while anyways. It was still too soon for Tier 5 beasts to start showing up en masse, so Tier 4 was the strongest any normal beast got at the moment. A few talented dragons or other powerful creatures had of course reached Tier 5, but they were barely more than a handful across the globe. This whole process took another 3 months, and as if perfectly on time, when Beltane arrived, the mana spiked again, before settling back to the new normal and loud thunder was heard all over the world. Zeus was back. Hephaestus had grown more powerful after learning all she could of Nick's crafting styles. But even still, she appeared nervous at the sound. Like the tyrannical person, he as Zeus made sure that the whole world knew of his return. And for a brief moment, Nick felt a few of his own domains resonate with the Skyfathers before the god stopped showing off. He wasn't sure if the god had felt them himself, but wasn't willing to risk it as he went to the moon immediately. Chapter 589. As it turned out, the answer to that question was yes, he did in fact feel it as well. But Zeus also felt that Nick's domains weren't worth mentioning compared to his own, and chose to ignore it until the 3 unexpected variables were taken care of. Zeus had been under the impression before he sealed himself away that he would be the only god left, and yet he noticed that there were 3 in reality. This ruined his plans as he was going to recreate his pantheon perfectly this time. None of that defiance this go around. Learning that 2 of the still living gods were his older sister, whom he had no hope of challenging, and his older brother, who he was always cautious of due to his domains, meant that this plan needed to be scrapped to a degree. It was frustrating, but he was adaptable if nothing else, so turned his attention to the goddess that he could do something about, Hephaestus. She felt his approach long before he actually arrived as a violent storm began to brew in the sky overhead. But she didn't want to face Zeus above the island, as it would be entirely destroyed if she did so. Hephaestus instead chose to grab her hammer that she used as her weapon and charge out of the island to meet her father above the open ocean. She saw him standing in the sky arrogantly when she arrived. Zeus was a tall, muscular man with stark white hair and a full beard that, alongside his angular face, made him appear older than he should. In his right hand, a glowing golden spear that bore the likeness of a bolt of lightning. The wind howled around him and flashes of lightning fell from the nearby sky. I hadn't expected you to come face your death with such courage. Perhaps you are not as much of a mistake as I assumed. This is your only chance? Submit to me and I will let you live to serve once again. Zeus, spoke fiercely with a deep voice and hard expression. Hephaestus scowled. "I refuse!" she yelled as she unleashed the full extent of her power while swinging her hammer forward. Zeus's eyes widened as he noticed that her power was only slightly weaker than his own, rather than at the lower end of godhood, like it used to be. A vast amount of power slammed into him since he was caught off guard by this revelation, and the sea parted around the strike's power, revealing the seabed miles below that cracked when he struck it. Hephaestus knew that that was not enough to kill, or even truly harm him all that badly, and sent blow after blow down upon Zeus to capitalize on her advantage. The seabed cracked further and further while the world itself shook ever so slightly with each blow. "Enough!" Zeus screamed angrily, and exploded outwards with his full power. A massive crater was created from this outburst on the seabed as he shot up towards Hephaestus, aiming his spear at her murderously. The spear glowed blindingly as he filled it with his power and thrust it forward mid-charge. Hephaestus filled her hammer with her own power and brought it down to meet the thrust head-on. The spearhead met the hammerhead, and a shockwave like a nuke going off erupted from the clash of forces. "You think you can win this? How, Nav?" Zeus yelled spitefully. "I don't need to win. I just don't need to lose." And Hephaestus sent back, and Zeus finally figured out what she was going for as his face turned bright red with his eyes going bloodshot and his veins throbbing on his forehead. "Why? Why does everything stand in my way? Mark my words, this isn't over," he roared before shooting off into the distance. Hephaestus wasn't here to fight to the death like he assumed, but rather to leave him weakened, so that he was vulnerable for someone else to finish off. Even worse was that she could truly kill him with her current level of power, as his lightning domain was by. It is nature weak to her metal one. Metal redirects even the mightiest bolt of lightning, as it was lightning's nature to take the path of least resistance. Zeus had been careful in making sure that no god with that domain approached his power level to prevent this exact scenario. He was proud and reckless at first appearances. But the truth was, he was very smart and knew his weaknesses well. While Hephaestus's metal domain wasn't at the same level as his lightning, her raw power made up that difference, so as irritating as it was they were at a tie. Chapter 590. Hephaestus didn't chase her father as he left, even if he had threatened her with every intention of fulfilling it. Thanks to the book written by her grandfather, she knew that the fate of putting an end to him belonged to Nick alone at this moment. If he failed, then it may become someone else's fate in the future. But for now, it didn't do to dwell on it. She returned to the island and informed Nick that Zeus wouldn't be a problem for a while, but he will definitely be back. This was a relief for Nick as he was nowhere near Tier 6, much less to a power level that would allow him to face Zeus. "How long do you think we have before he returns even stronger?" he asked seriously. "It depends on luck, as if he is lucky. Then he will make a breakthrough in his domains within a year. And if he is unlucky, it may take over 10 before he makes enough progress to feel confident in his victory," she said, honestly, and Nick frowned at that timetable. A year might be enough to reach Tier 6 if he rushes a bit, but he doubted that even 100 years was enough to get to Tier 7. "You appear concerned. Why?" Hephaestus asked, confused after seeing his expression. "My progress has slowed down considerably after reaching Tier 5. So while I think I can reach Tier 6 within a year, I don't think I could reach Tier 7 within a century." Nick said honestly, "I believe you are under a misconception. You are already Tier 7, or at least partially at that point," she said, and Nick froze. "Explain," he demanded. Tier 5 was transforming one's mana into their domains, but Tier 6 is transforming oneself into a pure energy state comprised of one's domains. You have already turned yourself into a pure energy state, and only lack the addition of your domains, which should occur the moment your mana is finished being transformed. This is why I said you were a god waiting to be made. You are already almost guaranteed to ascend to Tier 7 the moment your mana is completely transformed," she explained with a grin. "So you were messing with me when you said I would understand the moment I got there," Nick said in mock outrage. How could he possibly be mad when he had just received absolutely spectacular news? No wonder it was so bloody hard to understand. I basically skipped the 2 tiers before 7 that is meant to prepare one to become divine and set myself on the same existential plane as a god directly. I am just playing catch-up at this point. Nick thought with a self-deprecative chuckle. He was so concerned about the amount of time it would take him to become strong enough to threaten Zeus that he hadn't even realized the massive shortcut he had already taken. With this new understanding, Nick was much more relaxed and didn't feel so pressed for time anymore. Even if he didn't push it forward, Nick was sure that he would reach the end of Tier 5 in 2 years at most, and a little under a year if he sped it up. Do you think it would be better to improve my domains as I wait for my mana to naturally finish converting over, or to use my time for another purpose? He asked, and she turned thoughtful. The stronger your domains, the more powerful you'll be upon reaching godhood, so even if it slows you down, you can't be mistaken improving them while you can, she said helpfully. I suppose I ought to finish up the next crafting style I devise then, Nick said, deciding to finally cash in that free crafting style he had been sitting on. Originally, he wanted to master or get close to mastering the Twilight style, but with Hephaestus's help on it, they had already pushed it just about as far as was possible, as besides figuring out how to fuse the material into other enchantments, they had already grasped everything about it. Oh, what's it about? Hephaestus asked excitedly, and pressed against him, eager to hurry him up in answering. She didn't have huge breasts, because it would get in the way of her work, but she still had a nice-sized bust that she was now pressing against Nick's arm. His mind short-circuited for a moment, as he was rendered speechless before he snapped out of it and separated himself from her awkwardly. It is not done yet, so you will just have to wait, he said, trying and failing to keep the redness off his face. Chapter 591. Hephaestus pouted, but didn't fuss over the matter and let Nick focus on this since she was eager to learn a new crafting method. With Zeus no doubt trying to improve his power for the inevitable rematch between them, she wanted greatly to improve her own power to keep up. It may be Nick's fate to have the final clash with Zeus, but she could at least hold off her father until he was ready. With that said, however, she turned her attention to the domain that she had that was starting to lag behind her crafting domain considerably. Her metal domain. It was only after clashing with Zeus that she realized that it countered his lightning domain innately. This revelation enlightened her of a lot of things that she had been confused about before. First amongst them was why Zeus always punished her harshly for any improvements to her power she made previously. It wasn't because he hated that she was born a woman, but rather that he was afraid of her becoming able to throw him off his throne. This explained why Athena was treated with reverence after she was born with what was also considered male domains, yet she was spited and scorned. Nick didn't know about the goddess's thoughts, but even if he didn't, he would probably agree with her. He hadn't ever met Zeus himself, but from the context he had of the god's cruelty, to suppress a possible threat in the future sounded right up his alley. Now to see what this new crafting style is going to be, Nick thought, shaking his head to remove any distracting thoughts. Spending his free draw, Nick watched as the roulette wheel spun for a minute before finishing and landing on Funimaya style. Nick wasn't familiar with the name, but considering the same could be said of his other two styles before he got them, that wasn't a big deal. Like usual, the wheel turned into rainbow-colored mist that flowed into his head, giving him the knowledge of the style in great detail. Immediately, Nick had an odd look on his face, as this style was suspiciously perfect for him. The basics of the style involved taking the spiritual energy of two types of souls that appear diametrically opposed in nature and fusing them together inside an object, to create a sort of symbiotic artificial soul that took on the true properties of the one it was bonded to. The final result was a weapon unique to it, is wielder, that was known as a Zanpakuto. The thing was, however, that this style couldn't even be considered magical at all, and thus even muggles could have Zanpakutos and grow powerful as a result, because the weapons were almost entirely based on the power of one's soul and body. In other words, Nick could finally arm his people in a sustainable manner. Enchanted items were all well and good, but they were static and could only perform at a consistent level without any improvement unless they had growth attributes. Adding those to every piece of equipment made, however, was costly and horribly inefficient. So Nick refused to do it. It wasn't all good news, however, as there was a very large problem with this new style. The two types of souls that were needed to make the Zanpakutos didn't exist naturally in this world. Hollows and soul reapers simply weren't a thing in this world, and as a result needed to be carefully and artificially created. Nick had finally ran out of luck in terms of crafting styles being compatible with his world. The previous two were unorthodox approaches to this world's natural order, but still fell within it, and thus could be integrated easily. This one, however, required a thing that didn't exist at all, which made the situation delicate. Unlike in the world in which this new style came from, souls in this world don't naturally hang around after death before becoming hollows or soul reapers. Rather, they go directly to the afterlife in the underworld, or slip into the unknown. Messing with this process to create hollows and soul reapers was massively risky. In the best case, the world would accept this new change, and those type of souls would start appearing naturally, which would cause huge problems for literally everyone. According to the information that came with the style, these souls all had the potential to grow to the point of unleashing nuke levels of destructive force via either training or just surviving and consuming enough. The worst case scenario was that the world itself directly rejects the interference and smites Nick for his attempt. This wasn't a simply harsh punishment either, but the world directly trying to erase him. Chapter 592. Thankfully, the system had a solution to this in the form of spiritual energies and special jewels from both types of souls. The only issue Nick had was that these jewels were bloody expensive. Each one was 500,000 points, and even though his current works earned him about 700 system points each these days, that was nearly his whole stock at the moment. Sadly, Nick could only swallow the pain of the purchase, as this new style was far too useful to the current him to ignore. It wasn't actually that bad since Nick could just make the points back in time, but it didn't mean that getting set back to dead broke was a fun experience. Nick looked at the two jewels he bought and couldn't help but admit that they were quite beautiful. The one containing Soul Reaper type spiritual energy was a brilliant azure blue and swirled like moving clouds were contained within it. The hollow jewel, however, was a vibrant mix of red, green, yellow, purple, and black. That much like the other jewels swirled, but this time chaotically. Oddly, Nick felt almost drawn to the hollow energy, as though it was a missing part of himself that he wasn't aware was missing. Searching deeply, he quickly realized that this yearning came from his Daedric nature, and he figured out why it was acting like this. Hollows were created when a being with a soul died, and they lingered in the world of the living for too long, contrary to what many believed souls can in fact pass on without assistance from a soul reaper in that world. But without that aid, many became hollows, because dying didn't come with a "What is next?" brochure. Soul reapers were the souls that successfully pass on to the spiritual world, either with or without assistance. Anyways, hollowified, souls were in a way transformed into primal beings that followed their baser instincts in order to grow more powerful. This unfortunately meant they consumed spiritual energy, usually by eating other souls. The reason Nick's Daedric nature was acting the way it was because hollows were in essence very similar to Daedra, but were also different enough that they would want to combine to create a more perfect being. Nick honestly wasn't sure if he should do so, however, as there was no telling what he would become. This was an unprecedented situation, as never before had a Daedra encountered hollow energy, and the reverse was also true. While all evidence pointed to a positive outcome, there was no guarantee that was truly the case. I am willing to take this risk, but I should inform everyone before I do, just in case. Nick thought as he stood up to go find Hephaestus. It had taken him a couple days to digest the information he got from the new style, as it covered a broad range of knowledge that was new. Not only highly advanced stuff, but even basics of things as seen from that world, such as spiritual energy composition and manipulation. In addition to the knowledge he had before getting this style, Nick was willing to bet heavily that he was the most knowledgeable about souls, or at least the second most knowledgeable in the world. With this new understanding, however, Nick also had the understanding of just how crude his experiments with souls previously had been. It was frankly embarrassing, as he might as well have been a child smashing two types of food together in hopes of getting a tasty treat. Spiritual energy was so much more complex than that, and it was hard to reconcile the sheer difference in understanding from before he got this new style with the new one. Hephaestus was on the moon in the new crafting room when Nick found her. She was in the middle of an experiment involving mixing a runic enchantment with light material, so he waited until she was done before making himself known. She failed, but didn't look bothered by it, and even smiled happily when she saw Nick. "I take it you have completed this new style?" she asked eagerly. Nick nodded and roughly explained it to her while leaving out or altering some details slightly so that the true origin of the style didn't get revealed accidentally. I also made a bit of a breakthrough in regards to my own race and might be unavailable for quite some time as I implement the changes to myself. Nick finally said, and the goddess looked concerned. Is it dangerous? She asked with a concerned look, and Nick shrugged helplessly. I do not know, he said honestly. Chapter 593. Nick found it rather odd that the system itself seemed to be pushing his race towards an unknown direction. This might seem like a matter of coincidences, but if you were to put it together, even at the start when he received the Celebrimber style, the system had an error where Nick started to turn into an elf. That was the first suspicious point in and of itself, as despite receiving an additional 2 more styles, nothing similar had happened. Perhaps that made sense for the Twilight style, but the new one was literally made by a pure spiritual being for pure spiritual beings. The second suspicious point was that the system just so happened to give a Daedra heart as a mission reward when he started planning to under the ritual of nature. Afterwards, his own essence had taken on a Daedric nature to a small degree as a result. His wand could be considered an actual coincidence, since the system had no part in that, and the celestial bird's spirit fragment mixing with his race was a part of that. The final suspicious part was that out of the nigh infinite books that the system had he happened across, the Daedric book that explained how to bind a realm to one's self. One should keep in mind that this was certifiably Tier 7 knowledge based on what Hephaestus told him, so he should never have come across it normally so early. Now, he learns that the very type of spiritual energy he needed to use the new style he got just so happened to be compatible for upgrading his race again. He wasn't buying it. I know you can hear me, system. I want an explanation, Nick demanded. And for a few moments he had begun to think that he was just being paranoid. So the jig is up? I take it. Don't bother replying, since this is a message I left for you. Should you notice the secret function of your system I gave you? The system put up a line of text in Nick's vision that made his eyes narrow. He had always assumed that something must have interfered with his soul after he died originally, as otherwise he wasn't sure how he ended up in this world with a system no less. Now he truly knew that he was here by design, and that his current situation was part of this being's plan. You are probably thinking something along the lines of me having controlled your actions for a very specific goal until now, right? Don't answer, I already know. Perks of being a higher dimensional entity and all that. Honestly, though you are entirely wrong. See, I placed you in that world and gave you the system to entertain myself. Eternity is quite boring after all. That whole idea is pointless if you are a puppet, as then I will always know how things will turn out. Anyways, I got a bit off topic there, so let's get back to the real meat and potatoes of the situation. The secret function of the system I gave you. See the system functions as a sort of special cheat, just for you so long as you put in the effort to make the most of it, which I am assuming you have if you are reading this. The secret function, though, was a little surprise I added to see what you end up with in the end. The system is designed with the inclination to push racial improvement options compatible with the current you into view. That is right. Actually taking those options is entirely on you, as all the system does is make them known to you. As an added bonus, I made sure that the things that pop up are only those with a high chance of success, since you dying at the first one is rather boring. That is it for this message, and remember, I am rooting for you at all times. The text ended and Nick was left more confused than when he started reading it. The message left him with more questions than it answered, but at least he knew how he got to this world now. More likely than not, it was some sort of unfathomable eldritch being that exists outside the known dimensions. At least it is good to know that I am not being controlled, or can I even trust the words of something capable of all this? I have so many bloody questions and doubts now, Nick thought, conflicted with this new understanding of his situation. In the end, Nick chose to just try and ignore this new information, as it literally made no difference at all if he focused on it or not. Chapter 594. Or at least that was what he tried to do, but that sort of news was rather hard not to focus on. Thankfully, something happened that distracted him from it, as Hephaestus created a Krudasaki, a weapon soul in a way that was blank until the essence of one soul was imprinted on it. Hephaestus was not happy with the way it turned out, however, as the thing was barely functional and prone to violent outbursts against its creator, which was a sign of mistakes having been made in the creation process. In this case, an incorrect ratio of Hollow and Soul Reaper energy, with there being too much Hollow energy. Nick explained this, and the goddess didn't hesitate to dismantle the Asaki to try again while Nick took a bit of the excess Hollow energy for himself. The energy was surprisingly obedient when he took it into his essence. A day later, Nick still hadn't noticed much of a change in himself and thought it was because he hadn't used enough energy. It was at that point, however, that his entire soul quivered in pain. Apparently, the Hollow energy was waiting in the part of his essence tied to his mana, and that part had been hit with his domain transition at this moment. The previously converted energy was rapidly changed again as the Hollow energy spread and corrupted it. The more was converted, the greater the pain Nick felt, as his essence began to clash and shift within itself and shrink down. With this transformation came a violent and savage hunger that had Nick turn his attention to the souls in his realm that he was saving. Nick acted on instinct and began to consume the raw souls directly, which eased the hunger he felt and let his mind return to clarity. Hollow instincts are no bloody joke, he thought in horror at what he did while out of it. It was a violent and savage action that made him feel almost tainted for doing it. The hunger suddenly vanished the moment the transformation of his essence was complete, and the realm surprisingly doubled in size immediately afterwards. Nick found this odd as he didn't feel like his power had improved so much, and the transition of his mana to his domain's energy was still ongoing though. Now the change was also into Hollow-like energy as well. His essence was denser though, but it certainly didn't feel as though that made any difference from before at all. The transformation had, however, caused his Daedric body to break down into energy, however, so Nick had to recreate it again, but that was when he discovered a difference. The new body looked almost the same as before, but had a few differences. The first was that it was larger and more muscular. It was as though the original body had hit a major growth spurt, and also packed on muscle at the same time. The second change was that the body had a tail. Now that was a bit like a mix of a serpent and a bird, as it was long and slender, but had small feathers along it its whole length, and a fan of large ones at the tip. The third change, however, was in the form of a white bone-like mask, covering the mouth and jawline of the face with rows of sharp predatory teeth clear to see. Think terrible. The final change was the one that interested Nick the most, however, as the body had glowing energy channels. Snaking across it, his entire form that gave the whole thing a sinister vibe. Thanks to the knowledge that came with the crafting style, Nick could tell what parts came from the Hollow side of things. But these energy channels didn't belong to any part of any of his previous races, so he assumed it was part of his new one. Controlling this new body was an interesting thing as well for Nick, as he felt almost without limit while doing so. The body also came with a new innate ability that made him slightly annoyed: soul devouring and manipulation. Nick could now grab a raw soul with his bare hands while in this body, and even consume it in order to grow his power much the same way a Hollow would. It was very similar to his Netherworld grasp, but didn't allow him to modify a soul that he was holding, so the artifact could still have it his own uses. Casting magic with this new body was also not only very easy, but even seemed to amplify its effects slightly. The body had a trait that Nick knew would be irritating to deal with as well, since it could regenerate on its own in next to no time at all. Chapter 595. Nick was honestly rather surprised at how little changed from his race getting upgraded. Besides a minor cosmetic adjustment to his Daedric body, alongside a couple new abilities that he technically could have done in some manner, beforehand there was nothing really different. Now that I think about it, Hollows and Daedra were very similar to begin with, so I suppose a small transformation was to be expected, he thought, before moving his attention onto mastering the new style himself. Hephaestus had a head start in this regard, but Nick knew he had an advantage since he had a great many tips and hints with his system-given knowledge that she did not. The guy who made this style was unbelievably knowledgeable, and had left a great deal of this knowledge in the inheritance that Nick has. While almost all of it could be applied to the crafting process, so much seemed off topic that Nick couldn't explain it to Hephaestus properly without showing it. For example, that one could create a more powerful personal Zanpakuto by adding a part of themselves during the forging process, while the Asaki was the same either way. The bond between the wielder and weapon was tighter and more intimate this way. Speaking of Asaki, Nick also knew that it was possible to have fully manifested Zanpakuto spirits without owners so long as they were provided the energy they needed to exist, Ironically, there was even a side note about this in the style, where the guy who created it bragged about being the closest anyone came to learning the secondary release state of Zanpakuto that was called Bankai long before the first person actually reached that point. The reason it was ironic was because, despite this, the creator of the style never even considered that a second release was possible before it actually happened. Nick couldn't blame him, since from what he knew of the creation and imprinting process of the Zanpakuto, learning the name of the weapon gave it its true form, which should logically be its final one as well. But it was not. The creator himself even left a comment on this, stating how even after thousands of years creating Zanpakuto, he hadn't fully understood every aspect of them, as occasionally someone would find a new detail that was previously unknown. A good example would be the case of introspection, in which a Soul Reaper would become so in tune with their weapon spirit that the two entities would fuse into one. The result was an increase in power by more than several fold if done correctly. The creator of the style did note that there was a trend in these discoveries, as the one who found them always got a large boost in power. He also noted that besides Bankai, he hadn't been able to achieve introspection due to his attachment to each Zanpakuto he created. He simply couldn't devote his all to a single weapon as a craftsman, which was a thing Nick understood personally. To most craftsmen, their creations were almost like their children, in that they were all made with loving effort and hope. There were, of course, emotionless craftsmen as well that only used pure skill and logic in their crafting. But you could always see it as the products lacked that special something that came from caring about what you were doing. There was a reason those craftsmen never reached the peak of the art, however, as they simply lacked the passion to go beyond what was already understood, and thus never found the wonders that lay in the unknown. Nick spent the next few months working alongside Hephaestus when he wasn't busy running the city or assisting Dumbledore with something. The goddess was openly flirting with him for most of that, and even wore rather revealing clothes at points to tease him. A good example was when she wore a red bikini one of the days that covered the important parts but left everything else visible. Nick didn't get much work done that day, as he was rather distracted the whole time. There was a few things that had changed from Zeus's return, however, during this time. The first was that the god had carved out a third of the planet for his own, and had started forcing the people there to do his bidding. It was rough, as quite a few were killed for defiance, immediately, as subservience was not a trait many modern people had. The new Olympus Empire, they called that area of the world now, and it was avoided heavily. Zeus had also apparently tried making up for lost time, and had taken several women, willing or not, as members of his harem, and news of several of their pregnancies reached Nick and Hephaestus. Chapter 5, 96. Zeus was a harsh master, and enslaved those within his empire to build himself a grand palace, as well as an army for conquering the rest of the world. That later of those was something that everyone agreed was not allowed, however, and Nick, along with Dumbledore and Flamel, sent saboteurs to destroy the military supplies on regular intervals. Zeus was helpless to stop it, however, as even if he killed these people they had signed up for this job, knowing that it was a possibility, so more would just take their place. Even more ironically, whenever Zeus tried to send people to assassinate all three of them, since they were in Hephaestus's territory, and thus out of his personal reach, the people he sent almost immediately turned their backs on the god. Why wouldn't they, considering how he treated those under him? Without the few factors that previously restrained his cruelty, Zeus went full-blown tyrant, and was hated by damn near every person in his territory. Without anyone capable of standing up to the god, however, rebellion was also impossible. It was a nightmarish situation for that third of the world's population. In a positive change, however, someone had finally released their Shikai. From those who had been given blank Zanpakutos, the released weapon was a shield, interestingly enough, with the name Roteki Kagami, or Dewdrop Mirror. The ability of the weapon was a mix of absorption and reflection. The way it worked was that anything that touched the mirror-like face of the shield sank in and was rejected back out without any loss of momentum. In a manner of speaking, it was the embodiment of "you can have this back." Nick himself found it funny how the first released weapon was defensive in nature, but didn't have any issue with it. The owner of the weapon, however, was a surprise, as it was the poison-wielding hunter, Mary Ernest. She herself didn't have any problem with this new weapon at all, as in her words, it would actually help her survive, should she come across an enemy stronger than her. Thanks to her experience and the data collected from her Nick and Hephaestus, were able to adjust the creation process of the Zanpakuto to make it more compatible with Muggles. None of the wizards with Zanpakutos had gotten a Shikai yet, however, so they were still a bit stuck on that front. One had to remember that these things were created for pure spiritual beings originally, so a considerable amount of data was needed to adjust them for flesh and blood beings, like wizards and muggles. Thankfully, the creator of the style was a genius and had more or less made the things all-inclusive so long as one had a soul. There was another change that came out of seemingly nowhere that had Nick celebrating. Celebrimbor had been allowed to leave Nick's mindscape by the system because it deemed Nick beyond his influence now. The catch, however, was that the Elf Lord still had to be bound to Nick in some regard, so Nick chose the best option he had. He sent Celebrimbor's soul into the waters of his realm to be reborn as a Dremora. All Daedra born from the waters were bound to the realm, which was a part of Nick, so it was technically allowed. It is unusual having flesh after this length of time. The Elf Lord said with a funny look as he flexed his muscles in the realm. Welcome back to the land of the living. It is no Middle Earth, but I imagine you'll adapt just fine. Nick said with a smile. I think I will, yes. I wonder though, am I still an elf or something else now? Celebrimbor asked curiously. You are still an elf, but rather than Maya-related, you are Daedric in essence. It is basically the same idea, though, with the minor difference that upon death you will simply be reborn within the water here rather than pass to the afterlife. Nick said honestly, I see. Always know that should you have need of me, I shall leap to your aid. Of this, I swear, the elf said solemnly. I appreciate the sentiment, truly I do. But it is unnecessary. I would not risk another for my problems, Nick said seriously, and Celebrimbor nodded. Perhaps so, but oaths are sacred things, and it would not sit well with my mind not to give you one. Not after this gift you have given me, he said stubbornly. Nick sighed, but chose to accept it as he knew better than to argue with the stubborn elf. The old elf wasted no time at all after that, asking to use the crafting room since he had been unable to do anything besides watch, as Nick crafted things for this entire time. Chapter 5, 97. It was rather funny to see how the interaction between Hephaestus and Celebrimbor went as the goddess was highly confused by the Elf Lord. First and foremost, he was unlike anything she had ever seen, as unlike Nick, who was a strange fusion of many races. Celebrimbor was pure elf and old as all hell to boot. That last part really bothered her, as she had a very hard time wrapping her head around the idea that a race could be innately immortal. Celebrimbor was patient with her, however, and tried his best to explain the situation without mentioning the system. Beyond this, however, the Elf Lord integrated into the world quite easily, as he had witnessed it from Nick's mindscape for quite some time now. Over the next few days, the elf had come to be not only accepted into the city, but was even revered to a good degree after he gave the hunters some instruction in combat on a whim. One needed to remember that Celebrimbor was a highly experienced warrior who had spent decades to centuries honing his skill in combat. Thanks to this, he was able to manhandle every hunter in the city, and he even taught them in the process. The most interesting battle, however, was between Sirius and Celebrimbor, as Sirius had made a point of honing himself as much as possible after the world went to pot. This meant he regularly sparred physically with the hunters and fought against beasts with both his magic and, at this point, strong physical body. Celebrimbor had yet to begin learning magic, but it was planned for the near future since he obviously had the ability to use it. Since he was at the peak of Tier 3 at the moment, Sirius was not a simple fighter at all, as he was a trickster at heart, and thus regularly threw in feints and distractions during their spar. Even Celebrimbor had to admit that he needed to take it a bit seriously in order to not lose from the unfamiliar strings of spells and attacks Sirius sent his way. The Black Patriarch lost, of course, but he gave Celebrimbor a run for his money, which was plenty to earn the Elf Lord's respect. When it came to crafting, however, Celebrimbor was like a sponge, as he not only shook off the rust from his long-time inactivity, but also learned and mastered everything Nick had learned and added to his style over the years. The old elf, however, wanted nothing to do with the Nemea style, as he felt it was a sort of crutch for magical beings rather than a boon. Not to say he couldn't appreciate the concepts that went into the style, but anything that a Zanpakuto could accomplish could be done with magic already, if one were to put in the effort. For muggles, it was a way forward, which he was fine with, but for magical beings, It was little more than a crutch that would be more damaging than helpful, unless you were a talentless or lazy individual. The Twilight style, however, was Celebrimber's new favorite, though. As an elf, he was innately close to that domain, and thus rapidly learned and mastered the style under Nick's help. He even hoped to mix it and his own style to create even more powerful objects. Neither Hephaestus or Nick tried to dissuade him, as while they had thought of doing so themselves, it was too much effort compared to the possible payout. The elf knew this, of course, but the fact that his style had a hard limit of Tier 5 bothered him, so he was willing to pay whatever it cost took to raise that limit. Mixing the two styles would indeed accomplish this, but only to the peak of Tier 5 at most, as the benefits the light material could bring to the table for the style were additive rather than multiplicative. To put it bluntly, this was a long and difficult path that the Elf Lord had chosen, but one that at its conclusion would possibly set him at the level of a god. Nick took great joy when it came to teaching Celebrimber magic over the next few months, as the Elf Lord had to start from the very basics. The wand that chose the Elf Lord was also an interesting one, in that it was a 10-inch Elder Wood wand, with the core being one of Nazgul's shed feathers. Despite this, however, Celebrimber came to loathe Nick's lessons on magic, as he took great joy in pointing out the mistakes the Elf Lord had made in a harsh manner. Nick was an absolute demon when it came to learning, as he accepted nothing less than perfection in the basics, before allowing Celebrimber to move on to the more advanced subjects. Chapter 5, 98. Nick wasn't just teaching the stuff that Hogwarts did, though, but the basics of magic as he knew it, so it was far more in-depth and comprehensive. This meant that despite learning extremely fast, Celebrimber was still technically in the first year of Hogwarts in terms of magical skill. Had he learned just the stuff that the school taught, he would likely already be approaching the 5th year mark, but Nick was making sure the fundamentals were set before allowing him to move on. There were pros and cons to this style of teaching, but the Elf Lord only complained a little, since he knew that in the long run this would pan out. Besides this, not much had happened in the world, as Zeus was marshalling forces with heavy opposition while he tried to grow his own power. The rest of the world was also starting to stabilize as people and magical beasts reached in treacherous balance. The Americas that Hestia had taken over had been condensed into a series of large cities that survived, but were rather crowded in most people's opinions. The goddess herself had basically just made it clear that if someone didn't like the way things were, they were free to leave. A few wizards or brave muggles did, but nobody knew if they made it or not, as no one had heard from them after that. Nick and Hestia did not get along, however, as the moment they met, both felt repulsed by the other instinctively. It wasn't hard to figure out why either, as by his nature Nick was a chaotic force, and Hestia's domains were all about order. Personality-wise, they were fine, if a bit clashing in opinion, but both had a tacit understanding to stay away from the other. Clashing natures was no laughing matter, as it meant they both felt violently aggressive towards the other for no other reason beyond merely existing. Hephaestus accepted that coexistence was possible, but being friendly was off the table entirely. Nick himself had been cranking out a great deal of rings while he waited for his progress through Tier 5 to Tier 6 finish so he could stockpile points again. On average, his rings netted him between 100 and 1,000 points each, so he was making good progress, as he had already stored up 500,000 points again, despite him also hemorrhaging points in his constant purchasing of new knowledge from the system, as well as refilling his stores of Soul Reaper energy. As it turned out, the energy itself wasn't that expensive so much as the jewels it came in. The hollow energy Nick had covered by separating some from himself to store, since he made it passively now. One would think that it took a great deal of these two types of energy to create a single Asaki, but that was wrong. It actually took a very small amount, but the trick was that the two types of energy needed to be fused and shaped extremely carefully, or the final result would fail. Interestingly enough, Nick discovered something amazing about the style that even its creator hadn't known. The starting shape of the Zanpakuto, before it was imprinted, actually created a different result based on what it was. The creator of the style had only ever made blank Zanpakuto that were in weapon shape, so most of the time, the imprinted ones were also suited for combat to some degree. However, by creating ring-shaped blank Zanpakuto, Nick discovered that not only were the Shikai for them not combat-related, but they could even allow one to craft via their Zanpakuto alone. These types of Shikai were thus labeled support types, as they weren't meant for combat, but rather to lend aid to those who went into it instead. Healing, crafting, creative, and buffing Zanpakuto were all very common in those who got their Shikai from ring blanks. The creative types that could produce resources like metal or plants were classified as treasures in the city as an exchange for some effort. By the wielders, people could get supplies, so the price of those things went down drastically. A good example would be a Shikai owned by a potion maker that could create and control slime. This slime allowed the person wielding the Zanpakuto to absorb an organic ingredient and add that ingredient's property to the slime without any change in how a potion made with the original ingredient would function. The best part was that the guy could swap the properties at will after he absorbed a sample, so he was a walking potion ingredient goldmine. Snape had sent no less than 100 messages trying to get the guy with that Zanpakuto to work for him. Chapter 599. Not that he could be blamed, considering that besides adjusting the recipes slightly to accommodate the slime instead of the normal ingredients, the end result was the same as normal. For a potioneer like Snape, this ability was the stuff of wet dreams, as it meant damn near endless ingredients for no price at all, really. The guy with the ability knew better than to leave Nick City. Though as it was the front runner of pioneering and advancement in the world, so leaving would be downright stupid. Hell, these Zanpakuto that Nick had introduced had revolutionized the whole city almost overnight, once more and more people with Shikai started popping up. Food, plant growth, Zanpakuto, water, rain, river, ice, or even cloud creating Zanpakutos. Everything a growing country could possibly need was available for cheap thanks to the inclusion of Zanpakutos. The best part was that thanks to these things that worked for Muggles without any issue, the gaps between the two sides were starting to close as the Muggles were slowly getting over their jealousy of not having magic themselves. It wasn't all good times, though, as like in all cases when someone is given more power than they know what to do with it, went to a few of their heads. These people turned arrogant and rude while thinking they were the center of the world, just because their Zanpakuto was considered powerful or very valuable. A good example of this was a Muggle who got a powerful lightning-based weapon Zanpakuto and started bullying others since theirs were weaker than his own. Nick himself appeared for this matter, and with a wave of his hand tore out the soul of weapon, leaving it as nothing more than a piece of dead metal. As if that wasn't already bad enough, the weapon's soul itself thanked Nick for doing it, as it had become disgusted by how the Muggle changed after getting a taste of power. Nick then placed the manifested soul in a special state that allowed it to exist without relying on the Muggle's spiritual energy. It was unable to grow without a wielder, but it could still live out. It is days as is just fine. After that, the Muggle got a taste of karma as his previous victims came to mock the now powerless man in revenge that everyone turned a blind eye to. The weapon soul that had the name Hikari, Nohana, or Light Blossom, was a kind individual that worked as a server at Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor in Midtown. The Muggle had cried, begged, threatened, and attempted to trick the weapon soul into returning to him, but it all failed and he was chased off instead. With such a clear example set in place, few else fell prey to the temptation of pride and cruelty. There were others, of course, but they too were punished harshly, with the worst even being killed by their weapon spirit after it had been freed, despite this meaning almost certain destruction for it. Unfortunately, Zanpakuto spirits were tied to their owners. So upon death, the Zanpakuto will begin to decay and die just as its owner did. This process can be slowed through various methods, but never stopped. Nobody knew how exactly, but after that spirit killed its owner, Nick took it away, and when it returned, it was no longer a Zanpakuto spirit, but a true flesh and blood-living being. Nick and those close to him knew what had happened, however, as he had chosen to give that spirit the option of being reborn as a Daedra bound to the realm forevermore. This was always an option, even with ghosts like Helena. But Nick had never offered it to them lightly, as it meant they would never truly be free. Being tied to his realm meant they could not escape him, and were subject to his will at any given moment for eternity. In many ways, it could be considered a fate worse than death or being a ghost like Helena. It was for this reason that she had not accepted it, even when he offered it to her. Nick considered this to be a last resort type thing, such as the case with the Zanpakuto spirit, or Celebrimbor, where it was quite literally their only option for living. An interesting thing Nick discovered, however, was that becoming a Daedra did not strip the Zanpakuto spirit of its own abilities. but rather seemed to turn them into bloodline abilities for it. This was quite fascinating, as far as Nick was concerned, as the abilities weren't a part of their body originally, but from their soul. So the change from metaphysical to physical was very big. Chapter 600. While Nick himself was beyond bloodline abilities, as a Tier 5 going on 7, that didn't mean that it was any less of an important discovery. From what he could understand, most bloodline abilities were for a lack of better explanation paths to follow towards divinity. The reason for this was that if one were to focus their progress around their abilities, then the domains tied to those same abilities were grasped much faster than those who lacked this direction to grow in. In simple terms, bloodline abilities made it easier to reach divinity. While it was true that bloodline abilities also granted more immediate benefits to those who have them, it was also very true that these benefits tended to stop being all that relevant once one hit Tier 4, as any wizard or witch that got that far on the path had spells just as powerful. Even Nick's own bloodline abilities were just powerful applications of magic, at this point with the exception of his avian dominion and all-understanding ones. Those were always useful as they had nothing to do with power to begin with. Anyway, this discovery of Zanpakuto's spirit turned Daedra bloodline ability conversion had Nick curious to see if he could mimic this process to a degree in order to artificially introduce new bloodline abilities in already born wizards. The reason he hadn't even considered doing so for muggles was that, thanks to the knowledge he got from his newest crafting style, turning a mundane soul into anything was a slow, and in most cases not worthwhile process. Previously, when he tried to forcefully add magic to a non-magical soul, the creature died since they spawned magic in their bodies, but had no way of releasing it. As it turned out, according to the information he got with his new style, such brute force methods would in almost every single case result in death. So Nick wasn't willing to gamble on success in hopes of converting the muggles to magicals using that method. That said, he also had high hopes that the introduction of Zanpakuto amongst the muggles would cause them to evolve in a sort of spiritual human race, not unlike the Quincy. This way, even if the population of wizards on the planet didn't dramatically rise, the muggles would not be so helpless to keep up with them. As for why Nick didn't think the Zanpakuto would give the wizards an unfair advantage, in the case they were also influenced by their usage, because wizards already empowered their own souls simply by learning and using magic. Adding Zanpakuto to that doesn't do anything besides speeding the growth up a bit. Even if the average power of wizards in the world rises to Tier 3 rather than Tier 1 or 2, it won't change the fact that only the really dedicated or talented could set foot in Tier 4 and beyond. For this reason, Nick began to set aside some of the blank Zanpakuto to be sold to other parts of the world. Dumbledore and Flamel were the first to get access to them outside Nick's territory, and even then it was in small quantities, as they still had to deal with warbands and thieves. Thievery in Nick's city was impossible, as each and every Zanpakuto was documented alongside who got it. The entries and exits to the city was also monitored strictly, so you couldn't just nab an item and leave. You couldn't fly or dig your way out either, as both those routes were under constant monitor. So any unauthorized intrusion into them below or above a certain point was spotted immediately. Good luck finding anyone to buy, said stolen goods in the city, as well as without the ridiculous laws banning so many things that the ministry had a lot of previously illegal goods could now be sold openly. This meant that there wasn't really any need for a black market or criminal underworld in the city. Nick had taken the most useful parts of laws and rules from history, and after modifying them, based on logic, applied them to his city. As a result, crime was damn near non-existent in his city, as there simply wasn't any need for it. It wasn't a utopia or any such impossible concept, but it was better than everywhere else, and that was all that mattered. In a funny twist, Zeus actually sent people demanding Zanpakuto for his own empire, for equality, which had Nick and Hephaestus laughing their heads off. It was such a load of crap that even the people across the ocean could smell it. Obviously, Zeus recognized the war potential of the Zanpakuto and wanted to possess it for his own. Or perhaps he was worried that Hephaestus would grow an army so powerful, using them, that his own would get stomped easily. Chapter 601. He couldn't be blamed at all, as he had definitely noticed how much more advanced Nick's territory was compared to the rest of the world. Hell, many foreign powers, who saw how things were going for the English Isles, started imitating Nick with some of their own people to great effect. For example, there was now at least 12 different organizations, like the Adventurers Guild that Nick started that operated nearly the same way. That didn't sound like a lot, but keep in mind that most places around the globe have congregated into singular large entities instead of a bunch of small ones, rather than dozens of small powers on each continent. The vast majority of people everywhere all grouped up in super cities, for safety whether they liked it or not. Death was a rather good motivator to unite for people after all, and that was what the rest of the land that had been taken back by the beasts and plant life was. Death. Everything was now much more powerful or dangerous for other reasons, like magical toxins and diseases, and even the plants that were once known to be safe for consumption were now questionable at best or inedible now. Potatoes, for example, had become dangerous to eat as 1 in 10 plants mutated to have magical toxins within the whole plant. Tomatoes, on the other hand, were downright lethal to consume now, which was a great loss to culinary arts as a whole. The inverse was also true, however, in that many things that had been inedible were now safe to eat. An example was the manchineel tree that went from horribly deadly to literal candy creation. The sap and fruits that were very harmful previously had done a full 360 after the mana surge, and were now perfectly safe and super sweet, like the purest honey. Anyway, Nick skipped the awkward experimental stage with determining what was and was not safe to eat and directly created a magical plant that used the ambient mana as fuel to rapidly produce highly nutritious fruit. The plant itself was a tree with blue bark, and the fruit it produced was the size of a coconut and was bright green with a thin rind around the bland, but filling flesh. The tree produced about 500 fruits a day, and Nick had 10 of them at a moment. The only reason he was even able to make the things, however, was that he exerted his power as a Daedric Lord and forcefully spawned the plants from his realm before transplanting them into the real world. 5,000 fruits a day wasn't nearly enough to feed the nearly 20 million people in Nick's territory, but thankfully most animals had grown much larger in size. So hunting and the remaining edible plants being grown on the farms in the territory kept their heads above water with a limit to 2 meals a day. It wasn't ideal by any means, but it was enough to survive and even thrive, as Nick was always working on creating more fruit trees. The Zampakuto really helped with the food, as there was a few that had abilities to accelerate or enlarge plant growth, the most powerful of which was a weapon Zampakuto, however, that turned the surrounding plant life into the wielder's absolute control. This meant that they could revert the previously edible plants back to that state, which was a very valuable ability. Nick and the governing body of the territory all made sure that person was paid well for their services. This didn't mean that the person wasn't sent off to places that needed help with their food issues, such as to Dumbledore and Flammel. It was rather funny how many people tried to poach the person from Nick while they were helping abroad, but got harshly shot down with reality. The fact was that even getting a king's treatment was a fool's bargain if it meant leaving Nick's territory. Even an idiot could see that the place wasn't just going to stagnate and let everywhere else catch up, but was going to continue advancing further and further ahead of the rest. Even more so, Hephaestus' status as a goddess was no longer a secret after Hestia and Zeus made it clear that the gods had returned. There was simply no reason why Nick or Hephaestus should keep it hidden at this point, so she had been seen and felt within his territory. Despite this, though, it was obvious that the goddess was close to Nick, as she rarely left the island for any reason besides to observe the Zampakuto in action. With two powerhouses like that backing the territory and the great advancements it made, it would be stupid to leave such a place. Chapter 602. It was early November on the 5th, to be exact, when the day-to-day activity in Nick's territory got shook up. Nick was out at the Adventurers Guild with Hephaestus gathering data from Zampakuto users that had achieved Shikai to see how they could tweak the creation of Zampakuto to better serve their users. During this process, a frail-looking old man entered the guild and looked to be heading to the counter, which was past Nick, when Nick's danger senses went off. Poochie! A golden spear tip pierced through his chest, missing his heart, thanks to him moving out of the way just in time. But a fatal wound, nonetheless, as poison surged from the wound as Zeus, who had been in disguise, fled the area. The flesh rotted rapidly in that location, but Nick remained calm, if rather irritated. I hadn't expected to lose this body like this at all. So much work to explain why I am not dead after this. He, though, as the body started to die, Relinquishing control over the body, Nick briefly floated everywhere in his realm before his full conscious entered his second body. The air shimmered, and in an instant Nick stood next to his own corpse in the guild hall. "Nick, is that you?" Sirius asked with a confused look at Nick, who was clearly not human. "It is. This is just another body of mine. I admit that I had not anticipated Zeus assassinating my original body in such a manner. I apologize for this sudden reveal. But as you can tell, I was not left with much choice," Nick said calmly, while everyone nearby surprisingly didn't look uncomfortable with his current form, but rather relieved that he wasn't dead. "You all seem unbothered by my form. Why?" he asked after seeing this, as it confused him. "No offense, Nick, but people were actually betting on whether or not you were even human for a while now. Don't get me wrong, your form, as you call it, is rather off-putting but not really hard to accept," Sirius said with a shrug. Nick was surprised by this answer, as he had thought his secret of not being human was fairly well kept. "What made people question my race anyways?" Nick asked curiously. "It was a bunch of stuff, really. Your eyes, the weird affinity for crafting you have, your power, age, and skill. A bunch of stuff, but the really big one was that God's awful presence of yours. It honestly feels like you are 2 seconds away from killing and eating everyone here at any given moment. No offense," Sirius said honestly. Thinking back on it, Nick found it rather foolish of him to not have considered the sort of presence and aura he would have as whatever he was now. Elves were otherworldly feeling. Celestial birds were beastly proud creatures of power. Daedra were primal beings of chaos and power, and hollows were not much different, except rather than power, they were all about hunger instead. All that considered, and it was pretty clear that his presence would probably make people nervous even if he wasn't tier 5. "I am sorry if I have made any of you uncomfortable. It was not my intention," Nick said honestly, and most of the people here just waved it off. It wasn't easy to bother them, since as adventurers they regularly encountered strange or crazy things out in the wild. Still, I think we all want to know what with the dead body on the floor and all that. "But were you ever human?" one of the adventurers asked curiously. "I suppose I have no need to hide it anymore. But yes, I was a few years ago. I first started my change away from humanity in my first year at Hogwarts, in fact. What I am now is actually a fairly recent change at only a year and a half, roughly, since I became like this," Nick explained honestly. "How does this body here work then? Are you some sort of hive mind or something?" a Muggle hunter asked worriedly as he pointed at the corpse on the floor. Nick chuckled. "Not at all. Both this body and that one are truly mine and never belong to anyone else. It is hard to explain, but I can assure you that I am only one mind rather than a network of minds like you are worried about. Speaking of, I really should take that so I can recycle it and put it back to use. This form isn't exactly inconspicuous, as you can clearly tell," Nick said as he waved his hand, sending his dead body into the realm to get recycled. Chapter 603. Nick didn't even bring his current body back into the realm, as he started breaking down his original body into his base components. Normally, he would just be able to repair the damage, and then kickstart the heart again to return life to the body. But thanks to Zeus's poison, that was impossible, as all the blood and flesh of the body had been necrotized. You can't heal dead cells, so the entire body had to be scrapped to remove the poison before he had to rebuild the entire thing. It wasn't hard, as Nick knew every single detail of his original body on a cellular level and just had to put the base components together in the correct order. For a Daedric realm lord familiar with the body being made, this was little more than child's play. Within 15 minutes, Nick had a new body that was almost the exact same as his previous one. The biggest difference was that this body, while human or elvish in appearance, was still very much Daedric. Still, once Nick took control of it and swapped it with his Daedric form in the real world, no one could tell the difference from before. So it did his job. "Done this sort of thing before I take it?" Sirius asked while checking out the new body. "Only once before, when creating the form I was just using. It is actually quite easy once you figure out the basics," Nick said casually. It was at this point in time that Hephaestus returned from her chase after Zeus with a frustrated expression. Nick wasn't surprised that she hadn't caught him, as it was clear that Zeus's lightning domain focused on speed and power primarily, and lightning was one of the fastest things on Earth. As a result, it made it very difficult for one to try and catch Zeus without a similarly fast domain. One would think that teleporting and speed were hand in hand, but in fact that wasn't actually true, as space was all about stability and stagnation. This meant that when teleporting or manipulating space at all, there is always a noticeable delay when it was used. During that delay, a truly fast enemy like Zeus would spot and evade the teleportation, which made the whole point of it moot unless you knew where they were heading. You need not fret over your lack of success catching him, since he has made the first move. It is only fair I return the favor. No, Nick said with a smirk which cheered her up. What do you have in mind? She asked curiously. Nick's revenge was simple and at the same time effective to behold. Zeus destroyed one of his bodies, so Nick thought it only fair he take something the god held dear. Simply put, Nick was going to steal the Master Bolt from Zeus. That was the weapon that Zeus had wielded to pierce through his body and had possessed for a great deal of his life. To say that Zeus was attached to the weapon would be a grave understatement, as the weapon was so tightly connected to the god that Nick was certain it was actually a part of his domains at this point. Depriving Zeus of this weapon would be a massive blow to his power, and may even make his foundation unstable from having one of it, his pillars, ripped away. The few spies who hadn't been noticed yet had revealed all of Zeus's habits, and the god was sloppy and careless in his own empire. Clearly, he didn't think anyone would have the guts to attack him in his territory, and as a result tended to leave his weapon unprotected when he entertained his harem. Nick chose to seal away all his power and sneak into the palace of the god while he was busy and snatch the weapon into his realm before vanishing from the palace. In the instant the god had been alarmed, the weapon resisted and rampaged in the realm to try and heed at his master's call. But Nick had the realm slowly weaken and break it down to be absorbed. So I was right. The weapon did hold a part of his domain, Nick thought, with a grin, as the mana in his realm surged to hyperdense levels, as the power of the weapon was assimilated into it. Even better, Nick was able to, for a few days at least, gain insight into the lightning domain that had been attached to the weapon, which was an unexpected but welcome profit. Zeus himself, however, was not doing so hot, as a part of his power's foundation had been forcefully ripped from him and destroyed, which set his power back, to the point he was now fearful of Hephaestus coming to kill him, as he was weaker than before, while she was even more powerful. Chapter 604. Zeus Pav. As much as I hate to admit it, I was wrong. In my hubris, I had thought that the man that my daughter had attached herself to was merely just a talented mortal. I have watched my daughter for millennium, so I know better than any that she lacked the ability to create these strange crafting methods that her territory is filled with items from. These Zanpakuto in particular are of great concern, as with them every mortal in her territory is now more dangerous than most trained mortals in my army. I had believed that the man my daughter attached herself to was merely a grand talent in crafting and had greatly improved her power with his own knowledge. I believed that if I were to kill this mortal, she would stop growing. I was wrong. Oh, was I wrong? The man had fooled the entire world into believing the body he appeared as to be his true form, and even I was fooled into thinking I had succeeded in killing him with a sneak attack. As it turned out, however, the bastard had been barely inconvenienced by my actions. It was shameful for me, and I hated him for it. I had thought to indulge myself in my harem to ease my frustration, but I could never have expected what happened next. My precious companion, the Master Bolt, had been stolen from me and destroyed, taking a large chunk of my power with it. For the first time since I fought my father and the other titans, I felt true fear. Not the petty concerns of being deposed or defied, but the understanding that I was in serious danger. I was forced into hiding as my daughter came to hunt me down, like a wounded deer. It was humiliating, and I wanted nothing more than to teach her where she belonged, under my foot. But I had to bide my time until I recovered and grew more powerful, so I sent her one last glare before vanishing in the sea of mortals. I found a spot outside of her perception to live in the meanwhile, a cave below the frozen landscape of the southern part of the world. There I hid and focused all my time and energy on repairing the damage the destruction of my weapon had caused. 2 years later, normal POV. 2 years had come and gone since Nick destroyed the Master Bolt, and Hephaestus scared Zeus into hiding like a coward. The world had changed greatly in this time, as Zanpakutos had made their way into every nation and profession. Civilization had more or less recovered, reached the same point as it had before the mana surge in terms of stability. At the forefront of this recovery and advancement was Nick and Hephaestus. Together, they had made many powerful items that raised the quality of life for the people in their territory so high that it was hard for other nations to keep their people from trying to go there. Sports had been revived in that place. The city was a massive magical marvel, as the entire thing had been enchanted. Personal achievement had never been higher, and there were 2 gods residing there. Yes, Nick had reached Tier 7 in the last 2 years, though. There was a problem neither he or Hephaestus had anticipated. While he was technically Tier 7, his power was only Tier 6, as he simply lacked the mana to fully exert his Tier 7 power. This was no small sum to make up either. While the realm had grown many times larger, and now had a surface area, similar to a medium-sized state from pre-ritual America, his mana was nowhere near the same as a standard Tier 7. Despite this, however, he was a bona fide god now, and that came with quite a few perks. First, and most important in his opinion, was that his mind now worked at unbelievably fast speeds that exceeded even Hephaestus's. This was to be expected, considering what his domains were, however, so neither of them cared all that much. The second perk was that Nick could quite literally see the domains that made up the world as his mana senses had evolved after reaching Tier 7. According to Hephaestus, the gods who held the magic domain usually had something similar, so it too was par for the course. The third perk, however, was an entirely unique thing for Nick, as he had become a Daedric Prince. A weak one, granted, but one nonetheless. He was officially the Daedric Prince of Creation, Destruction, and Hunger. This wasn't mere titles, however, as they held real power and gave Nick access to those domains. In truth, the first 2 were from all of his original domains fusing together upon reaching godhood, and the last from his hollow part, Chapter 605. At first glance, one would think that all domains were equal, but like all things in the world, that simply isn't true. Some domains are simply more important on a reality scale, such as space and time. Many domains relied on these 2 in order to even exist, after all. Creation and destruction were 2 domains that actually consisted of multiple other domains in a sort of overarching umbrella domain. Magic, souls, fire, weather, and lightning were all domains that fell under destruction, which barely qualified Nick to attain it upon his apotheosis. In the same vein, magic, souls, crafting, language, and weather were domains that fell under creation, which made Nick more in tune with this domain than the other. Nick's bird and hunger domains were the only 2 that simply didn't fit in his general domain scheme. One would think the hunger domain to fall under the destruction domain, but it was actually under the nature domain, alongside the bird domain. Despite this, Nick's attainments in these 2 domains was shallow at best, as he had never bothered to spend any time on them, so he was unqualified to receive the nature domain as well. This transformation to a higher domain was actually an innate trait that all beings that weren't born gods have upon reaching divinity if they have multiple domains under a greater domain. The reason for this was because of the world itself balancing things out. Born gods were Tier 7 right away, and as a result had no time at all to really build up mastery of their domains before ascending. Apotheosis was not a simple process, and upon achieving it, all of one's mastery was judged, for lack of a better word, and rewarded by the world accordingly. Without any mastery of their domains since they were born gods, they got no rewards, as in many ways simply being born a god was reward enough. Having higher domains didn't automatically mean that someone was more powerful than other gods, however. That simply wasn't how domains worked, but rather it was about potential instead. Regular domains only had so many possible ways to be mastered before they simply ran out of potential. A good example was the crafting domain that Nick and Hephaestus had. Even though the styles Nick introduced had major differences, they also had many similarities. This applied to every crafting style he might get in the future as well, which meant that at some point that domain simply won't grow anymore, regardless of the effort put into it. Fire and lightning were the same in how limited they were. Higher domains, like creation and destruction on the other hand, were far broader in terms of potential. because they held the regular domains that fell under them, which was quite a long list. In other words, Nick wasn't more powerful than Hephaestus and Zeus, but he had more room for growth and power in the future. This was very bad news for Zeus, as it meant that he was now limited in time, as if he didn't manage to kill Nick before he can grow into this potential. It was game over for him. The problem came in the form of Nick being damn near impossible to kill thanks to being bound to his realm. Speaking of the realm, Nick no longer needed to keep the ring that housed it on his person to freely access it. This meant he had been able to hide away the only weakness he had far from Zeus's perception. Unless Nick was stupid and brought the god into the realm, he was effectively immortal in the truest sense of the word. Zeus didn't know this, though, and while he repaired and honed his power over the last 2 years, everyone else in the world wasn't idle either. No new gods besides Nick had appeared, but a few new tier 4s and 5s had shown up. There was even a couple tier 6s in the form of the Flammels that had become prominent. On the list of tier 4s was unsurprisingly Snape, who was only lacking in pure mana to reach that point previously. What was an unexpected addition to that list was Hagrid, whose giant blood had made him grow in pure power after the ritual had finished, and over this past 2 years had broken into tier 4 just based on his own knowledge and mastery of nature. Dumbledore had become tier 5 as well, but that was honestly to be expected. The biggest improvement, however, was Celebrimbor, who had endured Nick's tough teaching and made great strides over the last 2 years. He had grown to tier 4, but had fallen in love with the subtleties of magic and thus tended to obsess over the things he didn't know about it rather than work on advancing his power. Chapter 606. During the last 2 years, Nick had spent millions of points on new knowledge from the system and grown his library into a madness-inducingly large and complex thing. Of course, there was also a Dwemer lexicon version of the library, as well as he had finished digesting the lexicon he got years back. He now knew basically everything the Dwemer had thought to include within it. Amongst that knowledge was information on alchemically altering plant life, as well as various new farming informations from that world. Thanks to this, the food problem had been truly and completely solved in Nick's territory. Not to say he hadn't helped others with it either, but unlike his territory that could speed up the results via Zanpakutos that were commonplace, the others would need at least another year to begin to see results. Nick had also chosen to purchase one of the power systems from another world to supplement his people's lack of power. To be more specific, he purchased the knowledge on it and spent a while to bring it into reality in this world. The reason for this was because Nick had noticed a rather glaring flaw with the Zanpakutos' improvement of power in those wielding them. Time. It simply took too long for those wielding the things in safety to gain more power. This was the nature of the spiritual energy that the Zanpakuto affected, as fast growth only came from danger. After achieving Shikai, there was a spike in power held by the person wielding the weapons. But after that, it was agonizingly slow. To fix this, Nick chose a power system that didn't clash with magic or Zanpakutos and still offered a fairly quick improvement, Nen. Not to be confused with the Elvish word for water, this system of power was basically the manipulation of one's own life force to create effects that were very similar to magic. Unlike magic, however, the rules for this system of power were downright crooked and seemingly made little to no sense. Basically, one using it first released their life force from their body in the form of aura, which is just raw energy at that point. After that comes harnessing the energy and controlling it. After that, one needs to determine what type of Nen they are compatible with, of which there are 6 types. Enhancement that focuses on empowering one's physical body and all the aspects involved in that. Transmutation that transforms one's energy to an element or property. Emission allows the user to detach their aura from their bodies, allowing for ranged energy attacks and abilities. Conjuration is all about creating objects outone one's aura. Manipulation is about controlling others and objects using one's aura. Finally is the rarest form of Nen, specialization, that has properties from all the others equally and can bypass their boundaries as a result. The way the type of Nen is figured out for each person is through a method known as water divination. The way water divination works is that a glass of water with a leaf floating on top of it is filled with one's aura, and the innate properties of the energy that person possesses changes something in the water or leaf. For enhancers, the water will increase from seemingly thin air. For transmuters, the taste of the water will change. For emitters, the water will change color. For conjurers, the water forms impurities in it like salt or metal or even dirt. For manipulators, the leaf floating at the top of the water will move without any outside force acting on it. Specialists, however, are categorized as such when something beyond each of the other identifiers happens to the water, which can vary from specialist to specialist. Regardless of which type of Nen one has, they can create abilities that use properties from other types, but should typically stick to the type they are naturally inclined towards. The abilities one creates are in theory only limited by type, imagination, and restrictions. Basically, one figures out what they want the ability to do, and then from there begin placing restrictions on it. To determine it is rough power, with the more limitations, or the harsher they are, the more powerful the ability. For example, if you were an enhancer, you could create an ability that lets you increase your strength, stamina, and durability. But in exchange, you have to be performing a specific movement to activate it. Or you can only use it for a certain amount of time, or even really harsh stuff, like taking time off your lifespan per use. Regardless, the final result is determined by one's imagination and the limits they place on themselves. There is a universal limit for all Nen users, however, that applies when they explain their ability, as this is a purposeful handicap, and as such empowers them temporarily. Chapter 607. Nick and Hephaestus were the first to officially gain Nen abilities, with Nick unlocking it by his own effort, and Hephaestus getting it unlocked by Nick as a god with a massive life force. Nick accidentally knocked out everyone in the territory the moment he unlocked his, as it was uncontrolled and fully extended. He wasn't using it on anyone, though, so it merely brushed against them and sent them to sleep. It was a bit annoying, but Nick needed to go to the realm in order to fully grasp and control his body's aura. He was certain that it was supposed to be harder to master then, but he managed it in less than a day thanks to being able to calculate and quantify the energy using his Daedric powers. Nick found it rather funny how it was so easy for him to master, because he as a Daedra was innately sensitive to life force. Typically not a good thing, but in this case, it worked out perfectly as it helped him unlock and master the energy in a short period of time. Hephaestus took much longer, at about a week of non-stop meditation. After that, they tested their Nen affinities and Hephaestus got transmutation. Nick, on the other hand, got mixed results. His human body was a natural emitter, but his Daedric body was a specialist as the water turned into steam under it, his aura. His true form couldn't even use Nen to begin with, since he didn't have a physical form technically. No Daedra did. The bodies they were seen as were merely containers to house their minds in most cases. Still, the difference in Nen types between his bodies was quite interesting to Nick, as it proved that the mind and soul truly had nothing to do with the power. That confirmation aside, it also presented a unique opportunity to him that he was rather interested to put into practice. For his human body, Nick created a single ability with a restriction that it was the only one he could have. He set a few conditions for the ability as well that made it entirely unusable, with a single exception: his body's death. What the ability did was quite simple, really. It was a pure retaliation type ability. Upon his death, all of his aura and mana in his body would condense into a single spot, no bigger than a grain of sand, and shoot into the body of the one that killed him before detonating. This was a particularly vicious ability because it would only stop working after detonating within the body of whoever or whatever killed his body. This meant that escape was impossible regardless of speed or obstructions. Nick made this ability with Zeus in mind, as he was sure the other god was nearing the point where he would come to attack again. Hephaestus hadn't stagnated over the last 2 years, but had slowed to a snail's pace on her improvements. For Nick's Daedric body, however, he crafted a much different ability that was quite useful to him. Faithful Tithe was the ability he created, and the way it worked was that it allowed him to create a Believer's Mark Eye, which was a small golden coin with an image of a hawk. The trick was that when the coin was held by someone who believed in him, he gained a single counter. There was no limit to how many marks he could make either. Activating his ability allowed Nick to spend these counters in order to gain a one-time tithe of mana, which dissolved the marks. As far as restrictions went, Nick could only activate his tithe once a month, and only on the first. He also made it so his aura was reduced to a single % as well for the rest of the month should he activate the ability. He could have made all sorts of other abilities, but this one was what he chose for the moment, as his lacking mana levels were severely holding him back. Hephaestus played around with her aura, but ended up settling for turning her aura into metal like mercury, and called it done. Nick couldn't blame her for her lack of interest in the power, as it simply didn't scale up to divine levels without so many restrictions that it may as well not be used at all. Even Nick's human body's ability had it his death as a prerequisite just to be able to reach that level in theory. That is right, theory, because until it actually goes off, no one knew exactly how powerful it was going to be, only that it will be very powerful. Nick didn't expect it to kill Zeus or anything like that, but he was sure it would ruin the Gods' Day. Chapter 608. Nick slowly began to unlock Nen in his citizens, but came across a slight snag that he needed to overcome. Nen relied on one's body quite heavily, and as a result, a prerequisite for unlocking it safely was to have a strong body, or at least a athletic one. Obviously, that was kind of a problem, as besides the adventurers and hunters that regularly trained, most people were fairly lazy in terms of exercise. Nick was helpless about this, as he couldn't exactly force people to regularly exercise. Well, he could, but it would just breed resentment. This unfortunately meant he had to be extra careful when unlocking people's Nen, and stop the moment it looked like their bodies were rejecting the energy. This made the distribution of Nen rather slow, as none of those who got it unlocked could use it to unlock someone else's safely themselves. Training these new Nen users in how to control the energy also took time, and few of them managed to stop hemorrhaging aura when they slept in 2 months. This wasn't to say that there weren't exceptions to this, There were 3 people who were very talented in the energy. These 3 were members of the Adventurers Guild and regularly spent considerable amounts of time exploring the wilderness and fighting magical beasts. Amongst them, the slowest to grasp their Nen only took 2 weeks, and even then, only because Nick insisted on collecting data that interfered with the learning process. Nen was a new path to power for Nick, and the system had very little on the topic that wasn't mere stories or historical records of what the energy had achieved. Apparently, the people of the world it came from never actually delved all that deeply in the how and why of the energy so much as the what. Specifically, what can they use it for, and what are its limits? It was frustrating, to say the least, as it meant that Nick had no principles beyond the ones he already knew to understand the stuff better. Bothered by this, he spent quite a lot of time performing experiments and gathering data to make hypotheses on the inner working of the energy. In the rest of the world, while this was going on, one would be hard-pressed to find more than a small remnant of the way the world used to be before the ritual. Most technology had been broken down into raw materials again, including cars, power lines, power plants, high-end equipment, and much, much more. In quite a few ways, it could be considered a whole new world, as many had come to appreciate the lack of technology once they got over their discomfort. The lack of light pollution meant that the vast array of stars overhead were visible every night, which still left many in awe even so long after the ritual had been completed. The integration of Muggle and wizarding cultures was also a widespread trend in the world, and with the addition of Zanpakuto and the other things that were getting traded out of the British Isles civilization, was unrecognizable at this point. Speaking of the Zanpakutos, there had been a rather funny set of demands from the Japanese megacity. The fact that all the names of the Zanpakuto were in Japanese had convinced that nation that Nick had stolen the creation method of the Zanpakuto from one of their members. As a result, they demanded that he return it immediately and stop producing Zanpakuto without delay. Nick had given them a big slap in the face, however, when he showed up in front of their leaders and spoke in over 20 different languages fluently, and asked if that meant he had stolen the rest of his methods from somewhere else in the world. After leaving, he sent the news all over the world, which forced the Japanese to rescind their demands in humiliation, as the rest of the world mocked them. This might not have been the best move politically speaking, as he definitely angered the Japanese by so openly crushing their accusations. But frankly speaking, he didn't care. Why would he when he was a literal god? And his final ambition would set him as the owner of the entire world itself. Forget Japan. He wouldn't care about offending much more powerful places like France and Egypt that had tier 5s and 6s backing them. At this exact moment, there were only 3 beings on the entire planet who he was hesitant to offend needlessly: Hephaestus, Hestia, and Hades. Zeus would have been on that list if he wasn't going to be an enemy either way Nick acted. Chapter 609. This wasn't to say that Nick went out of his way to offend every other country in the world, but he wasn't going to just roll over either. For many politicians, this made him quite an irritation, as all of his actions were clear-cut and dry. He actually used the taxes of those in his territory to improve the territory, and even went out of his way to lower the prices of items that were easy to obtain while things like water and food were pretty much free. Compared to the selfish way that the vast majority of politicians governed, he was practically a saint, and it made them look very bad. The worst part for them, however, was that they all knew that they were powerless to take action against him. Embargoes, tariffs, or blockades, all useless as Nick made sure his territory was self-sufficient. Military action. What a joke. Almost the entire population of his territory was armed with a Zanpakuto, and thus highly dangerous. Propaganda and slurring his reputation was also off the table, because quite frankly, Nick couldn't care less. All the usual ways they would work to suppress someone they didn't like were nullified preemptively, which made them frustrated. One might ask, what about assassination? But by this point in time, the entire world knew how the last attempt at that had gone, and so it didn't even cross anyone's mind. There had been quite the amount of discord at the revelation that Nick wasn't human, or to be more specific, that he had discarded it willingly. A great many thought it a betrayal of his roots. But there were an equal amount that could understand why he did so as well. In this new world order, it had been made blatantly clear that other magical species were superior to humans innately. It was a heavy blow to humanity's pride as the race that had for quite some time held absolute dominion over the world to learn that they were innately worse than nearly every other race on the planet. Those that denied this reality and still thought that humanity was the superior race rejected Nick for discarding it. The rest turned thoughtful instead about whether or not they too should discard their humanity and become something greater. This served to split the world into three rough mindsets: the evolutionists, the traditionalists, and the neutrals who simply didn't care either way. This had caused a rise in deaths, unfortunately, as the three factions clashed since their views didn't mix at all. There was a bit of a problem with the evolutionist faction, however, as many of them sought out ways to grow beyond their humanity. Both good and bad methods were considered. Some of the more skilled wizards of that faction succeeded in their endeavors, while others merely turned into monsters from incorrect calculations or ingredients. A good example was an Egyptian wizard who tried to mix aspects of various magical beasts into himself to undergo a qualitative transformation, only to end up as a mass of feral parts that attacked everything around it. It was gruesome and took a lot of power to put down, as the magical beasts' combined resistances to magic and physical attacks gave the monster insane amounts of durability. Lupin had become a very popular choice for those seeking to become more than human, as his magic had settled after being held in place by the ring for so long. This meant that the man no longer needed the ring in order to be a perfect werewolf, and could even turn others into one as well. Most of those he had done so for were already werewolves, however, as he was trying his best to erase the curse entirely. Nick thought it a fool's errand, however, as many packs violently rejected the man, as they almost found the curse to be a sacred thing rather than a curse, and thus hated that he had corrupted it into what he did. Lupin was far too soft to kill these stubborn ones like he should, and as a result, barely made a dent in the cursed werewolf population in the British Isles. The most irritating part, in Nick's opinion, was the evolutionists, who sought him out for his method to go beyond the human race, as it was a tried and true method. Even after explaining that it was a series of fortunate events that couldn't be replicated, these people still didn't leave him alone, and even tried to ambush him to collect samples from him, in hopes of reverse engineering the process for themselves. Chapter 610. It took Nick a while, but he eventually managed to pass out a single believer's mark to every person in his territory. But finally, he was ready to activate his tithe. His aura flared out in a golden red hue from his body before shrinking drastically to exactly 1% of its original size. "Faithful tithe! Collection!" he shouted, and his ability activated. Immediately, the marks in the possession of those in his territory shattered, and just under 22 million streaks of rainbow light shot into the sky and flew towards Nick's island like a reverse meteor shower. These lights ignored the wards and directly slammed into Nick's chest like drops of water, and immediately he began to absorb and refine this mana, causing his stores to rapidly balloon. A single mark gave a minuscule amount of mana, like a drop of water, but 22 million marks was a flood. This was the beauty of this ability. It only showed its true value when used on a large group. Nick's mana stores rapidly grew to the halfway mark of Tier 6 by the time his first tithe ended. He had to grab the balcony railing to stabilize himself afterwards, however, as a sense of weakness overcame him, and he knew this was the backlash of using the ability. Nen was the life force of the body, so by effectively spending 99% of it on his ability, his body was drastically exhausted at the moment. He would recover in a few days after his body had time to adapt to the low level of energy it had in it at the moment. Is it wise to weaken your strongest form like this when Zeus could appear at any time? Hephaestus asked, concerned, as she let him lean on her for support. Not to worry. I am not strong enough to win against him at the moment anyways, so I don't intend to confront him with this form, but my other instead, Nick said reassuringly. I still don't like this plan of yours, despite knowing that it won't actually be fatal to you, she said unhappily. Nick sighed. I would prefer not to do it either, but we need time for my power to grow, and this has the best shot of giving it to us, he said helplessly. Hephaestus herself had confirmed that while Zeus was sneaky when he was at a disadvantage, employing underhanded and despicable methods to shake up his opponents, he also was bold when he felt he was at an advantage. She had witnessed this during the period that the gods were fighting the Titans in. This meant that they would be given no time to accumulate power once Zeus felt confident in being able to overpower them. That was where Nick's human body's ability came in, as at the moment of it is death. All his mana and aura would shoot into Zeus and explode. This definitely wouldn't be enough to kill Zeus, but it would be enough to make him cautious and unlikely to attack them openly again, in case Nick could use the ability again. Nick couldn't, of course. Nobody could, as that was one of the restrictions Nick placed on the ability. It could only be used once ever. No one else could replicate it, even if they knew every detail about it due to this restriction. It was for this reason that Nick named the ability Thunderbolt Calamity, while placing one's death as a prerequisite for an ability gave it a great increase in power. It wasn't enough to reach the level Nick wanted, so this restriction was added as well. This historical level limitation was so powerful that the ability crossed well into the divine as a result. In a related note, there was actually a person Nick had banned from learning Nen in fear of what they could accomplish with it. Hestia. The goddess held the sacrifice domain, and as a result was likely the most uniquely suited to creating abilities with the power. She knew instinctively how potent a restriction would be, and could undoubtedly get very creative with her restrictions to create terrifying abilities. Nick outright banned her from Nen, as a result, to the point he had locked all tomes and knowledge of it in his realm, where she had no hope of ever seeing it. Even further, those he unlocked the power in were sworn to secrecy and exclusivity via Daedric contract, so they couldn't pass it to anyone else without permission. Anyways, Nick brought his now weakened body into the realm and switched over his focus to the human body as he waited for Zeus to pop up. Chapter 611. It didn't really take all that long either, as Zeus approached early in the morning about 2 weeks later, and Nick and Hephaestus rushed out to meet him so that the battle didn't damage the territory. When they finally saw him, Nick was not particularly surprised to see that the god was holding a Zanpakuto. He had a pitying look at it, however, as the Zanpakuto clearly didn't have a Shikai form, if the sense of pure rejection coming from the weapon was any indication. The weapon spirit hated Zeus with a burning passion, and that was to be expected. I assume you stole that from somewhere, correct? Nick asked calmly. Zeus glared at him hatefully. After your filthy hands destroyed my weapon, I needed a new one, and you foolishly sell them instead of keeping them to yourself, he said, particularly angry. When mentioning the destroyed Master Bolt, I pity that weapon to have a worthless owner like you, Nick said honestly, as he truly felt bad that his creation was in the hands of someone like Zeus, who could never use it to its full potential. To achieve Shikai, you needed a deep understanding, and rapport with the spirit of the weapon in Zeus was not the sort to treat a weapon as anything more than a tool, or at best extension of his power. For someone like him, Shikai was impossible to achieve, and so the weapon would fail to ever reach its full potential in his hands. Oh, what a magnificent potential it was, as well as even at a mere glance Nick could see a vast amount of power being held by the weapon spirit that begged for release. Your tongue is sharp dog, but let's see if you can keep speaking like this after I rip it from your head." Zeus roared before coating his weapon in dense white lightning and swinging it horizontally at them. The slash was made with the full speed of lightning, so Hephaestus could barely react to it in time to block it with her hammer. Bang! The clash of forces shook the world around them as the space itself was warped and shredded. Nick held a hand over his face, and energy gathered at that point before turning into a bone-white mask with golden tiger stripes across the cheeks. Nick did this because it was the only way he could access his hollow powers while in his current form. His spiritual energy gathered on his hands, and he held them out at Zeus, sending a wide beam of energy at him. This was a Zero, and Zeus briefly had a fearful expression as he dodged the attack. "Soul domain?" he exclaimed with a horrified expression. "What's wrong? Zeus, lose your nerve now that your life is in danger." Nick mocked to capitalize on the god's hubris. Zeus scowled. "I've been a god longer than the human race has existed. Boy, don't think me foolish enough to fall for such a trap," he said disdainfully. "Worth a shot," Nick said with a shrug. "I was merely caught off guard by you having that loathsome domain. No doubt my daughter has told you of our particular weakness to it. I never would have guessed she would let someone so dangerous live. I am greatly disappointed." Zeus said, playing the father card. It was a dirty move, but also a poor one, as well as Hephaestus scoffed at the god as he clearly thought that approach would work. "I don't know what is worse, that you thought you were a good enough father to have that actually work, or that you didn't notice the spell formation I've been putting up around you this entire time?" Nick mocked as he sent mana into the Nen shape around Zeus. Nick's current body was an emitter, so obviously he could control and shape the energy away from his body without an ability. Thanks to this, he had started sending out Nen the moment he arrived and had carefully been shaping it into a Daedric soul torture formation. As Zeus himself didn't have Nen, he couldn't see this happening, and, as a result, was caught unprepared when Nick surged out mana into the formation. The Daedric runes that were lifeless and inactive flared to life immediately, and Zeus screamed as the formation lashed out at his very soul, not to damage it, but to cause as much agony as possible. The god didn't just sit there and take it, though, as his own power exploded out from him to disrupt the formation so he could escape. "I do hope you have enjoyed that gift of mine. It was quite tricky to make, after all," Nick said with a malicious gleam in his eyes. Chapter 612. Zeus panted and leveled a baneful gaze at Nick, but before he could take a breather, Hephaestus came in with a heavy downswing of her hammer, forcing him to block. She wasn't as strong as him in terms of pure power, but her metal domain was nearly equal with his own lightning domain at this point, and thus set them roughly equal. Hephaestus had explained how divine combat and killing worked, and it was quite fascinating to Nick. Much like himself, a god's physical form was merely a vessel for their soul, and destroying it only caused superficial damage to them. To truly harm a god or kill them, you had to destroy their soul itself, which can be done in a few ways. The first was what Zeus and Hephaestus were doing, which was covering their attacks in their domains, as when a god was hit by another's domain. It was a damaging thing for their soul. The second method was to directly attack their soul, which is what Nick's soul domain allowed, and why Zeus freaked out a bit when he was almost hit with the Zero. The final method was to effectively starve the god to death by depleting the mana from the surroundings for an extended period of time. Gods exist in a pure energy state, so when the surrounding mana gets too low, their own energy begins to disperse to fill the void, which after a certain point means death, as their existence can't support itself anymore, and thus collapses in on itself. Anyways, Nick didn't just let Zeus and Hephaestus fight alone, and jumped in with a fire domain, and spiritual energy-covered fist forcing Zeus on the absolute defensive. Nick couldn't stop the wide grin forming on his face as he jumped the god with Hephaestus. "Fine, I'll deal with you first, dog." Zeus roared and tanked Hephaestus's attack, and stabbed at Nick with his lightning domain-covered blade. Nick didn't even bother dodging as he looked at the god with a mocking expression as the blade created a massive hole in his chest. Hephaestus teleported away immediately, and Zeus looked confused for a moment before Nick's body imploded into a blinding point of light and shot towards him. The god's instincts screamed at him to avoid this point of light, but no matter what he did, it hounded him relentlessly, before eventually catching up to him and sinking into his chest. He was exhausted from burning his power to try and escape and screamed in rage as he realized why Nick had a mocking expression before he died. Then, it detonated. The entire world shook violently as a massive blast of pure destruction ripped out of Zeus and far into the distance around him. The blast wiped out everything in an area the size of the British Isles, leaving a massive molten crater behind. As Nick had expected, Zeus wasn't killed by this blast, but he had taken extremely serious damage and limped into hiding in his pure energy form. The rest of the world came to know what had transpired and effectively made a unanimous decision to not mess with Nick. There was now a British Isle-sized crater in the center of eastern Eurasia that stood as testament of how badly that could go for them. The Earth's own rotation and axis had been shifted from the explosion, which caused some lasting issues as well, such as the global temperature getting colder as they got a bit further away from the sun. Not wintry since the shift had been minor, all things considered, but a good 10 degrees or so colder than before on average. For some in hot climate places, this was great, but for those in already slightly chilly or downright cold places, it got worse. Even though Nick was the one behind the blast, everyone blamed Zeus for it, because it wouldn't have happened if the god had not come looking for trouble. It wasn't all bad, though, as Nick had managed to sneakily rescue the Zanpakuto spirit before his ability activated, thanks to the blade being in the middle of his chest. Tengoku, no Saibanken, or Judge of Heaven, was the weapon spirit's name, and it was so powerful that it took it a month to be reborn as a Daedra from the waters of the realm. Nick found it hilarious that Zeus of all people was the source of this spirit, as the spirit itself was all about balance, patience, and responsibility. Nick also learned something very useful from the spirit being reborn as a Daedra. The realm actually grows larger and more powerful the more powerful the Daedra bound to it were. He hadn't noticed that until now, as the highest any of them was tier 4, which was minuscule. But this spirit was innately tier 6, as it was born from the imprinting of a divine soul. Chapter 6:13. The spirit being bound to the realm as a Daedra caused a very noticeable shift in the size of it as the realm grew a good quarter larger. Tengoku's ability was frankly terrifying in Nick's opinion, and made him glad he rescued the spirit from Zeus. The ability was called Heaven's Judgment, and worked based on one's previous actions via the time domain. Nick wasn't sure if this was coincidence or a remnant of Kronos' influence on Zeus after his death. But regardless, the Zanpakuto turned Daedra had a stupidly broken domain. Space and time were 2 of the 3 domains that were all-encompassing, with the other domains falling beneath them. The third domain was reality, which contained everything all at once, including space and time. Anyways, Tengoku's ability covered the past aspect of time to a very small degree, as it was only focused on a single thing rather than all of time past. The ability went over one's entire life up to the point of present, and based on that passed a judgment that came in the form of a debuff, or, if one was mostly good, a buff that increased or decreased one's power temporarily, depending on what you got. The tricky part of the ability, however, was that one could actually choose whether or not some sins get ignored or judged. In other words, the ability was downright cracked and unfair, as besides infants and small children, there was no one alive without past sins. Surprisingly, Tengoku did not wish to become a god just yet, despite being able to with a small amount of effort. When asked why, it explained that it hoped to refine it as domain before ascending, which Nick was all for. The reason Tengoku was being referred to as it rather than with a gender role was because the form the spirit had naturally was without gender, as it was a giant avian winged eye that had the face of a clock, as it is pupil and iris. Honestly speaking, it was almost Daedric in appearance, despite having come from Zeus, and as a result, it fit the realm perfectly. Zeus had reconstituted himself within that month, but hadn't noticed the loss of his weapon spirit, as he wasn't aware of it to begin with. Instead, he went about reclaiming his lost empire from 2 years ago, warily keeping an eye out for an attack that never came. He couldn't be blamed, as even after forming a new body, He had a brutal-looking scar across his chest from the damage he had taken from the explosion. The blast was created from pure mana and Nen, which meant that even his soul had taken a good amount of damage from it. Like, Nick and Hephaestus thought the explosion had made the god concerned about whether or not they had any more nasty surprises in stock to use against him. So Zeus didn't immediately go back after recovering from his injuries, but chose to bide his time. Nick knew that this peace was merely temporary, however, as once Zeus realized that he had to risk death to kill Nick, before he grew into a true threat they would be out of time. There would be no more back and forth at that point, but full-out non-stop battle until only one side was left standing. The first thing Nick needed to do, however, was reach a Tier 7's mana reserves. At this moment, he was a god in name and form, but he lacked the raw power of one. That was ironically also the reason he was still stuck at the start of Tier 7. Despite him expanding his understanding of his domains, the system was Nick's constant supply of new information. So naturally, his understanding of his domains grew rapidly. But without reaching a god's level of mana, his tier didn't rise even an inch. Hephaestus, on the other hand, was shooting upwards as she got tome after tome on metals, crafting, and fire. Both she and Nick were hoping that if she mastered those domains enough, that she may be able to reach Tier 8, and possibly even get an evolution of her domains, like Nick himself had upon getting to Tier 7. They were hoping she could get creation, but would be fine with whatever so long as she got an upgrade of some sort. Nick himself was passing believers marks out again, so that when the first of the month after next came, he could activate Tithe again. He couldn't do it for the coming up first, though, as he needed at least a month to create and distribute the marks to everyone in his territory. Chapter 6:14. One should keep in mind that Nick had close to 22 million people in his territory, so the fact he could even get a mark to all of them in a month's time was quite impressive. These were also Nen constructs, so nobody without Nen could even see them, which certainly didn't help matters. Still, Nick activated his Tithe ability again, and drew even closer to Tier 7 levels of mana. The closer he got, the larger and more sturdy his realm grew as well. One might question why merely collecting mana like this even worked to increase his personal stores, and the answer was quite simple. It didn't, well. To be more specific, his current issue was that despite being Tier 7, he hadn't experienced having that amount of mana, so his stores could only recover passively what he had experienced. By forcefully adding more mana on top of this amount, his stores update to this new amount of mana for a lack of better terminology. This only worked because he should have more mana than he does by virtue of merely being Tier 7. But since he skipped Tier 6 entirely, he never got that mana. In simple terms, Nick was playing catch-up as a result of him taking a shortcut previously that screwed him over a bit. Thanks to his Nen ability, though, he was making good progress on putting his mana stores where they should be. Add on the mana gathering array he had activated again, and he was constantly making strides forward. During this process, Nick worked to expand his realm via consuming entire uninhabited islands. He unfortunately had to break them down first, as directly adding them to the realm would mean trying to bind the entire world to himself, and wouldn't end well at all. Instead, Nick first detached the matter from the world, and then added it to his realm. No one was aware of this, however, as he was effectively eating away at the world to expand his power. This was obviously something that everyone would move to stop if they knew about. When it was mere truckloads of dirt and asteroids, no one would care because those were things without any real significance. But entire islands was a whole other thing. This was like someone ripping out whole mountains from the planet, and there was only so many that existed. Still, this ravenous devouring of matter caused the realm's planet to explode in size, as over the next year, it grew to the size of Australia in terms of surface area. Once it reached that size, Nick stopped consuming islands, as it was now impossible for Zeus to outright destroy the realm anymore. While it was still possible for him to destroy it, he couldn't do so in any amount of time that would prevent Nick from stopping him. The realm size increase was coupled with Nick finally equalizing his mana stores with his Tier 7 existence. The change was immediate once he did so, as his power immediately skyrocketed, and that his entire island became a mana void, as every ounce of free-floating mana was sucked into him to fuel this ascension. Within mere moments, Nick's power went from the start of Tier 7 to the upper reaches of it, as all his work on expanding his mastery of his domains caught up with him. Reaching out his hand, Nick lightly tapped the air with an extended finger, and the space he touched simply vanished, destroyed down to atoms in an instant, leaving only a void behind. That is rather concerning. Are you maintaining the void there? Or is it simply unable to repair itself? Hephaestus asked, looking at the black nothingness where Nick was holding his finger. It is constantly trying to repair itself and get filled in, but my destruction domain is tearing apart everything that enters that area. At the same time, I can do the opposite as well, Nick said, and as if to prove his point, a diamond the size of a softball manifested in the void, yet still was surrounded by it at the same time. In the beginning there was nothing, and then God said, "Let there be light." And so it was that there was light, destruction, the absence of matter and creation, the presence of it. I understand now, Nick said with a smile as he released his power, and the spot he pointed at immediately returned to normal with a slight difference. There was a diamond that wasn't there previously. Time, space, and reality are the foundation. Destruction and creation shape raw matter, and the rest of the domains give it function and substance. This is the secret of how the world functions, he said, understanding the subject perfectly. Chapter 615. Did you not know this already? Hephaestus asked, confused. This was fundamental stuff for gods, after all, and Nick should have known it. The theory, yes, but until now I couldn't really understand what that meant exactly. It was like I had all the pieces of a puzzle yet couldn't see the image they made until I finished putting them in place. Nick explained honestly. Just having the domains wasn't enough for Nick to fully grasp them, and until now, he lacked the raw power necessary to fully utilize the domains as well. But after his power rose to his current level, that all changed, and now he had the full image, and it was surprisingly simple. One would think that the fundamental forces behind the world were complex and abstract, but at it is most primal the exact opposite was true. Time, space, reality, creation, and destruction. These domains were the simple foundation of everything, and it was only when other domains were branched off of these that things got complex. Scientists have been looking at it wrong this whole time, Nick thought with a sigh. While I am happy that you have made progress, I cannot understand how this would aid us against Zeus, Hephaestus said, confused. It is simple, really. His own power is now ineffective against me. Any attack he makes can be dismantled by my destruction domain, as his own domains fall below it, absolutely, Nick said with a smile. That smile vanished, however, a moment later when he felt his connection to Nazgul get cut off violently. Zeus! He roared in rage and murderous intent as he felt the god's power come from the direction of where Nazgul was moments before. Nick's power roiled around him, viciously, as he tore space apart to arrive in front of Zeus. There he saw a charred and headless form with Zeus standing on top of it with a mocking smirk, as he held a head whose eyes had lost their light and a bloody sword in his other hand. Nick's vision turned red, and he stopped caring about anything but ripping Zeus apart. His body split apart as his true form entered the world for the first time from his realm. It was far too heavy for the world to handle, however, as a void of pure destruction spread from him, and Zeus finally realized just how badly he messed up. Die! Nick's voice echoed through everywhere and nowhere at the same time, and the world around him obeyed his command and lost all sense of vitality. It was a wave of pure death, indiscriminate and dispassionate, that claimed everything it touched. Zeus tried to flee, to escape to safety, but he could not. There was no space to teleport through, no atmosphere to bypass with his speed. Nick had turned the surroundings into a pure void, and Zeus had never needed to travel through such a place before, and was stuck. The god tried to slash at Nick's true form with a blade covered in his domain, but the power and blade simply disintegrated alongside the hand, holding them soundlessly upon contact with Nick. For normal gods, their true soul state was their weakest for, and had them vulnerable, but the exact opposite was true of Nick. His strongest form was his soul state, and only by using it could his full power come into play. It was a terrible thing, however, as in this state, and with his reason lost to wrath and grief, Nick carved a path of devastation as he lashed out at Zeus. The god panicked fearfully and tried his best to stave off the coming reckoning. But even after figuring out how to escape the void, he couldn't flee Nick. He tried to get Hestia involved as well, but she merely watched on even as Nick's chase ravaged her lands. This wasn't to say she didn't want to stop him, but merely that she couldn't. She had sacrificed her ability to join any battle to her domain long ago, and as such could only lament the loss of life and consequences of Zeus's actions. In the end, Zeus fell under the relentless and ravenous wrath of Nick, as he simply couldn't flee fast enough to avoid injury, and these injuries eventually turned fatal for him. Death by thousands, cuts in a way as many small pieces of his soul were damaged, until that damage became too much for him to bear. In any other case, Zeus's death would be cause for celebration, but the sheer amount of devastation left in the wake turned this into a hollow victory. The Earth's landmasses had been reduced, but about 10% permanently, and nearly everyone in North America had been killed by Zeus going there in a foolish bid to get aid. Chapter 616. With the source of his rage gone, Nick let the world reject him and return to his realm, but this rampage had cost him dearly. He fell into slumber as the damage he caused to himself in his reckless use of everything he had caused serious damage to himself. This damage was reflected in the realm as the planet was cracked, and had large pieces floating about without any order or reason. This slumber was not a short one for Nick, and the world moved on without him as he recovered. Nobody forgot about him over the next decade, but many stopped looking for him as well after he seemingly just vanished from the earth. There were exceptions to this, in the form of those closest to him, like Hephaestus, Dottie, Celebrimber, and his friends. They knew that he was likely within his realm, but try as they might, none could enter it, even with the ring that housed it accessible to them, thanks to Hephaestus. There had been many that sought to punish Nick for the devastation his rampage had caused, but had been rebuffed by the goddess and those who supported Nick. It took a few years, but the world recovered and continued moving towards the future. No other place on Earth ever managed to reach the same height as Hephaestus's territory, as she took control of it in Nick's absence. Not for lack of trying, but she refused to just stagnate in place, as she knew that would not be something Nick would have wanted to see. Things had changed greatly over this decade, however, as grand cities popped up and there was even new gods born in the form of Nicholas Flamel and his wife. Even with Nick being absent, they maintained close ties to his territory, alongside Dumbledore, who was amongst those helping to crack a way into the realm. Nen had slowly become an aspect of life as well, with Zampecudos, and ironically enough, had allowed people to begin colonizing the rest of the solar system. Through the use of Nen constructs and Zampecudo abilities, a great deal of the knowledge of the world's previous technology had been put to use once again, as well as advanced even further. Magic as a whole also flourished during this time, as many great leaps forward were made thanks to the full integration of Muggles and wizards. The clash of understanding between the two sides led to many leaps forward in the places where this integration had occurred. The other places that treated Muggles as little more than cattle or slaves fell behind and were eventually disbanded forcefully. The Order of the Golden Sands, for example, that had taken over Egypt and enslaved the Muggles there, had been wiped out due to their stubbornness and refusal to change. Flamel himself had done this upon reaching Tier 7, and having had enough of the unneeded cruelty. It was a warm and peaceful day on June 1st of the 15th PR post-ritual. This day seemed like all the others at first, but there was a huge difference. Nick woke up. Every Daedra connected to the realm felt it through their connection to the place, and they all gathered on the island that had been renamed the Throne due to being Hephaestus living there. Ever since that fateful day a decade prior, their connection to the realm had felt weak, almost ephemeral even. But the moment the realm fully fixed itself and Nick awoke from his slumber, it surged forth like a mighty river. Sure, took his sweet time, didn't he? Ron joked with a smile. He had grown his hair out and wore a fine suit while holding a staff in his hand. He, like all the others, had grown up quite nicely, as he was healthy if pale from a lack of sunlight. He always did things at his own pace after all, Harry said with a smile of his own. He kept his hair short and wore a more traditional robe and had a toned build from his work as an adventurer. At his waist sat a sheathed blade and a holster that contained the Elder Wand. You guys think he has aged at all during this whole time? He is a god, right? So doesn't that mean he doesn't age? Luna asked curiously. Gods age until our forms reach maturity. Hephaestus answered that question easily. without turning her gaze from the ring that held the realm. I don't think it makes much difference, considering what his one form looked like a decade ago. He was nearly 8 feet tall after all. Hermione chimed in. She had her hair semi-long and wore a comfortable set of business robes. She had grown up fit and had pale skin from spending most of her time indoors since she went into politics after graduating. Chapter 617. She was officially a part of Dumbledore's government and was doing well for herself there. Tracy and Daphne were like always there together and had grown into beauties in their own rights, though. Tracy was more muscular than Daphne due to her metalworking. Dumbledore was also there, looking no older than 30, having a pleasant chat with Flamel, and Vlad like the old friends they were. There were others who wanted to be here as well, but couldn't make it for whatever reasons. But this was a sudden thing, so it couldn't be helped. All conversation ceased when the air began to shimmer, and a moment later a man with long silver hair and golden eyes appeared in the room. "I am back," he said with a smile as he looked over the crowd. "Took you long enough?" Ron joked, and everyone laughed. "Went a bit overboard after Zeus killed Nazgul." "Sorry about that," Nick said sheepishly. "You must have forgotten that Nazgul's immortal like a phoenix," Daphne pointed out, and Nick nodded. "I felt our connection vanish and lost it. For the record, I hate vague prophecies, by the way," he said with a sigh. "Trelawney did say you'd lose something you held most dear, didn't she? Thought she was just messing with you at the time. Joke's on us since she was right for the most part," Ron admitted honestly. "Your skepticism was well warranted. A seer's visions are often a complicated thing to understand even in the best of circumstances. I would know after seeing many for centuries now," Flamel said with a chuckle. "Annoying gift to have even for gods," Hephaestus added. "From my senses, I was asleep for around 10 years or so. What did I miss?" Nick asked, getting back on topic. Everyone told him all the things that had changed since that day, and if any of them made a mistake, one of the others corrected it. Dusk had left to explore the world, and no one knew where he was. Steve had died of heart attack in his sleep, from being a fat, lazy niffler, and the Order of the Golden Sands had been eradicated. Funnily enough, Grindelwald had been found powerless and living as a muggle would in Brazil. He had been captured and executed. But even at the end, he had a smile on his face without any regret for what he did. In fact, he openly stated that he didn't regret doing it, only the cost it took to do it. Many thought he was referring to his powers being lost, but those truly aware held their tongues, not even trying to correct these thoughts. The man was perfectly content being painted as a self-centered monster, even with his last moments, and none of them could bring themselves to muddy the opinions of others with the truth. Sometimes, it was just easier letting the truth remain hidden for everyone involved. Nick congratulated everyone for their own pieces of news, such as Harry's wedding to Ginny or Flamel's ascension to Tier 7. The one he was most pleased with, however, was Hephaestus, who had reached Tier 8. The goddess herself put her foot down and made it clear that she wasn't taking no for an answer anymore. Nick no longer had the pressure of Zeus weighing himself down and agreed to marry her officially. His return wasn't met with only positivity, however, as many demanded that he pay for the destruction he caused before he fell asleep for a decade. His answer to this left many quite conflicted, as he simply solved a whole mass of problems that still existed all at once. Some felt that it was never enough of a repayment and that he should spend the rest of his life in penitence, but Nick refused. He may have been gone for a decade, but he was still easily the 3rd or 4th most powerful being on the planet, so forcing the issue wasn't possible. It was on the day of his wedding, a massive event in and of itself, that a dark-haired man in a tattered black robe appeared in the center of the aisle. "I would assume that as the uncle of the bride, I am also invited to this event." The man spoke, and everyone suddenly realized the identity of the man, or rather God. "So long as you aren't here to crash the wedding, then, you are of course welcome to join the festivities," Nick said without any surprise on his face. In truth, he had been expecting the god of the underworld ever since he awoke from his slumber. So when he finally appeared, Nick was not taken off guard. Chapter 618. Hades nodded calmly before taking a seat next to Nicholas Flamel, who looked very uncomfortable with the god's presence. Nick couldn't blame him for it, though, as despite all records pointing out that Hades was fairly relaxed, he was still the god of the underworld, and in most ways the dead. People were naturally bothered by the concepts of these things, so having the god of them sitting next to you was likely very unnerving. Still, the wedding went on without any issue, and Nick and Hephaestus got married with Celebrimbor as the officiator. The after-party was a wondrous affair, as Nick spared no expense to make it the best he could. The gift-giving, as when things got a bit strange as Hades presented his gift in a simple white box with lacy black ribbons tying it close. Within the box was a set of crowns intricately made, and each holding a mysterious enchantment. As the ones who deposed the previous king of gods, and as the oldest remaining god I present, both of you the status of rulers of gods. These crowns will serve as your badge of office, even if they never touch either of your heads. Hades spoke, and there were gasps from those attending. Despite this, however, no one raised any objections to this, so Nick and Hephaestus donned their crowns. Hades bowed. "May your rule be prosperous and long," he said before, slipping back into the crowd. The rest of the gifts were considerably more mundane, but still held great value and meaning to the couple. A few of Nick's friends got baby items as a joke, which made both Nick and Hephaestus embarrassed. Kids were undoubtedly going to happen, but not so soon, and not without careful planning. Nick was a Daedric prince after all, and any child of his was like as not going to take after their father in this regard. The world wasn't ready for that yet, and Nick wanted to fuse the entirety of Earth with his realm before he had any children to manage them better. After the wedding, the happy couple did as any newlywed couple does, and broke a bed. They had to specially craft a new one after that, out of hyper-durable materials, since it was clear after they did the deed that no normal bed could withstand two gods going at it full tilt. Hades didn't go away after the wedding, but toured Nick's territory casually until after things went back to normal. There was no real honeymoon, as both Nick and Hephaestus enjoyed their work too much. For that. At that time, the god of the dead came to have a conversation that Nick had known would come for many years ahead of time. The actual content of the discussion, however, surprised Nick. "I have watched over this world for millennia, and in all that time, I have only ever witnessed a single other instance of someone like you appearing." He went by the name Solomon. He was like a sudden fog had crept up out of seemingly nowhere. In his time, he revolutionized magic and civilization as a whole, but unfortunately fell to age as he felt immortality was a curse. Unlike him, however, you have embraced immortality, and as such fulfill the condition I have set. Hades spoke calmly and had a nostalgic look. "What condition?" Nick asked curiously. Being compared to a legendary sorcerer like Solomon was nice, and all but Nick doubted that Kronos would go out of his way to mention an offer that Hades would put forward if it wasn't the more important part of this conversation. "I watched as my kin destroyed this world in their pride and recklessness from my realm of souls. All of this was due to a failure of a ruler who refused to control these desires for the good of the world. At that time, I decided that should another hegemon achieve immortality, and ideally divinity, I would give them an offer that may come as a surprise given it is nature." "Has my niece told you what we did with the essences of the Titans after we overthrew them?" Hades asked, and Nick nodded. "She likely told you that we imprisoned them in my realm. But she likely didn't say why we did this instead of outright killing them. The difference between them and us was that they were only one generation separated from the primordials born from the world itself, and as a result were tied to the domains intrinsically. Destroy their bodies or souls, and in time a new being would be born from the world unless a new being took over their domain. Knowing this, we were forced to trap their essence instead," Hades explained calmly. Chapter 619. Despite the way my kin portrayed them, the Titans were good and fair wardens of the world that knew to maintain it. My offer is simply to offer them a second chance. While not even I can free them from their prison, I can still destroy their souls so that the world may spawn them anew. This decision lay entirely within your hands, but I will not rush you in this matter, as it is a weighty choice indeed. Hades said calmly before falling apart into dust that scattered with the breeze. "Yeah, that tracks. How like Hades to drop a heavy decision like this on others' shoulders before bailing." Nick thought amused. "Still, I should probably speak with my wife about this to get a second opinion on the Titans. The last thing I want is to unleash a bunch of powerful beings on the planet that go on a murderous rampage at the drop of a hat." He thought as well before going to find Hephaestus. He was not surprised to find her at work in the crafting room, forging a new Zanpakuto. She smiled when she saw him and put down what she was doing to walk over and give him a kiss. "What brings you here, my love?" she asked curiously. Nick told her what Hades had said and why he had come to see her at this time. She seemed genuinely surprised by the offer, and explained that while she was born after the first generation of gods escaped from Kronos' prison, at that time, Hades seemed to hate the Titans just as much as the rest of them did. She did confirm, however, that even at the height of the war between the two sides, the Titans still took great care to avoid upsetting the balance of the world. That was even the reason why the gods won in the end, as they purposefully tried to unbalance the world, knowing that the Titans would try and fix it, leaving them vulnerable. It took far more power and time to repair something than it did to break it after all. Surprisingly, Hades had been the one to suggest imprisoning the Titans to begin with after the first of them. Slain rose again a century later as a new being. That he was now the one seeking to release them was irony at it, is greatest. Nick did confirm that the new being born after the Titans were slain did not have the previous being's memories, however, which was a key piece of information. If they had their memories from before they were slain, then Nick wouldn't even consider releasing them as mankind, and much of the world was different and unnatural as compared to their version of the world. One had to remember that humanity was a product of the gods, and not something the world itself had spawned in time. To pure beings of the world at it is most raw time period, the Titans would undoubtedly seek to fix this unnatural aspect. Without their memories of what used to be, however, the new Titans would only see what is instead and would seek to preserve it. This would be a boon more than anything for Nick's rule after he added the world to his realm. The normal process of consuming a realm with another was to drag the new one into one's own realm. But Nick decided to do the opposite and bring his realm to the real world instead. Originally, he was going to follow tradition, but with the Titans' possible return, this would work even better. This also came with the added bonus of him slowly being able to expand his control away from Earth and out into the wider universe as he brought more and more space under his power. With this in mind, Nick went deep below the island to where the Leyline Nexus was and shattered the ring, holding his realm from within. The world rumbled and shifted as the planet of the realm manifested into the real world and immediately latched onto the Leyline Nexus like a parasite. From there, it slowly began to expand. It is control of the surroundings, bringing more and more of the Earth under Nick's control, while no one was the wiser. The first part of the world to become a part of Nick's power was the island, and several miles in every direction from it. From there, it slowly converted everything at it, its edges at a constant but slow rate. The only one aware that he had done something was Hephaestus, as she could feel his power growing constantly as his realm brought more and more of the Earth under his control. Chapter 620. A century. It took a century more or less for Nick to fully bring the world itself under his control. His reaching Tier 8, after assimilating half of Europe, 20 years after he began this slow process, only worked to accelerate it. His domains had evolved once again at that time into the space domain, and giving him near sole authority over one of the 3 foundational forces of the world. There were others who delved in the space domain, but Nick was the highest power in it, and was his embodiment. Chaotic, yet stable, destructive, and yet creative. All aspects of what space was he had in spades, and so the domain came to him as naturally as breathing. Unlike what one would expect, Nick did not seek to make the world as advanced as possible, but rather he wanted it balanced. As a result, he had shaped his territory's civilization to work with the natural order rather than to suppress it. Sustainable resource gathering practices, free-flowing water through the megacity, and adaptive medicines that had a solution for most problems. In many ways, his territory could be said to be a paradise as everything simply worked. The same, however, couldn't be said of the rest of the world, as greed and selfishness were deeply ingrained in humanity as a whole. Nick didn't suppress these other nations, as he understood that humanity did its best work when conflict and pressure were applied. This was why he had made a magical pact using the power of every god on the planet, that no gods could interfere with matters that are of mortal making unless it threatens the natural balance of the world itself. Not even a month after this pact had been made, war broke out as the nations that had held themselves back for fear of divine retribution acted out. With war consuming the world again, no one noticed as the world itself was fighting a losing battle. As he forcefully assimilated it, That changed the day the world finally lost entirely, and Nick fully assimilated the world. It was no more than a ripple in truth, but every being above a certain tier felt it and knew it as source. Nick was confronted about it, and he freely admitted that he was now the world and the world was now a part of him. He was chastised and demanded to reverse what he did, but he directly stated it was impossible. Once a realm is fully converted, there is no reversing it at that point. It belongs to the Daedra who bound it, which in this case was Nick, who stood at the pinnacle of Tier 8 and was vastly more powerful than any other being on the planet. Many thought that this meant that he was going to go full tyrant and micromanage every aspect of the world, but nothing changed at all. With this done, Nick was finally satisfied and fulfilled Hephaestus's long-held desire to have a child. The first of 3 he would have in total, Moritheus the Wise. Meratheus was born with black skin and small horns and sapphire blue-slit eyes, but otherwise appeared elvish. The child was born with the wisdom and knowledge domains and was very much a bookworm after growing up. He spent nearly all of his time within his father's ever-expanding library to the point few ever got the chance to meet him. The second child, Saratha, the Strong, was much less pleasant as she had taken her father's Daedric and hollow traits almost entirely and was simple-minded and battle-driven, but certainly not stupid by any means. She occupied the vast majority of her time with gathering warriors to compete in her war games for grand prizes she may or may not have suckered her parents into giving her. As the only girl of the trio of siblings, Saratha was spoiled by her parents to some degree and rarely denied anything without good reason. Prometheus, the Starborn, was the youngest, but most exceptional of the children, as he alone was born a perfect combination of mother and father. He was born with golden skin, adorned with fine white feathers and hair that was silver and red atop his head. As a perfect mix of both his parents, he literally glowed with power and was skilled at crafting, war, and academics. He was also the only of his siblings to leave Earth and explore the wider universe, as he idolized his father's achievements and wanted to make a name for himself as well. Nick slowly extended his control past Earth after that, and eventually came across other worlds with gods of their own. The most powerful, however, was only Tier 9, which was also the highest quantifiable level of power, as after that things got blurry and had to track. Nick knew this, as by the time he came across said Tier 9, he had assimilated almost a quarter of the galaxy and simply willed them out of existence when they tried to attack him. So it was that his story came to its conclusion, as he eventually assimilated the entirety of the universe and had nowhere else to go, and thus stopped.